Oh god. Okay. Welcome to the stream, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, the mess behind me. I'm gonna go clean it up in a sec. Welcome. Today's gonna be a fun day. I mean, aside from the music, that's already kind of fun. Today I am gonna play some TFT. I can't believe I'm saying this. I'm gonna get started on Lost Ark that I plan on playing for exactly 1 week, and I'm gonna do a collab later at 10 p.m. A VTuber collab. I set up my VTuber model, one of them, with Kson and Sayu. We'll be playing Texas Chainsaw Massacre. So that's the plan. Are you going back to word answer? I don't know. I'll figure it out today. I mean, you guys can help me figure it out. But that is the current plan. It sounds like we're gonna be doing clown on Saturday if I can not play like shit. One sec, guys. All right, I'm ready. Who plays Lost Ark and still helps Scarra? Wow. Yeah, I got roped in, bro. It's cause Rennie and Abe asked me today, and I'm like, oh fuck. I guess if they're gonna personally ask me, I can't say no. The Citrus one woke back for 20 months. Yeah, Rennie's fucking degenerate. She's like, I still remember she tried to balance 2 MMOs at the same time, and I'm like, there is no way that any sane human can balance 2 MMOs, man. She's playing FF14 early today, and now she's doing Lost Ark tours on both servers. Oh god, man, she is fucking crazy. I don't even know what class to start. I've looked through the classes last night. If you're curious what I was doing, I was making mac and cheese after the stream, and I had a YouTube video open on the classes, and I was like, all right, man, which one's interesting? And I settled on, I think, oh god, this sounds so bad. I think I'm gonna play Solstice, Arcana, or the Destroyer. I just don't know which one. I recommend this. Yeah, I saw the thing, but like it doesn't help me because like I care more about feel, you know? Like I care a lot about feel. And it's not even about like speed of presses. Like I'm okay playing something that like requires a lot of speed, whether it's War Dancer or something that requires more specific hits. Like I was okay playing both. It was just very Yeah, I heard one of the Arcana classes was really hard. Yeah, that's why I wanted to play it. But I heard Arcana is literally just like you're playing Twisted Fate, but there's like 12 cards instead of 3. Your rolling down seems slower? Yeah, that's because I'm thinking. But I don't need to think when I play Lost Ark. What? I got some interesting units, I guess, here. We're Scuttle Puddle. What's Ixtal? Oh.
family with me.
How much is this? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I heard that soul fists are. I mean, I kind of want these soul fists, but it's like I feel like me playing soul fists is just a meme. I would do it just for fun.
We did it! Yeah! Keep your enemies close, and me closer.
I mean, how much do I have here? Like 1, 2, 3. It's fine. I just wonder how fun Destroyer is. I was gonna play it, even I heard it was terrible, and I heard they buffed it. I'm like, oh, well, I mean, like now I'm less interested, but it still looks. I've seen all the meme videos of Destroyer, which is kind of why I wanted to play it. They look kind of funny.
We did it! Yeah!
Let's start the show.
I know people at Destroyer just stand in damage and hit the boss. I mean, that sounds pretty lit, actually. The fuck is Scrappy Inventions? I'm not gonna lie, we're hoping for Ixtal here. Fuck yeah. Wait, what do I want to buff though? Oh. This, okay, well, it's not even that terrible of a hex, really.
I carry my family with me.
I think I buffed Soraka, right? Because the Soraka scales off health, I think. Right? Oh, that's genius. I'm fucking genius. Okay, hold on. We're gonna put this stuff in here. Stuff I can use and stuff I'm gonna sell for sure. And I think these items are complete garbage and you're probably slamming. I mean, I guess just slam masters maybe. Playing Lost Ark soon. Yeah, against my better judgments, I have been convinced to play Lost Ark. I have been told I do not have to grind at all. Even though, knowing me, I'm going to. Like, the thing, I know people say you don't have to, but knowing me, I'm going to just because I don't like being really bad at stuff. And so, like, it's not going to be just like a login kind of commitment. It's going to be like a, oh, I'm fucking playing a lot. Dragon scales with AP? She scales with health as well, right? Wait, is it AP? Oh, it is only AP. Wait, what the fuck? Why did I think it was health? Wait, why did I think she scaled with? You know what? It's fine. She could be a healthy person. Fuck it. Who cares? I can't see his board, man. What did he do? Oh, you put his stupid thing on. That's fair.
Always rises to the top.
Do I want to go rogue reroll? I feel like rogue reroll is actually pretty good from here. But then require me not to play. Like this? Oh, this guy's already going rogue. Like for sure. Like there's no reason for me to contest that shit. Okay, great. I literally looked for 1 second. I'm like, oh, you know what? I'm good. I know lots of guys of today have fun 700 hours, but a lack of PvE content to do with friends is just killer. Any friends, please hit me up out of MMO hell. Is that a copy pasta? Is that like a Ladrin's message when he stopped playing? I think I remember seeing that before. It looks kind of familiar. Oh, that's my tweet. That's me. it. Don't fucking take it from me, buddy. Bro, there's no way you needed that. There's no way.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
Okay, I just need to get another Kson in. There's no way I played 700 hours. What the fuck? Did I play 700 hours of Lost Ark? There's no way. I think I typoed that.
I am here to test souls.
Did you realize that every single day for 6 hours? Well, I know I did the same thing for that other game, but I didn't. That didn't happen.
Every
That
step,
makes sense.
a new journey.
No, because I did the same thing for Genshin, but I only did 230. You were hardcore Lost Ark. You guys remember? Why do you guys remember me at my worst time, man? Why don't you remember me at the best of times, huh? All of a sudden, you guys are fucking just insane memory, okay, huh? My second most watched game that year was Lost Ark because of Scarra. That doesn't even sound like me. That sounds like you're framing me, actually. You really think I would do something like that? I guess my Steam wouldn't lie about the number of hours I played, but I don't think I want to look. Oh my god! Wait, it's juice.
Ah, this place could use some reshaping.
Hello, Pico. I feel like I want to put this in. I mean, I don't ever take level up. Fine. Okay, I do not like any of these items. These are probably the worst items. It's probably fine if I just death tap or like rage blade something. How? I mean, I can only tap at 4 invokers this game, right? I really don't know how to. Two things. I hope I get rejuvenating flames or something for Ixtal. That seems pretty bad. Actually. Okay, this seems impossible because I have to have 2. This healing warps, I think.
We are to fight now? Let's go!
Okay. Alright. Better question. Do I just slam Rage Blade here on someone? Usually I would just slam it on Soraka and call it a day. But do I ever go Karma here? Nah, I think I'm playing this. I want to make it to 7, because 7 I can do some funky stuff. Do you see what this Ixtal does? It gives you AP whatever. So like you don't even really need to you don't really need to build offensive. You can just build defensively and you could still come out really far ahead. For Ixtal. But then like next round I level to play, I guess I only play 2 Bastion. Is it 8% or 10 AP? Nothing is ever, oh, it's 10 AP. The AD is never, yes. Wow, I kind of got destroyed here. This guy's Quinn 2, Slayer Spats, Gargantuan Resolve. Oh my god, this guy's kind of strong. Kind of spooky, actually. Man, I'm pretty sure my BIS is Spark here. But the problem is I kind of just want all defensive stuff. It means I could just like, you know. If we go get to the 40 stacks, they buffed it this set. Because apparently 35 was not good enough. I don't know if that was true or not, but it's just, it's not good enough, I guess. Okay, I need to fit in a 4th invoker. But you know what? Instead, I'm gonna fit in a Cassidy. I think get with the character here. Do I just slam Spark here? I think playing for BIS here when I have fucking 50 HP is not too smart. But what if I spark this unit, huh? Ooh. Now I'm cooking. Why am I losing? Why does this guy have a Nyla too, bro? Spark the unit doesn't jump, bro. The jump is fake. Like, she doesn't even really jump. That's like saying I have a vertical, bro. Like, she's not LeBron. Prove it. Just trust me, I don't have a fucking 9-inch vertical, okay? You're gonna have to believe in me here. I wouldn't lie to you about this. But you're telling me this guy's playing Ixtal and with rogues and he Ixtal his 1-star Bastion over Ixtaling another rogue? Huh. I feel. Oh, I wish.
Ah, this place could use some reshaping.
As I only
Can I even fit karma into this board? I guess it goes here. And this is Shen. And this goes replaces for itself the rise. What is the rise here? Oh, it's Vandals. This this is like the shittiest rise, bro. Ooh, I do like me a redemption. That is a sexy item. Oh.
Who's from Kson now?
Okay, what if I just do this? That seems okay. And what if I just don't roll and wait to see if I hit the crazy giga? That does seem okay. Guys, the boss and idealist. The idealist is his boss? Yes. He also has this. I need rejuvenating flames here, I think, to bail me out. How much AP does she have? Oh. I'm like kind of surprised. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Do you guys feel like Ari having mana reave is kind of OP? Like this. Like, I don't mean this in like a salty way, but do you feel like she should have mana reave? Dude, I mean, this is 300 already.
As Ionia changes, so must I.
I carry my family with me.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
Every step, a new journey.
I think I just need to get 4 Invoker in. Fuck this Bastion bullshit. I'm gonna go.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
You think you see the same position that trust me, you haven't seen anything. This position is actually the best. In a little bit, I'm gonna pop off.
Every step, a new journey.
I carry my family with me.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
They will go no further. Now,
Ah, this place could use some reshaping. I carry my family with me.
Do I just not do this? It sucks because healing orb is so bad in a position where my units get so much help. Because 500 for a normal unit is like a shitload of help, but 500 for these units is like, I know whatever, honestly. These rock items are mad. Oh, these rock items are dog shit. But like, what do I do? There's nothing I can do about it.
every step, a new journey.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't. I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
Who's from Nico now?
They will go no further.
Yeah, Fearless really badly. Fearless would probably never enter this now. Oh, I mean, like, but he'd be great with these items. I agree. If I went Last Whisper, I probably would actually play Ophelia. Huh. How do I play this comp and not hit 3 stars?
Water to me.
I feel like when I see other people play this comp,
Right now? Let's go.
they hit a lot.
For Targon.
And I play, I'm like, huh, that's weird. This unit has 3,700 health. This unit has 3,400 health. You guys rocking? No, I want to agree this. Unless it's really hard matchup. He got Rejuvenate Flames. This is impossible. Hold on. I actually think I should have given this to maybe the Bastion. Oh, okay. Give him a little hit. Okay.
We are to
Wait, it's actually happening. See, the difference, the problem is Nico 2 kind of doesn't do damage. If you look at Nico's scaling from 2 to 3, it's like, or 1 to 2, it's okay. And but 2 to 3 star, it's like a different unit, like almost. Gosh, she did a 12,000 damage there. Yeah, so like me not hitting Nico 3 in a comp, in this kind of comp is like, oh, like I don't get to play the game. And especially because 4 Ixtal requires, like, it gives you a lot of AP. It's like pretty much necessary. Oh, I hit it.
Who's from Nico now?
Fuck it, there's so many. I'm just making Bramble. I think it's way better here. Oh, this is so good now. Oh, I like it. I like it. Okay, now look at it. You get 475 shield, but remember I get 10 AP every 2 seconds, and she lives longer than like 10 seconds. Like now she's at like 120, 130, and like every 10 matters so much because she's getting like infinite, like over 100 damage per 2 seconds. Nice try, bud.
You always fight so poorly.
I almost want to just put in this unit just because I think it's better than anything I could put. Like, what's 3 target? Oh, it's for the damage. I mean, yeah, she did like 4K. Whoa, there's no damage items. Please ulti. Thank you. I mean, I don't think it's possible for Vanquishers to kill this Nico, by the way. Like, nice try, buddy. Turns out when your whole identity is critting and you don't crit, well, fuck off, you know?
I love Demacia.
Is it greedy to not level here? Like, how greedy is it to not level here? Okay, who am I hitting? 1, 2, and this. Oh, surely that's not a Kson. You're on 2 HP. You're right. I'm not leveling. I'm not a bitch. I should have leveled. Who the fuck told me not to level? Holy fuck, this guy's board looks juiced. Wait, my Nico died instantly. Didn't let my play. Oh no, I would have lost it. This guy had base 3, man. You know, it's a 7th and 7, 8. That's okay. Probably cool. What about for 14 months? OfflineTV stay for base choices about SSX tricky. Oh hell yeah. I'll go play some ads. The citrus will over 28 months. Bum, bum. All right, let's talk about the more important thing. What class am I choosing? Front attacker, extremely tanky. Lining up burst is tricky. I actually really, honestly, Gunlancer seems so fun, man. Every time I look at people play Gunlancer, I'm like, damn, that looks fucking fun. The Beast COD, thanks for subbing with this stream. All right, no joke. I would love to play this, but I don't think I can. Extremely difficult. Abe is playing Glavier. Rennie's playing Aeromancer. And I think Celine's playing a healer. That's something to get rid of the ads. Oh, well, welcome. Welcome. Celine's playing artist. Yep. I just don't know what to play, man. Okay. I should. Do I want to play seriously yet? Oh, I should probably play seriously. I should probably not go for invokers. Commercial take. I think Lion King 2 was dumb. Which one was Lion King 2? I don't even was.
Show them the strength.
Honestly, Lion King 1 was so good. I just assumed 2 was good as well. I don't remember 1. I don't remember 2 that much, bro. Wait, there is a comp I wanted to try. I'm not okay. This is gonna sound kind of meme. Oh my god, guys. How do I say no to this? This isn't a bait, right? Like for sure, this is like the real deal. Oh, but it's not. Which is where is it? Oh, it's backlight. Fuck this, man.
So strange, they scream.
I am here to test souls.
Okay, what if, like, I think, yeah, it's fine. I think I'm selling these. I should play Shurima here or some shit. I'm pretty sure these are not playable, like, actually. I need to buy the Swain here and this. Oh, rogues. Like, honestly, it's so easy to go rogues. Like, but But I shall try for bilge water. I got Piltover. I don't have Piltover yet, but I'm sure it's on the way. I actually need a Swain for this.
I am here to test souls.
Oh, don't worry. I put. I think I should level. But now I can't level. Let me think. Let me think. Can I sell 5 here and just be okay? I might just sell 5. My guy is LDP Sword with blue buff JG Ionic. Holy fuck. Okay, that's cool. A remount, ladies and gentlemen. Dude, every time I wanted to try to go a bilge water opener so many times, but I cannot get the spat. The only average of 4.6 of the pill. Don't worry, I'm literally turning that average to like a 1 right now. Stats are fake. Except for when I don't hit the unit, and stats maybe not that fake.
As Ionia changes, so is I.
Name Samira. Try not to slow me down.
I actually wonder what is BIS for. Okay, well, I think with gunners right now, you always make Aphelios items to transfer the items over on Jinx. Because more than likely, you're never going to hit Jinx 3 unless it's like Robo Jinx. So you just make Aphelio items and then you transfer it over. I think that's pretty fair. OMG. Look at this fucking dude. Why are you not rolling for vibe? Because it's not worth it? I mean, I'm pretty sure it's not worth rolling to 0 here for vibe. I should have pre-leveled here. But after that, I think rolling to 0 on these 2 stages is kind of bad. I've done it so many times, but it's like, yeah. I think I only roll if it's Ori. I don't like rolling if it's the other thing. Not the fan. I mean, I'm down to just get Last Whisper. You play the Anvils. They don't have an HP bar. I'm pretty sure you never build IE on gunners unless you get 6. Rageblade is kind of fake. Really? I feel like it's awesome, but I guess it depends on how much frontline you have. Because the BIS for double Rageblade was like 6 Bastion, but that was the comp ran like 3 lockets, so you can get to overtime every fight. I didn't put in Ori. Oh my fucking god. Oh no. Oh yikes. Oh no. Oh, it's actually fucking doomed, man. Please kill one. Yeah. Wait, I need the free level there. Oh, this game is actually no, it's fine. It's not doom. I am okay. I know you guys are thinking, wow, 2-stack T-Hex. There's no way this guy cashes out. Just don't worry about it. I'm hitting 6 Piltover at 3-2, and I'm gonna do a 70 Piltover cash out. Okay. Okay, that's fine. We do this. We do this. It's Robo. That's pretty good. Down to do this. Down to do. I need to break this. What options do I have here? Lyrics? Yes. Oh, this guy does not look that strong, bro. Bro, there's no way. Okay. That looks good. That looks good. That looks good. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Dude, I was about to slam all my items. I'm like, hold up a fucking second, man. This guy. I don't think I'm getting better than my heart, honestly.
For Piltover.
I mean, I hit the nuts silver, so that's good.
I may be merciful.
I'm a little worried I'm gonna
Targon
win,
isn't.
but maybe I shouldn't be worried because maybe that's impossible. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's just IE this. I go for Sunfire. Okay, so you think there's no way I'm gonna win if I slam these, right? This guy's level 5. This guy's level 5. No, I'm not. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. It's perfect. Oh, it's actually perfect. Oh my god. Oh fucking god.
Shadows.
Okay, if it's all 1 unit losses, I'm okay. Is Warmogs or Redemption better? Probably Warmogs, right? I feel like Redemption is... Fuck. I think Redemption's only good if it takes a long time to kill. But I feel like even if I put... I feel like it's not happening. Dude, why does this guy's board looks like trash? Hello? I think it's fine. I think it's fine. If this guy is... Nah, it's okay. It's okay. There's no way. Oh my fucking god, man. Yes! 1 unit loss again. I mean, I'm pretty sure I just have to go Sunfire. Like, I don't think I can greed out to hope that I get Heimerdinger on this. Okay, I really want to get this chase actually. That item is kind of hard to use. It's fine. No, it's fine. It's fine. The thing is, I have to lose these next 2 rounds. But actually, it's fine. If I cash out at a Piltover, then what's going to happen is I am just going to sell my Piltover. Probably.
This is very exciting.
It's fine, guys. If I win, I win. But if I lose, then oh, this guy's Jin 1 carry. I think I know where this is gonna go. Fine. Take out Pill for a little bit then. Really underwhelming Piltover loss. It's fine.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
I mean, nothing really changes. Like, I'm removing this and I'm removing, but like I'm keeping Jace, so I'm probably still gonna end up running Piltover at some point. Frontline Jace, it's fine. God, why couldn't I hit this guy? I feel like this guy's a lot better to hit. Wait. Oh yeah, never mind. This base attack speed 0.8, I think. Did they buff it?
Dawn is the future.
I mean, it might stuck 7. I'm definitely rolling 7 for a little bit of frontline upgrades and then moving on, I think. There are some upgrades.
About time I got my hands dirty.
Okay, I have 1, 2, 3 upgrades. I think I wait around and go 9 actually. Right? I'd rather roll it right now. Unless I'm slamming items on her, it's not relevant. Oh my god. Wait, why did he change positioning here? I guess it switched here to here. Wow, that guy did a lot of damage. Guys, 4 multicaster TF carry. Okay. I don't like golden ticket here. Oh, sure.
I will rule the Freljord.
For Piltover. Energize. Zaun's future's about to get brighter.
Believe Ophelia
Probably should put on the second base, honestly.
Who needs a beat down?
Dude, I need 6 fucking Piltover, man. I should have rolled once for Ori here. Could have sold this. Pretty awesome loss here, actually. That's spoils. Oh my god. His gold spoils gave him 8 gold, and one was a Nyla for his comp. That is crazy. Oh, hey, what's the timer? Wait, and he had egg. Oh my god. He went spoils and then went egg. What a crazy fucking guy, man. It sucks because, like, what do I even do here? I just have to hit J3, honestly, and, like, it'll be fine. Just hit J. Oh, this really Giga sucks. I need this Helios. All right, 6 and 5. It's fine. I mean, I'm watching. Whatever. Okay. So, like, in my head, the way that I win the game is I put in 6 Piltover for so long that I just have so much item advantage on someone that it's like I cashed out at like 30, essentially. But I don't know if that's gonna be like a reality. QSS is on Aphelios. I think he needs damage. I'm pretty sure QSS is a waste here. I'd rather he go like Hodge or IE or Guardbreaker, and I'd leave this for like something else for this unit. Wow, he didn't even pass. What the fuck? Infernal Contract level 7. 6 Fioras, 50 gold. God, 2 Challenger spats. How did he even get the second spat? Oh god, this guy, what the fuck? He just gets top 2 for free. Okay, I don't need Shrinko, right? I probably need Mechano. Probably triple Mechano. No Refracto. I don't. Well, maybe 1 Refracto.
Don't worry, you can learn so much from failure.
Piltover's finest.
Goldenator's probably fine. Then I need Mechano. Then I need I probably should take the item with the most flexibility and potentially being used here. Probably take a glove. If I drop another glove, I can at least use it. Dude, you have to prep for your next filter item. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are not 8th. That is a dub. Massive dub. Oh my god. Remember what I just said? It actually worked. This guy has seven Fioras. Oh god. Do I really go Mechano? I guess I just need to stop getting my shops eaten here, so I'm down. Mechano. I'd rather prefer gold, but like, what the fuck am I gonna do, you know?
I should have left home years ago.
That's a good
For
one.
great science.
Like, I'm just rolling to 0 every round for GP Aphelios timer, I guess. It sucks that I'm rolling every round, but like, I think it's the best thing. There we go. I can play Dark in here if I wanted to. If you could bring any 2D character to life, who would it be and why? Any 2D. I don't really. Oh my fucking god, he is so close to Fiora. Honestly, I don't know. I'm blanking, man. I'm blanking. I'm supposed to know, but I don't know, man. I'm sorry. All these items suck ass, man. Thing is, rolling now feels bad. Like, I could potentially go 8 from here, right? But I say potentially, but like, that's a big stretch.
I never hold back.
Oh, Shaki TV, welcome back for 9 months. Day 5,325 asking when Apex Diamond Grind. Oh, that's not happening. Especially this season. Honestly, these 6 Piltover wins have been pretty hoggered. Oh, I killed him. Holy moly. 17? No way that guy's dead from 17. Oh, I thought it was this guy who... Dude, I need... Like, do I just roll for fucking, I don't know, Sedge 3 or something? Probably go 9, yeah. But I probably need to roll the whole Vel'Koz, Sona Vel'Koz, fucking Fiora bullshit, man. Oh, I just hit him. Dude, all these guys got bailed out by Infernal Contracts so hard, man. These are all Infernal Contractors, man. But yeah, I think I go 9 then. I looked away. Did he hit? This game's fun. I'm hitting him now. This is the worst game ever, man.
Hear my name and know my strength.
Every step, a new journey.
Oh. Surely I won't hit him. Did I hit him? I fucking hit him. Of course. Of course I did. Bro. Why I hit him at the end of the round after he spiked? This very well could be a 5th.
This will put a wrench in their plans.
God, I leveled up 9 to play fucking Soraka, man. It's the worst. He leveled to 9. Playing this guy? Does this look that strong? If I win, then I get my 20. My dino can actually laser beam people. I don't know if it matters. These items are fast. I don't know if it really matters though. I feel really strong. I feel like when I get to 6, I'm gonna feel really strong. I feel like 6 is when I'm gonna be fucking beast. This guy only lost by 1? No way. Okay, I'm top 4.
For great science.
I sound rude because I've got a world to save. Bilgewater, your king has returned. Bilgewater.
Oh, you already know. This is going. We're straight up here. Okay, is this guy really that strong? He has a Fawn RE2. Holy fuck. I mean, really that strong? Okay. These suck. The items are so bad, man. Where's my fucking AP?
I sound rude because I've got a world to save. I'll hack my way back to Bilgewater.
Oh. Okay. I'm playing him again, man. Fuck. Oh, this game sucks, man. Oh, that's okay. I mean, at least I got a 4th. Like, honestly, any LP today is good LP. That's what it comes down to. LP is LP, okay? We take those. Super Sailor, what about for 15 months? I'm gonna play some ads. 2 people got Infernal contract. That's just bullshit. Oh, Striker. Striker seems so fun. What is Reaper like? It wasn't out when I played, right? I only that I have not seen anything for. Please no one choose Shifting Sands, bro. Are you the biggest lost arc here? Yeah, you know. Just just don't watch what game I play for this weekend. Okay, what is the best? Okay, I feel like God Willow is just pray for Demacia spats, and then if I get +2, then I can win the game, kind of deal. How does that sound? No, bro, who does this? This is the worst fucking. This is the only thing I don't want to play. This and Stillwater, and I'm okay with Stillwater. This is the most bullshit thing ever, bro.
Ionia still stands.
TF time?
I am here to test souls.
It's TF time. Fuck this. Can't wait to see who rolls 3 stars this game the first. So cool. Very poggers.
I am here to test souls.
Wow, I hit this. That's actually pretty fucking good. Okay, no joke. I kind of want to play that TF comp I saw last game, but he didn't even top 4. So like, I kind of don't want to play that comp. But I think on this map, it's not bad to play it, right? Because I can just Shifting Sands it.
Every step,
Think.
a new journey.
Can't be that bad.
It ain't luck, it's destiny.
The boss is so interesting. Nah, fuck this.
Piltover's finest.
Huh. MF reroll is a time. But I feel like, is it really MF reroll? Because that seems kind of iffy. I feel like if you play Pandora's though, this comp is so good. Because you can Pandora's TF Swain, TF, Talia, right?
Name's Samira. Try not to slow me down.
Next breath might be your last.
I don't even think I want this, man. Oh, wait, let me look at this comp. Let me look at this comp real quick. Maybe this will help visualize it a little bit better. It's Talia, Swain, and then it is MF. Wait, is it a multicaster? It is not. Why did I fucking say it was MF? 4. So this is these. How does that look? What else did the guy play at last game? Did he have Eric for frontline? I think he had Demacia frontline, right?
Let's raise the stakes.
I am here to test souls.
Need not set? Oh yeah, I don't think I need not set. I mean, I can just play this. Strategist, then. And this is my base, and I can add +1. +1, is it really MF? That seems really awkward. I feel like I just need frontline. And I'm okay with pretty much anything. Maybe it's Sword. That's not. What did the guy who just played me play? I liked his comp, even though he didn't do well, which is kind of sad. But even though he didn't do well, I liked. Oh, I'm down. The streamer contracted. He played. Give me that. Contracted. He played MF Jarvan, the strategist. I'm kind of down for that. Makes it easy to reroll MF as well. Oh, down to keep this. I guess I'm down to keep this. Full morality, yeah. She will rise to knock up entire backline. Too bad I can't get multicasters back for Shuri will rise. I care about the gold here, or do I care about rerolling? I think I'm down to sell one.
This world is frayed and in need of mending.
I don't think I sell these two. Play Demon Flare game yet? I don't think I've ever had Demon Flare. Okay, I'm good. I should slam Sunfire, but I'm down. I think what I realized about this current set is I'm down to slam Sunfire if I'm win streaking stage 2, but without a Bramble, my front line's not living. Like, it doesn't matter what else is there. Like, I kind of need the Bramble. Oh, my bad. I should put this on the unit.
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
Bubble here. Okay, my only problem is if someone's randomly contesting me. I think that is hard because I really feel like this comp is kind of doo-doo, but it is possible. Oh, there's one tier.
Sharima will live on without
Wait, I
you.
just literally got 2 tiers here. Holy moly. Wait, it's actually a dub. Wait, I giga dubbed out. Oh, okay. That's cool.
Every step, a new journey.
Yeah, I'm committed, guys. It's commitment time. I also think I have to slam gargoyle at some point during this, but I don't get spark, which is really worrisome. But I don't think I can care enough about it. I realize, yeah, I don't have Bramble, but fuck it, it's a slam. I'm like solo frontline swing half the game, I think. Wow, he ultied again here. Nice. What's this bad for? Oh, that's a fawn. Because I can't use this any other way. If it's not a fawn, I have to forfeit. Oh, these are all so bad. It's like maybe red buff, but like, oh, red buff is fine. It just means I don't itemize red anymore.
I miss the darkness of the void. Fear the ocean's weight.
I have 10 gold. 10 gold. Is that right? I don't know. Feels like it is not okay. Yeah, win streak? Yeah, I have to win streak. If I don't win streak with this, it's due. I think I need to position my Sona a little bit better because you want to make sure your Sona hits units to get attacks. Can't for life of me win with TFT. Oh, this unit doo-doo. I think the only way you can win with it is double trouble. Or if you hit really fast. And then you roll
Every step,
fuse, I think.
a new journey.
Fuse are more important than trees for me right now. Like this. I think that's all I got. I think that's all I care about. Dude, this patch Double Trouble Talia is lit. Double Trouble Talia has never been bad since last set. I win this. Please, I need a streak, guy. Man, I need a streak. I am at literally no gold, man. Guys, don't say shit, okay? No one say anything. Oh my god, imagine I flip for this. Oh, it's such a fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. Bro. Hello, what are you doing over there, buddy? Huh?
Let's raise the stakes.
If I don't kill you, Saul will.
Dude, it sucks because like it's really hard for me to get the right items, I think. Wow, I actually play 4 strategists here. At level 7, after I Get TF2 swing to. I mean, I should. Is that just bad for TF? Oh, it's. TF is really weird. I would say no. Anyone. But TF is this weird thing where I heard he's bugged in that if he has too much attack speed, he doesn't cast correctly. I just don't know when that attack speed hits. But oh, I have flea and Pitter. Fuck, you're right. Thank you.
Here I come!
I miss the darkness of the void.
What's your opinion on the Dame going back to the Bucks? I don't know anything, guys. My entire For You page is Bardcore and Travis Kelce. I'm not even kidding. I'm on Swifty Talk. I don't even know how I got there.
You'll be fine.
The fun begins.
Okay. Do I play for Talia 3 here anyways? Oh god. Oh god.
Witness the strength
Oh
of
god. I have fucking EG, man. I mean, I think I keep rolling. Do I care about MF3? Like, really? Not really. I'm not stacking this. I care about that.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
if I don't kill you.
Do I not just TG something stupid? I've got to TG something here, right? No. Julos would be good. Oh yeah, it would be a little sexy. I should have TG Soda here. I would have won the fight. I cashed out the Piltover player. Not my problem. Look away, guys. Not my problem. Not our problem, actually. That's the rest. That's the rest of the lobby.
Always on the run.
Oh, thank fucking Lord. The fuck is this shit, man? I am down to just do this, man. Wait, me getting strategies, by the way, is awesome. It's so awesome. I get to play 5 strategies this game, which is very rare.
As Ionia changes, so must I.
Yeah, I need to find this TF.
The world may fall in darkness, but Noxus will remain.
This world is frayed and in need of mending.
If I don't kill you, sword.
Okay, I think I start flipping 3 costs now. The build spot. Oh, it is. I guess it. Honestly, I can slam a build spot. Oh my god, I beat him. Oh hell yeah. Oh no, we're getting fawn here, guys. Right here. Right here. Here? Fuck. Do I just want double? Okay, how much AP is in this lobby? Let me go look. AP, AD, AP, AD, 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 AP. Wow, this sucks. What the fuck? Wait, the items that are left for me were not very great.
Piltover's finest.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
Okay, I flip those. I flip these, and I go. I'm gonna hit MF3. It's fine. I know, like, I don't need more than MF2. No big deal for me. I think my front line not to like explode. Honestly, like my backline gets so much AP at multicasters is really nice. That's 60, 150. I mean, I'm pretty sure I have to go 7 here. I hope that I just hit Swain with one of these. Fuck me, man. Because I need to hit Jarvan. It's a huge for my front line and huge for my comp. Jarvan alone gives me almost 300 shield for 2 people, and then I get 20 more AP. That's awesome. Honestly, I've been looking at my front line a lot. I almost want to just QSS my Swain. Have you seen what's been happening? It's actually kind of crazy. Like he always gets CC'd and he can't cast or something. He casts it here, he gets CC'd. I mean, he wouldn't have been. Healing orb saved him. You look at Hearthstone Battleground, it's so fun. I bet everything you would love it. For me, it's an auto battler, and I would never play another auto battler that's not TFT. I mean, I have a roommate that plays it all the time, and I know how the game state is, and the game state sucks ass right now. But I don't know. I'm sure I'll try it out, and I probably enjoy pieces of it, but I just don't see how it could be better than what I'm playing. I should move this to a multicaster slate cast.
Ionia. Place was so damn quiet.
Do you guys to stop Kson? Yes, it does. I don't think Hearthstone Battlegrounds is terrible as a game, but I feel like if I'm playing TFT, playing Hearthstone Battlegrounds feels like why would I downgrade kind of deal. almost. These items are so fucking bad. Well, I'm just gonna have a dead spat. It's fine.
If I don't kill you, son,
I have to go up here. There's no way I can play the game if I
is the
stay.
darkness of the void.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
Well, another swing, because then you can have I should put it behind. You multitask. I played TFT since it came out. I enjoyed Battlegrounds more. I think that you could do so many different things and play styles. I have a roommate that's addicted to Hearthstone Battlegrounds. He tells me it's the worst. It's in like a terrible game state right now. But also, like, I don't know. I see people play it and it's not enjoyable. It's not like good.
Watch this.
Demacia is my home.
Oh my
but
fucking
I'll
god.
never forget Ionia.
I miss the darkness of the void.
All according to plan.
Holy fuck! I can move my shit now. Thank god.
For Noxus.
Much more simpler yet very complex. It plays better. I think it's more like, while the game itself could be okay, I think what they've done for the game is terrible. Like what they choose to do for that game, like making it, like a lot of their monetization decisions and how they update and they maintain that game, I do not agree with. TLDR, very fucking bad.
Demacia is counting on us.
Shurima is where all paths converge.
Explain what you mean? Okay, you have to pay to unlock a different hero slot, right? Just straight up. I feel like they don't update nearly as well, and I feel like their balance team is way worse. Their updates are way worse. IMO. Their way they do freshness to keep stuff fresh is way worse. Like their new seasons, just, I don't know. I just have a lot of problems with it. Items, is she rolling? Nah, she'll have real items next round. Honestly, this comp came out much better than expected. Like, real talk, this comp came out pretty good. I think balance wise is crazy good. A little to understand with AK Yellow. I mean, AK Yellow seems pretty good. I don't know. I feel like as a person who plays games a lot, I don't see how it's possible to play Battlegrounds a lot. Like, it feels like a much more casual friendly game than TFT, which has its both its upsides and downsides, right? Like, I want a game that changes a lot because I want a game that I play to constantly change. If it's on like a bad patch, I know when it's gonna change, you know, pretty immediately. Wow, I beat that. I beat the show? No way. Hey, did this game go second strategy stats? That doesn't matter. I mean, okay, I could say it wouldn't matter, but maybe it does, right? But realistically, my thing is, imagine I get like multicaster, perfected or reflection or something. Like that would be better than what I have. I mean, I definitely think the strategist spat helped a lot, but it's just like in my head, I think if there were better options than than the ones I got, you know? Like if it's just like a weird thing where like, do you feel like 2 strategist spats mattered this game? I would tell you right now, I don't think it mattered. You're telling me if my in-game board looked at this with 2 less strategists, but instead I had like a different early augments or a different late game augment or a different augment with it having better or worse. In the end, it's shifting sands that really carries this comp because you have a lot of two costs in this comp, right? It's not the like I actually could have had a way better opener, right? Than this, but like my items are so scuffed. Like my items didn't turn out good this game either, you know?
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
Because I was talking about you while playing it. Oh yeah, no, I think like all strategy games and auto battlers, it would be fun to play here and there, but definitely I don't see a point where I would play it more than TFT or enjoy it more than TFT. In the end, I don't want to play too many auto battlers. I think the genre itself, if for me, my life, I can only imagine myself playing like one. And I think there's one that's way better, worth my time to invest in and more enjoyable than the other. Is how I see it. Oh, I'm kind of fucking down.
This world is frayed and in need of mending.
Demacia is counting on us. Demacia is counting on us.
As Ionia changes, so
Bro, I tried to hit a 2-star here. I think it's probably worth selling these and rolling for a 2-star. Wait,
now we prove our courage.
oh, actually, I don't even need to anymore. I have +1. Yeah, I think that like I'm looking for new experiences right now. I'm pretty happy with what TFT gives to me as in the genre. I'm like the devs I'm very happy with. The game itself I'm pretty happy with. I don't super love 9.5. But I know when it's gonna leave. It's out in like 2 months. Whatever, bro. I can live with that. For me, no biggie. Also, this is a shifting sands comp. It's a very interesting one too, because you can hit a lot of 3s and a lot of 2s. I'm really liking this patch. It's like the hotfix patch is obviously way better than not, but it's like I don't. 3-star Soko. That doesn't seem fair.
Let the monster out.
I'm fit. 3-star Silco. Damn, if I just slammed the TG to maintain my win streak, I was actually top 4 this game. Fuck me, man. Let me go play some ads. Shooting Sands is the worst map, period. Super RNG, super stupid. fucking dumb. You get rewarded for rolling a lot. Like it encourages rolling a lot to 0 to hit whole pairs on benches and pray to God you hit. It's like, as a person who likes 3-star units, it's just something that I feel like is very annoying. There's skill expression there, but it's not the fun type of skill expression. It's just like the pray to fucking God, and I'm not huge on that. Just say you want to come back for. I don't want to come back for old sets. I want to play new sets. I am not here to re-experience old experiences again. I hate that, actually. I do not replay like classic remastered games of games that I loved. It doesn't matter if you do, but I'm like not the type of guy to rewatch The Office or something like that. I want like new experiences, you know. Which means it doesn't mean I don't rewatch stuff, but like I'm not interested usually. Is that some new games? I mean, I think that's more of a movie thing than a game thing. But like, I mean, the problem with games is like, everything is a live service and the quality of the games decreases a lot. Sorry, I watched a YouTube documentary yesterday and that's all that's been in my head. I'm like literally preaching about it. But yeah, it's a very interesting, like the kind of live game service model. Like a lot of people try to do it and it feels like cheap monetization and not like actually playing it, like making a game. I don't know.
I got no time.
But there are shining stars. I don't think I should Tangle open.
Will be consumed by it.
I have a Renekton Tangled opener if I want, but probably
Did it! Yeah!
dude, this is such an easy one. So I would generally 10 gold here and just play. Oh, actually, is it easy? I don't know if I want to 10 gold this. 10 golding this. I can play Village here. I think these are the 3 units I've been playing recently. And I'm pretty happy with any of the outcomes. If I ever get Bastion +1, it gets really +2 gets really interesting.
You cannot hide.
Documentary to watch? Oh. Don't worry about it. Oh. Fuck. It feels really bad to get Shurima Crest here because I would want to maybe Shurima later. I always take this. 3 gold. What the fuck? Oh, it's Dreaming. This is what Dreaming Pool is? Oh, I want Invokers. Fuck, I got Swork. Did I have a Piltover in my shop? Someone please. Anyone? Did I? I have no fucking idea. Can I play Invokers? Sucks. That was a dupe. Oh yeah, I meant that wasn't Ori. I knew I had Ori, but I wasn't sure if I had the other ones, the non-Ori ones. I think you hold these. Usually I would sell for gold, but it feels weird to sell these Storks when you're playing Storks. Like, especially because 2-star versions of these help out like a fuckload. Also, I definitely grieve. I could have just done this. I mean, I guess if I care about my streak. Think Earth is good. I should think Earth. I don't know. The real reason why is because I don't play the correct routes. Like, I think if you play Earth is always you play you play Piltover, right? You play Piltover and you play whatever, and then you play Earth if you hit. That's always been how Earth works throughout the whole set. Is you have like you play Piltover plus what? Multicaster on your board early, so you play like Talio or TF, and you fucking just YOLO it, you know, and you get like a 30% chance of getting pilt every game. I think if I was doing that strategy every game, then yeah, I think it'd be pretty good. But I am not, so fuck this.
Justice will be served.
Guess we're fighting.
The multicaster's bad. Oh, no, they can encode it correctly to be balanced. I could see that. Healing Stars board really good. I feel like Earth is just for fun. That's how I've always thought. And to play Earth optimally, like it requires a lot of like you play the meta is what sucks. Like, because the way I see Earth is I want to play like 8 Invoker, right? But like aside from certain situations, like that shit doo-doo. That shit be terrible, you know. I'm do it.
Yes, I am a weapon.
This feels weird. Real talk, Stork's stupid broken on this thing. Like this dreaming pool is disgusting, Stork. Like the fact that I'm scouting and I'm not seeing any Stork players for the most part, I'm just like, oh, okay. I just get a free top 2, I guess. Honestly, making 30 here when you can level for and like not take 50 around is eh. Oh, I kill one? Oh, it's I keep playing with the guy Masters of Pandora's Eye of Soraka carry every game. Oh, I think Soraka is pretty good. You just roll at 6. I actually feel like but like I only play that for the double trouble comp. I don't do that anywhere else. Free top 4. Oh, I mean, this guy might contest me. Like, there's a good chance this guy ends up playing. I mean, is this guy Soraka? I can't even fucking tell, honestly. So I'm 71 here, which I think the thing is, I feel like at some point I'm gonna have to learn to press the F button here and play the level 5 lose win lose to save 15 life. But I feel like me every game being okay to go down to this position is like, it's not a good thing. Like I do this every game, but realistically, like you shouldn't want to do this. Like this is not a good thing. And the way that it's like you level here here and here to save life, right? And what happens is the levels also give you better units, so that the early stage 3 isn't fucking goof like mine. Like when you level at like at 2-7 and you only get like one shot before you start getting pounded by people, it's really difficult to make good boards. So like I'm in this situation where I'm just like, oh, my boards are dog shit. And I'm just okay sacking, which is okay. Certainly I feel like that is a strategy sometimes that can be effective. But oh man, I pull the sometimes like every time. You know? Like look at this, man. Is this even fair? I'm fucking cheating already. I'm literally cheating. Look at this. Like what? Like I won. Oh, do I just slam Nashus here? Question mark. I've heard Nashus is okay on Silco, but I'm not sure. And the best part about this is I haven't had Stork +1. We had Stork +2 here. It's a wrap. You go tier on 2-1 because even though it fucked over your board sometimes where you have to sell stuff, the tiers in this combo are so much. Ideally, you have 4 tiers to itemize 2 different backline carries, Soko and Ari, that game, and it is awesome. And none of this is awesome. Okay, not this, not this. Sure.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
Oh, red buff's okay, but I prefer in this situation because it's a higher cap. Red buff is like I'm pretty happy getting 3rd, 4th, but like I'm wanting to play for 1st here, so I'm literally gonna just fucking train 2 blue buffs, or at least 1 blue buff. Is silver healing or that bad? Yeah, it's bad. Healing 250 health is not exceptional. I think for Storks it might be one of the okay, might be okay actually. If you like Legion TD more than double up when playing with someone. Oh, well, that's an interesting question. So the thing about Legion TD is I think it's only fun with people who are good at Legion, like who understand Legion TD. Whereas TFT, if I play double up with someone and I am the one who understands it, if they don't understand it, it's fine. Like I can work with it. But that's not necessarily true for other stuff. Take a sword for Gunblade, yeah, but I feel like I'd rather just roll all 3 for tier first and go back for Gunblade because I feel like it's just a lot better. I win? I win on Windows. Ooh, I did not Windows. I did not Windows. But it's okay. I think I killed this unit. Yes. Okay, that's fine. If there's a circle here, I would take it non-stop. I was also thinking about taking a Vel'Koz here. Okay, well, like, can I just do this?
Set sail.
Every step, a new journey.
The beast. Like, okay, I think constantly with Sorks, I run into this position where I don't roll enough at 7. Sometimes I feel like I'll be really good, but realistically, I'm like not good. Like it's fake. Everything's fake. But sometimes I win a round and I'm like, no, I'm good. I can go 8. But like, realistically, I can't.
About time I got
You feel me? Also, I might be able to go 8. Oh shit. Wait, this one's kind of interesting. Wait, maybe like, I don't think so. My front line's a piece of shit. But I think I'm supposed to roll a little bit. Probably roll once here. Oh.
Demacia, now and forever.
Beat twice? The thing is, God, sometimes you get a unit that's so good. Like, watch this circle damage right here. Just watch. That, like, you're like, okay, maybe I can go 8. Oh, yeah, no. Super balanced unit, by the way. With my items, super balanced. Yep.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
Okay, if I hit one of these 2 upgrades, I'm pretty sure I can go 8. Like, I'm pretty sure. So I think next round I just roll, and I'll see what I hit.
Demacia!
Guess we're fighting.
About time I got my hands dirty.
Oh my god, I'm rolling. I'm fucking rolling.
Is the darkness the void?
Oh, I'm shit.
Survive. Fight.
Kson. I mean, you only play on virally, right? Double GG. Hell no. You're definitely greeting BIS, which is always Gunblades here. It's definitely not this. It's definitely not this. Do not make me go. Bro. Could be worse.
All according to plan.
We are to fight now? Let's go!
Through loyalty, power.
I may be merciful, but Targon.
All right, how the
is
fuck do I do this, guys? I mean, some of this for Ari and this for Karma and this for Shen. So just trying to get to the point where I can do that. It's one of those things where like now, like, what do I roll for? Jarvan 2? Doesn't that feel so bad to roll for 8 Jarvan 2? Like, I don't know, man. I'm trying to Pandora Sunfire, by the way. If you're curious, I should have slammed it before, but like I kind of messed up. So. What's up, Miles? I'm pretty sure 8 Storks at 8 is never to play, unless you have 2 spats. If you only have +1, it's not worth it. It's definitely a fucking bait. Why did it feel like that? Why did I feel like it was close? Because he has LDP Martyr and I have 0 combat augments? Yeah, it could be. This guy's winning Village, 5 Village. And I mean, like, it looks interesting. He definitely has like close to BIS for MF. And blue buff Nashers is BIS. Because you only care about casting a lot. Is the most important. Oh my fucking god. No. I definitely think this is a we're chilling angle. I'm pretty sure this needs to be Shen and this needs to be Karma. Or this needs to be Karma, and I need to swap this out for Ari and replace 6 Stork, Ari, Karma, and then cap with some random garbage bullshit frontline. But I have the I know what the cap with. But yeah, this guy has LDP, man. LDP, like, it's interesting because he's rolling at 7. He rolled a 0 at 7. Like, I wanted to try Bilgewater every day, man, but I've not once earthed the spat. I think I earthed it once, but it was like in a weird situation where I couldn't really do anything about it. Like, I was committed to something else and I couldn't do what I wanted for it. I'm also pretty sure that I'm fucking up with the positioning of this Ori. Yeah, we're going now. Okay, perfect. Like, I'm almost gonna say that I almost want to say Ori being backline is great and all, but maybe I just prefer her in frontline if I have Randuins to give armor to stuff. Like, I don't know, man. It's like a weird one. Like, there's no way the position is ever this. 'Cause I feel like it fucks over how Jarvan's supposed to cast, but it's like, I'm sure I could do something with it. I love how you bombastic side-eye to read the chat. Oh yeah. Oh, really happy I finished the Sunfire here. And I'm just gonna go for an Ari item, I think. Call it a day. I don't know. I don't know if I should go for an Ari item. I'm pretty sure Ari is fucking chilling. More without RFC. I think more. I've been wanting to try more without RFC. I think it's actually pretty good. I think the thing is, more without 2 RFCs feels like shit. Like, you might as well just not do it. I think you might as well just play Mord with no RFC. I think without 2, it's like not worth running, if that makes sense. Like, you're giving up better items. Pressure Ori? Oh, hell no. Best DFG holder. You want something that can shoot single target really well.
Witness the strength of Noxus.
I should have left home years ago.
It really is too easy. You know, I'm gonna do this because I really do believe that there is a chance I get Stork Spat.
I miss the darkness of the void.
I want redemption actually.
Survive. Fight.
Maybe I should do this. Just copy the same items as Soko. So that like it helps my front line, but like in an indirect way, I think. My fucking Ari died. Okay, my bad. Yeah. I really took this much damage? There's no way. What do I do with this item? Sure. Here we go.
As Ionia changes, so must I.
Yeah, Ekta DFG sounds really good. The focus is one unit. It used to be Lux, right? Lux used to be the OP one, but now it's like.
Become what they fear.
Huh. I guess I really needed Shen too, because I am getting fucking creamed. Am I still able to level here?
I should have left home years ago.
I almost want to say that I need to do this. Because I am at the point where it's not fun. I'm gonna suicide this tonight.
Consulte. Hear my name and know my strength.
I think I always suicide this unit, and then once I get the Shen, which I guess is coming hopefully at some point. I do not like. Oh no. Wait, did I skip a Soko? So Volcas, oh, I don't never play 8 stars. This pretty sure. Oh, I didn't need to roll 8. Fuck, I actually griefed. No, oh wait, I actually still have Soko. Wait, it's fine. It's okay. I just need Shen for this, and I'm gonna sell this unit or this unit. Really, I don't know which one's worse. Probably better to sell this unit because I can get rid of this and play not Heimerdinger. Well, maybe it's Reparo Heimer actually. But I don't have enough gold for that. Please give me a Shen, so it's not really embarrassing that I sold all my units.
If I sound rude, it's because I've got a world to save.
Here I come.
Nah, I'm not going to Heimer.
Become what they
I'm pretty sure I can't even play this Rise, actually. It's not one that can...
fight.
I bought 4 this game. Okay, my bad. I need to roll at 8 this game. Fast 9 was not the thing. What up, Place Mads? Need hit Shen 2. Swork. I don't think I've top 4'd with Swork. Unless I get like, I don't know. I feel like without combat augments, Swork feels kind of weird. Like super weird. Jesse Daniels, go back for 27 months. 60% of the time I work, it works all the time. That's how I feel about Sworks. But I'm actually just getting owned. Like, there's no way that I should ever buff for that game from that position. But it's just like I didn't want to roll at 8. Oh god, man. Maybe I almost always feel like going 9 is like a joke. Like the amount of times you can go 9 safely, you have to play the game so well to be able to do it consistently. And it's just like most of the times you should just roll an 8. Like if you're not sure what to do, just roll an 8 and go for a fucking 3-star for cost.
I am a teacher. Build what I will learn.
So strange, we swing.
I mean, is Cho really bad? Cause like how bad is Cho right now? Like, is he bad or is he like, he's bad?
I got no time.
Oh, cause like from this position, I feel like there's a comp that I should go from this position. I'm not gonna tell you what comp it's gonna be. Well, I think I know. Zero Cho'Gath anywhere else. No one has a Cho'Gath. I feel like I want to branching out this.
Keep your enemies close and me closer.
Darkness.
I really wanted the Reforger because it allows me to reforge into some interesting items. Noxus Cho. Okay, is that even that bad? The 5 Noxus Cho. 5 gives me. Oh yeah, it looks hella bad actually. It looks I'm just not playing my silver. It's fine. I got the reforger. Really, that's all that matters. Joker's good? True, but I want a bruiser. Why would I settle? Cho reroll returns. I mean, I just feel like, look, I have 5 Chos already. Like, what am I gonna play? Like, if you give this position to a blind man, wouldn't he just play Cho as well? Like, what else is he gonna do? Ask Mr. Beast for vision back? Hell no. He's just gonna play Cho, man.
Where there is evil, I shall go.
Okay, man. Really? This guy just randomly hits 5 Chos as well. He hits more Chos because he hit Slaughter Docs than I did, even though I started with 3. Good Cho for potential stacks they don't stack. Also, it's a 1-star Cho. I would just put another 2-star Cho, 2-star unit, you know? I think in theory, what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to I wonder what I was supposed to... I think you're supposed to go tier here. Oh, hey, hold up, guys. Hold up a sec, guys. Family. I will mute. Yo, you guys hear me now? Lee, yeah, welcome back for 45 months. Oh, that was. Oh, I found out my mom's back in the States. Not an emergency. Just like an update. It's sorry. family calls, and I was worried because my family like never calls me. Gabriel stream, you guys would love my mom, except for when she says stuff like "I love Elon Musk." Then you guys would be like, "Wow, you're." My mom would be amazing on stream.
Watch this.
Bow to the void or be consumed by it.
Imagine that always says that. No, you don't understand. Like Elon is like, people have very positive opinions of Elon in China for a lot of different reasons, and so it's very different than like I guess the Western world, which has a lot of negative like reasons, you know. Why we hate Elon? Maybe because he ruined my favorite fucking social media platform. Maybe that guy should probably think about, you know, never mind. I'm not gonna say anything. Western billionaire equals bad? No, that's not it. That is definitely not the reason why.
Keep your enemies close, and me closer. I'll take care of everything.
Darkness.
Bow to the void or be consumed by it.
This guy hit Graves 3. Holy fuck. Easy win? Oh no, hell no. I'd be lucky to get out of this game with like a top 4. We'll see. I'm gonna look at the other guy, see where he got out of the void. Oh, he did not hit, as I am looking by his bench. Not this. Probably archives. Do I really? Feel a little spooked, actually. I think I wait 1 round so I can pop this. Pray the guy get bruiser or void, I guess. Can make void work. Okay, I'm curious. What are the chances that redemption here is better than going Thornmail? Because I actually don't know. I used to I guess it's just, I don't know if I'll get choice here, but I would assume it's you need it for cast, bro. You might not play cast. You definitely like there's a good chance I'm just fucking selling these units, bro. Void, Ionian. What the fuck is this? Woo! Oh, don't have to think about that. Rogue. Only one person who's playing Ionian in this game? No, surely not. Yeah. Can you guys stop getting one guide, bro? That's my job. You focus on the gameplay. I got a big ass Cho. Talk about how big he is. I don't know. I think he's actually very average. I'm sorry. He's very average. So what are these two, right? Well, that answered my question on what I'm getting here. Especially for Bruiser Spat, who the fuck knows? It's late game. It's probably Belveth in this comp or Gameplank, but you're probably not getting there, if that makes sense. Belveth actually has a really interesting, I don't know how to explain it. It has interesting scaling in terms of, health scaling, because he gets like percentage health healing every time you kill a unit, and he like sucks the corpse. So he actually scales pretty well with health. The problem with Belveth is you kind of need attack speed. So like ideally you have like something. This guy has not hit yet. Per explosion HP damage? I don't think so. Is it? Bro, I don't read. If someone, I'll look for Belveth later. Joe didn't actually get any help there. I only have 360. That's so bad. That's smart. My hot take is a yoke in the moon. Cake is the most disgusting part. That's not that hot. I would know. I know why you would say that, but I like it. Is more bruiser? I mean, you could do more bruiser, but realistically, that only works if you're 3-starring your Rek'Sai, which I found time and time again is a waste of my fucking time. Sometimes it's okay in situations where I have like golden ticket or I have a lot of Rek'Sai items, but this does not look like one of those games. Is this High School Musical? Hell yeah. Empress does do percentage max damage. Oh, hell yeah. Dude, I didn't know there was a High School Musical too. Like a second generation. And that's where everyone who's currently a singer, like a lot of the popular young singers came from. Disney Channel really just knows how to get these shows going. Yeah, they kind of smart. I'm a level here because I really
Who needs a beat down?
Just for now, pretty sure. 3. No. 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 Bro. Is it really just all natural that plays 6 bruiser? He's bold. Probably bold. I really want to roll here. Okay, I've been in this identical spot before, and when I was in this spot before last time, I ran into one very particular problem, and that was I didn't have Sid 6 bruiser for a while, and it really actually fucking mattered. Like, it was a big fucking deal. Like, me not hitting whatchamacallit 6 bruiser this stage actually made it was a problem, and so I'm wondering how deep I'm supposed to roll here. Let me see how some of these fights go. I also had some pretty bad items last time. I think maybe these items, the fact that I have a Azir here is probably fine. Maybe I can go 8 off this actually. Oh.
I will rule the Freljord.
Oh, okay. Building the bramble, yeah. But now I'm good. Like, now I'm chilling. Wait, this outside. Yep, huge roll down. I'm good to 8, and then I'd probably just sit 8 for a bit. Azir feel better? Oh yeah. Azir got the biggest thing about Azir is he got a flat a damage increase. The soldiers went from like 140 to 160. Helps a lot. IMO. Because he's a unit that automatically gets some AP. Usually with strategists, I'm not playing, but in general. Please. Please. And I got a Sedge pair. Holy fuck. I thought all the K's were gonna leave here. Alright, it's fine. If I bought for this game, I would literally do anything you guys wanted me to do. There's like it fucking impossible. I'm not losing, right? What?
Come they fear.
How am I losing? What? I guess he has Swain 3, but he also has. I'm losing? Oh, maybe he's gonna Silco did 12,000 damage. I mean, Silco versus Bruisers is not even fair. Yeah, I hope I get a spark here. I mean, this item is definitely going on Velvet later. I lost 2 in a row. There's no fucking way. Oh. Is this needed fucking fake? How big is show? 800. A little small. Oh, I need a tier. Oh, that's perfect. PG and a tier, right? And a tier, right? It's a fucking tier, bro. How do I fucking do this?
The void has breached this place.
I will rule the Freljord.
About time I got my hands dirty.
Shurima is
Oh.
where all paths
Wait.
converge.
Which one does it combine? Oh, I have to sell this, don't I?
Shurima is not of this time.
I will rest when our homelands are restored.
They will feel pain they've never imagined.
Come. Let the monster out.
Guys, are you seeing my unit pop off? Oh yeah, you are. That's the Belveth, baby. Oh yeah, now that I have a real carry, these guys don't stand a chance. I'm convinced this is piece of shit or what?
The void has breached this place.
Every soul shall serve. I am Darkin. Your gods fear me. Shurima is where all paths converge.
I mean, this is fake. This is the fakest fucking unit ever. Dude, Belveth is owning. Okay. She is a beast. I feel like Scion here is worth a lot. Like the unit Scion itself is actually OP. And it's worth like a shitload, I think. And I'm willing to bet it that. So usually I would go 8 here or 9 here, but I have this feeling that I should just stay and roll more. So I'm just gonna do that.
Shurima is where all
We'll just see where stuff goes. I get Mordekaiser here to play Noxus, I guess. Is this unit even a unit if I have only this item? Like, let's be real. Oh yeah. Oh no. Oh, dude, I actually think I bought for this game. More on Kson.
Become what they fear. Be gone. Let the monster out.
What was that? It was Swain here. Does it even fucking matter, man? Does Noxus even matter, or strategist even fucking matter? I'm pretty sure it doesn't fucking matter.
I will rule the Fremdland.
Wait.
For great science.
Wait, that's the sauce. Wait, that's the sauce. I just skipped the reluctant. It's fucking good. No, no. Fuck this. Shrinko. Shrinko.
Yes.
What the fuck? It's Zaya 3. This guy is Zaya 3. This guy's playing. I can't believe this guy did so well with the rogue. With essentially no combat logs. He just hits. I mean, he hit Swain 3, Tarek 3. But still. This guy has. He has 2 of these. They don't stack. This guy has 8 Mordecai. How many arrows did he go? 15. That was kind of close. 0 math 09 welcome for 33 bucks. Thanks for subbing. Okay. Go play some ads. That's the RC probably wins. Give it anything but second Nashers because it doesn't stack the buff. Well, at least I feel like in this Cho game, it's like I think you capping is just so difficult because if you don't get tiers for Silco, it feels like your cap is pretty bad. Like maybe I could have played Rageblade, whatever Silco 2, and that would have been fine. It looks like Silco's just still way better than Azir. So I could just play Silco with like Rageblade Nashers, I guess. Ain't for nothing. I mean, I was looking for a legendary as well as Sedge Sweet. I don't think I was going that many. I definitely didn't want to try it. Interesting. Let it show. I don't know. I really don't like playing show, but I mean, we'll see. Like, I usually only play it if I'm like very much I just hit kind of deal. It's definitely one of those. Well, I kind of want to know where the hell the hex is. I mean, I have a lesser duplicator. I have 2 Kianas. I can commit. I mean, I can commit to Cho as well. I have this. Redemption.
You cannot hide.
Should I pop and just RNG it, or do I actually wait? I should probably wait.
I got no time for games.
Definitely feels like I just go rogues in this position. Just Rift Kson. I think I'd only go Rift Kson if I had Kson to begin with. It feels really rough to go. I mean, I'll be honest, it feels really rough to play this outcome. This outcome seems weird. You know, I used to think Titans was the best way to use this, but I've been recently starting to feel like Night Harvester is really fucking broken item. Really fucking good item. If he kills, oh, he killed 4x stall. Hell no. I think I'm stacking. Let me just see where it is though. I mean, I don't think I should play. Wait a long time for the totem not to be random. I mean, the thing is, there's nothing that would actually help me here, right? Unless I put Ixtal in. I think I can do this and just pop it next round then. I'm kind of down. I get 1 guarantee and that's enough. I'm down to play Gunner, Ixtal, Slayer. And that's, I mean, that's a decent amount. If I hit Rogue, it's not terrible. I can make do with it. So. I think Rogue would be the low roll. Oh, he hits Cho Anima. Got it. Rogue Bastion with Nico. I don't think you ever run Bastion there, but you can Rogue Nico. I don't know. Nico's been kind of a weird unit for me. Popping. Slayer, Bastion, Failure, Vanquish. I'm not a Slayer. I guess I just play here. Pretty good. It means I probably don't value BT anymore. I just go. I need to eat. I'm pretty sure I'm eating. Hell no, you're not holding Rek'Sai here. It's too expensive. I'm wondering. I just wonder if I'm Titan Resolve or Night Harvester here, man. Yeah, the shop is 4 Slayers. Kiana. I think I'll end up going 4 Slayer eventually. But it's true. Oh, wow. I mean, I'm down to stack Kiana. Usually with this comp I roll at 5 anyways. I don't really like rolling at 4 for this comp. Oh? Oh, fuck. Well, which one do I make? I think I make the Sterix because this can go into 2 separate ones, as well as Crown Guard for someone else in case probably not going even shot with the items I have then.
I command you to die.
This is a great Disney one. Look at DT angle. I mean, I'll put it this way: if I could guarantee and rig my shop to have DT every single game, I would take it every single game almost. Not only is it OP, it also just enables a lot of comps.
It's the only place I've been.
Like, you can play Rose, you can play fucking Soraka. You can kind of just freestyle, honestly. Slayer, the Harvest kind of worse. Oh. Okay. Slayer Assessor competing. Yeah, 4 is a good amount because it gives you a lot of percent damage bonus. A Night Harvester and Sterix interact, both trigger 60%. They both trigger. There would be no reason why one would prevent the triggering of the other. One increases health and one increases damage, right? And the way the additive thing works, this guy just griefed forward. I should have done this. Fuck. Autopiloted the stage. Whoops.
That's where you belong. In the desert.
Dawn is the future.
I'm like kind of down not to play Ixtal this game. Is this Ixtal even good, man? This one like this stuns people. So maybe on CAD or something.
Welcome to Kson.
Oh. I have my items already. What? Oh, I'm done. Okay. Somebody World's merch shop a year ago? Yeah, I could have been there.
We are to fight now.
Nico's here. We'll hold on to it. But I mean, I don't know, man. I'd rather just play 4 Slayers, I think, than play Expel here. Sure, I'm only at 5 this game. I would like to get 4 Rogan at 5, and then we'll see what I do with the Expel. Okay, not this. Okay, is Gibbs better than Jeweled in this situation? They just nerfed Gibbs. I feel like Jeweled is only good. It makes it hot now. It's not Jules because Gifts is fucking OP. But I think it's probably this. Okay, we're doing this now.
Let's go. I carry my family with me.
Oh, well, I would take this shit out instantly now that I have 4 rogues.
We are
to
fight now.
This.
Let's
go. Play 4 rogues and 2 install. Fine. I think my interview went well, but they haven't got back to me how do I cope with my anxiety. I play games.
Bargains ahoy!
Shit.
May it bring you luck.
Demacia is counting on us.
Dawn is the future.
I got no time for games.
Is your Kiana better than Nico? I think you'd be surprised with how long Kiana lives. Really, given how many items she has. I mean, I'm feeling real fucking good. My items are super good. I'm looking for a Graves item here. It's probably just gonna be a best up like Titans. I don't know, maybe be a BF. Might be a Hodge actually. Maybe I just go Hodge. Maybe just go. Oh no, it's definitely Echo. That way I can get Echo 2 plus BF. As an awesome 2 for 1. And never this guy's taking it. You see am I it? Bro, make a decision. So there's Omni Vamp. Yeah, but sometimes it's not a lot. Like I'm down to play a little bit more, but it just means the value of stuff like PT is a little bit less. Like I played rogues with 70% Omni Vamp before and it felt completely fine.
Jean's future is about to get
I got no time for games.
I don't know, man. Do I actually roll down here? It seems kind of iffy. I think with Jodo, this especially Hodge value is really good. Like if I ended with Idealism at 4-2, perfect, fucking perfect. Wait, I started with 4 Kianas. I rolled 25 gold at 5. I'm still with 4 Kianas. I did not expect the 3-star Graves first here, but Roll 6 Force Slayer is much stronger. Oh, I definitely always roll at 5 to 2-star my rogues. At least most of them. But and now I'm close to grave, so I wouldn't roll up here.
Is the future.
Let's dance.
But now I'm in a position where I'm like, because of odds. I mean, you just get so. I almost always roll at 2 to upgrade board first, 5 to upgrade board first. Oh, this guy. You'll know this guy has brand. Really? I'm just hoping for idealism. I'm not doing this. If here's a 4-2, I have to give up. I don't think you'd ever give up graves here. Really bad idea.
Ah, this place could use
Guys, you just have to be
shaping.
patient, okay? Patience is key. You know, try to make sure I could probably go up. I probably should go up at 4-2 here. I'm down. Oh, not that item. Oh, Hodge? Ooh. I TG one of these, right? He
I command you to die.
That's just not bad. It's actually okay. The good thing about Echo is he can actually use tank items because of the way his ulti works, kind of. He heals the damage some of the damage he takes. How do I feel about I'm a cutie pie hitting challenger? Great.
That's where you belong, in the dirt.
Down for harm assist here. See if I can find something else. Nope.
I got no time for games.
Dawn is the future.
Shurima is where all paths converge.
Blood for Noxus. Ah, this place could use some reshaping.
All in.
Wow, this one took a little bit long. I didn't fucking hit, bro. Oh, I was just a 3-star both of them and then call it. And I was okay with my gold going to 0 here. But it's like, man. 3's not a crowd is actually really interesting here. This is the first time I'd ever played Quinn plus Rek'Sai. And I have 2, so it's 400 health. Very interesting take, actually. And then I add 7, I can add Nico. So it's like 500. Very patient. I mean, I was patient this before too, and then you just spike because you don't want to lose a round here, ideally. But I'm literally rolling to 0 every round. I don't fucking care.
Fresh caught. All manner of things I can't eat.
Mark, guys.
That'll do the trick.
I don't really care about it.
Dawn is the future.
Oh my god. I'm gonna hit Echo 3 before I fucking hit oh, this guy is LDP counter spat idealism. Oh, where did his unit go? This game is fucking doomed. Fuck, man. I might just Nico this unit. Ionia spat. Isn't ever Kiana here? Oh, disgusting. There's only really, I guess I could have taken GS. Oh, is Kiana there? Yeah, but I didn't get it. Unfortunate. I don't know how much I can fucking roll here, man. I kind of, oh my god, man. Ugh.
Demacia is counting on us.
Ah, this place could use some reshaping.
Okay, fine. I think I have to go in for this. Oh, I'm on the wrong side here. Wow, this guy's frontline is really good. What? My 2-star Echo with Vow killed his carry. Interesting. Some Echo Cat. I can do it later.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
I mean, technically I can go 8 and play 6 bruisers. That would be... I'd have 4 dead units. Armistice. Julius did so much work here. Okay, I go 7th here, I guess. Oh, he even has Titanic. Bruiser Crest Titanic. How come he's only playing 4 Bruiser though, if that's the case? Isn't he just supposed to be playing 6? Especially with Velvet. What is Swain is here doing?
Night, night.
Blah, 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 blah. Wow, these options are terrible. Is there another? This has to be what's out here. I was gonna take items and swap them, but I cannot do that for a bit. Dead. I not for all that. I mean, my character does a lot of damage. Play 6 now. Oh, he heard me.
I carry my family with me.
The fuck? Oh, these are really good spots here. What? Graves lost his ulti? Wait, what? Bro. I lost this because Graves bugged out. What? He got stunned mid fucking thing or something? I don't even know, man. That sucks. This sucks a lot. I need to fucking go.
Demacia is counting on us.
How is it even possible? How can you roll 2 Nashers? Any knowers? Why does it let you roll an item that doesn't stack the buff with itself? Familiar worth more than second echo? That's a good question. Maybe. I think the stun is actually worth something. I just don't know. I don't know. Karma better here to get more help. What? Bro, I did not take the augment you think I took. It's only 40 with 2 Nashers? Yes. The buff, it's a buff that isn't, you don't get 2 of the buff. Wow, there's another bruiser here. That is crazy. I mean, I'm pretty sure I just have to take this, man. When we're rolling for Echo 3. Right? Like, I'm like 1 away. I'm pretty sure this is a stable top 3, and then...
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
Pretty sure it's Dax. Does it?
Let the monster.
Azir BIS is double Nashers. I personally never seen 2 Nashers on an Azir before. But I'll be... Like the Nasher stats stack, but the 40% one after the ulti does not. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I was watching Mort say that somewhere.
Demacia is counting on us.
Oh, the stats and the items are definitely count. Yes. Is that race I really want to be 2-star? Yeah. I mean, the thing is, this should be Jarvan. But like, I'm just rolling to hit Echo 3 as a relatively big spike. Oh. Does that work? Positioning? No, it does not. It's just hard. These guys say, top 4 boys, we are all winners. Yes, guys, we're all winners. But some of us will win more than others here. You know, I go 8. 8 is 50 fucking gold, man. Was it 4 rogues, 3-star, 3-star Nico, and Shan 2-star? I still lost some random weak comp with 4th. Oh, I don't know if you lost to a weak comp. I feel like rogues are so good. I think the most important thing about rogues though is the combat augments. Like if you have the like your combat augs are make rogues OP, but if you don't hit good ones, then like yeah, it's a problem. Wow, but these are better than fucking normal items. What? I think it's this, and I play Jarvan. But like, how do I even get Jarvan? Do I just keep rolling? Yeah, items Echo, definitely not. I mean, Echo is better with these items than the ones on Cat. That's literally what I just said. But yeah, maybe sometimes you'll roll into some bad items. Oh, you know what? There is a double Nashor's Azir there. Interesting.
Let the monster out.
I'm not really lucky with Echo items. Azir still feels a little bit sneaky. The problem is he's just, I mean, this Azir, I don't know, man. Are these real items? But it's more like, I think it's fine. I think the plus part about Azir is that Streamer got buffed and he's a strategist. So he just needed a little bit of buffs to not feel like I had such bad Azir games, man. But like I was hitting Azir and losing with like ridiculous, I got fucking owned. It looks like I'm a 3rd this game, and I should be happy with that, and that's okay. Okay, I know I say that, and the Azir player going 4th does not make me look good, but I promise I'm doing this because I need to I can use a spat. I can actually get a CC ulti off, and I can move my units so they're not griefing. Okay, I'm saving these to reroll my TGs in case they suck. This guy got Aatrox too. I'm pretty sure this guy's dead. Like, I don't think you should ever be playing MF, even if you're running, unless you're really. Oh, he flipped it here. That's really interesting. Damn, I actually got owned. Well, owned is a strong word. Well, we'll see how bad it is. I don't know if it's as bad as I think it is. My Graves literally shot the floor. Ooh, it's bad. Actually, this guy TG the fucking even Shroud Sterix. It's fine. I'm pretty certain that if we both hit him, he's gonna take more damage. And that's perfect. That is the best. What do I do here, man? Sure. Wait, see the Azir player still? Oh, this is not the right Azir. Wait, there was 2 Azir players. Oh. Well, shit. Okay, well. I don't think I'm gonna be able to make it to the other one, so we're just gonna roll for Jarvan 2. Rogue, Jarvan 2, and I guess Rek'Sai 2. don't think this RE2 should live very long. Assuming that my Graves doesn't bug out and get stuck here. The Graves should go here right after and kill the Arians. Yep. Echo kills the Zir. Echo bugged out. Oh, but does Jarvan gets the ult twice here? I think so, actually. That was so good. Wait, I healed so much there. Okay, wait. Ulti again? Oh, hell yeah, baby. I lost. Wait, he lost to someone's ghost. What? Whose ghost did he lose to? Was it mine? Wow, no way. What even is what even are those items, man? Okay, overreacted. I could have gotten the Warmogs here. You're 100% right. Not think about that. That's a super good driver ulti. Okay, his carries are technically dead. Is that it? No, never mind. I don't know if I'm killing. I think this guy dies. I don't think I can kill Shen. Last Shen. Oh. Okay. No, if I switch to Radiant Warmogs, I actually win that game. That's bad of me. It's fine. I'll play Smats. I don't know. I think rogues are just crazy good. Order importance at 3 stars. Graves or Kiana, and then one of the 3 costs or Kiana. You can kind of play whatever you hit, but you need 2 rogues to stack items on minimum, and probably a 3rd rogue later to eventually stack items on. Why am I not playing League? I don't want to. 10 p.m. collab, bro. The schedule says, I looked at it, it says 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. collab. And I'm like, I've never had a collab go to 1 a.m. But I mean, it's for that, like, their schedules are not human. Sayu sleeps at like fucking 9 a.m. and Kson's in Japan. So I'm like, okay, you know what? It's no big deal. I could do it. My East Coast viewers will not like it. Okay. Okay. Guys, it's Placidium. Placidum. Placidum. Masi at the 8th. Oh. Oh yeah, okay. Now I need Wandering Trainer. So I can play Shurima or Demacia or Bastion without at level 8. Wait, did anyone Did they announce when Tekken 7 is coming out? Tekken 8. Sorry.
I win.
Oh. Okay. All right.
Try not to slow me
January. Okay. Okay. 26th. Okay. Other World Finals. Oh, World Finals.
down. Name Samira.
I heard there's a new American hero that plays. I don't know. I used to root for Jimmy J. Tran, but he stopped playing, right? Or he doesn't play as much.
I win. Next breath might be your last.
I'm not really to watch these sunsets, but I love to watch you go down. I'll give you a 7 for that one.
I got no time for games.
I've heard worse. What am I doing with this? The Ixtal is kind of whatever. Dude, do I even hold this Samira? Actually, I just realized. Oh.
Name Samira. Try not to
Oh. Okay, wait, what if I... Oh, it's okay, it's okay. Okay, I have such a good fucking... Death Blade. Demon Flare. Okay, I'm almost positive Demon Flare is the biggest bait fucking thing ever. Like, it's not a real thing, you know? It is such a fucking bait.
All in.
These are so underrated. Yeah, except for maybe I should have taken it just to get Noxus here. Actually, fuck. Oh, this guy, Placidium.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
I ruined this guy's day, bro. He played all 4 units, man. To sell the fucking, huh? Okay, what if I play leveling Noxus? Thoughts? I saw someone do double Noxus spat and it wasn't a reroll. I know, crazy. I'm dead. I lost again? Dude, this Samira unit is actually trash, man. Like, actually just fucking trash. Okay, I'm just gonna sell this. It's fine. I'm loose freaking for my tier. It's actually perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, I should have taken Demon Flare just so I get 3 Noxus so I can start streaking. I say streaking, but I don't know. Maybe I still would have been bad. Like, I'm Demon Flare by itself is really good, but usually you contest your swains are contested by like half the lobby, so you never fucking hit. That's my personal problem with playing Demon Flare. It's like, it's of course very good, but it's not the problem isn't the augment being good. It's that you're never 3-star unless you're wasting like an infinite amount of time rerolling, pretty much. No fucking way, bro. I'm 90 health after 3 losses. That's true. I'm very, very high HP. So I'm chilling. Put a reroll in Samira means it means I'm rolling early to 3-star Samira. Reroll comps usually just 3-star units. That's all right. Wait, if I pop this here, I have 1/6, so I get one of the things here, and then it's just RNG. Is there a chip with hero augment that's usually not contested? It's Kson and usually doesn't get contested, yeah. No one plays Kson over Kson 2. Kson 2 is okay. Because you think this arm has surprisingly good values a lot of times. Wait, you're actually not wrong. Worst case, it is swords. God, the thing is, do I want to... Don't see everyone contest when the war contesting invokers is very common. I want to just pop this. Why did I fill this on? Because I need to lose this. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I was supposed to suicide this. Make sure Darius. I just don't like playing the other vanquishers here. Oh, it looks fine. God, these units suck. The Samira unit, man. Come on, man. Get it together. Without attack speed, Samira is just terrible. Yeah, so anyways, I 5 lost perfectly. In fact, I would say it was awesome. It just, I really wish it was a Noxus, because I was gonna try to top end 9 Noxus this game for fun, but I probably top end 7 Noxus now. 3-5. Playing sick. Okay, that's really good. That's great.
Keep your enemies close, and me closer.
We've picked up the scent.
Keep your enemies close, and me closer. I'll take care of everything.
Blood for Noxus.
Oh, what the fuck? If you slam on Swain, I think if you want me to use my TR redemption, that is the only thing I'm not willing to do. You could have chosen any item combination and I would have maybe agreed with you, except for that. Okay. Let me feel this out real quick. Okay, how do I feel about these items? They're dog shit. A lot of them. Okay. I'm down to slam gargoyle or anti-heal here. It's probably anti-heal. I'm also down to probably slam Last Whisper here. Not great. And I like the items that are remaining. Lord Hello, what about for 59 months? You never want to, like, if I'm using this for anything that's not blue buff, or I guess Shojin, I'm just fucking leaving the game. Where's ability in Last Whisper stacks? No. You could never go below 0, but it'll just mean her starting ultis are, like, start the character's armor lower than the top. BT, Samira. I fucking hate BT. I think Gunblade is her best item by like a fucking mile. I'd rather just save this for Stoneplate.
It's brawling time!
Move up IEGS are her best items. There's no way IE is better than Gunblade. I would bet any amount of money on that.
Can you feel the fire catching?
But yes, I agree, 100%. But like the way my items slammed were a little bit different because the way you use this gloves in this comp is very weird. The stats don't lie. Here.
This is very exciting.
Defy lust and taste your blood.
I mean, I'm telling you, it's like, especially with the common, how common Bramble is in the current meta, it's definitely not. But if, I'm pretty sure I even heard Dishop say Gunblade was her best item, even last set. Pretty sure Gunblade has been her best item for almost forever. It's not even better for the team, it's just her best item.
Keep your enemies close, and me closer.
This I just said. It's probably just yes, Gunblade blue. I mean, there's certainly situations where IE is better, and especially if you can peak 9 Noxus, it will be really good to have IE because you have so much raw AD. But most of the time, the comp peaks at 7. I mean, I would say half the time. They're using Unified for backfight. I don't care. I'm taking my internment program overseas. Oh, internship. Sorry, internment is a completely different word. Asking for a second destination choice. Those are France, Spain, Thailand, Malaysia. As Asian myself, the Asian choices are my least ones. Would you prefer France or Spain? I would choose Spain. I fucking love Spain. Spain, oh my god. Spain was a really great vacation spot. There.
Witness the strength of
Oh,
Noxus.
this is awkward actually.
Noxus will rise.
Keep your enemies close.
This is a terrible.
And me closer.
Name's Samira. Try not to slow me down.
Not pulled back for unified here. But my I have to go fast at it now. So I hold this and Mordekaiser and go board. It sucks because like at some you would potentially want to reroll for Neferi swing here. I've seen some people hold and reroll here. I don't know what's better. My initial thoughts are I don't think it's better. Like just straight up. Ooh, not today has really interesting. I would say probably not. This is social distancing suck ass here. Probably this. Okay. Sucks that this is the case, but could be worse. No lifesteal, no healing. That is okay. I guess. Oh god, do I roll at 6? I don't know if I roll at 6, man. Yeah, I just go 7. You play 7 Noxus here. The buff is really good. First was Azir stuck with Jugs after going 7 some last 2 games as possible. Well, they ended up buffing Azir and Jugs. Noxus like combat augments? Okay, yes, but Noxus wants percentage damage increased combat augments. The combat augments I got was social distancing. Social distancing is the equivalent of having one one stack of Noxus at fucking 7, you know? Guy's 7 Noxus already. It's the only reason why I lost. Oh, now I want to roll at 6. Fuck me, man. He got 2. I can't. I shouldn't. I'm gonna get baited. This guy has Swain 2. This guy has Swain 2. Swain 3. Yeah, I'm going 7. Do I need Swain 3? It doesn't matter what I need. I'm just gonna go 7. Isn't Norway the happiest country on earth? That is a bait. They're baiting you. Don't believe them. When the country, I never trust the polls where they're like, this is where there's the highest, most satisfied people living here. Who the hell fills out those polls? I've never in my life gotten a poll from the government. How happy are you living here? And if I got one from the government, would I fill it out? Like, truthfully, you know, I really want this. Fuck me, man. Sure. Redemption? I live in Norway. I'm happy. Yeah, okay, man. That's a government plant answer.
Blood for Noxus.
Noxus will rise.
What's this?
Shurima is where all paths converge. And action!
Oh, I could have put Jarvan in here, actually. Then by coming to Australia, I've thought about it, but the only person I know from Australia, or I know like that I've talked to, is Esha. And the way he describes Australia to me is like, bro, you gotta come here and try our great food. Have you ever had a zinger box? And I'm like, Huh? Like, I don't know, man. He didn't sell it to me very well, I gotta say. That's like, that's literally the only thing I have to go by when it comes to that. It's Esha, man. Bro, he's the representative of your country. What do you mean it's Esha, man? He's literally part of you guys. Heard the coffee is good. Sayu, do you know I don't drink coffee or drink caffeine really? I'm pretty much almost exclusively non-caffeine unless for two reasons, two things. I'm at it, it's a event or an OTV shoot. If it's not a shoot or an event, I don't drink caffeine. Coffee is life. Yeah, I know some people can't live without it. Australia big bugs. That's what I'm saying. That too. Did I snort your caffeine, bro? I should try it. Well, like, I'm at the point where caffeine affects me so much that I drank like a diet Pepsi at like 11 p.m. the other day, or like last month, and I couldn't go to sleep. And it's not that much caffeine. And I feel like that would be nothing for most of the people I know. Okay, real talk though, please can I get a Mordekaiser so I can stop rolling? I'm definitely not going like.
Every soul shall serve.
Redemption. The only big spiders to see are the huntsman spiders and they're total bros. Sure, man. Oh, wait, this guy's also playing TF. Wait, is this comp actually OP? Wait, I don't have healing. Fuck, it's really hard to play. I'm probably gonna get third this game. I mean, I could end the episode here, sure. 7 Vanquishers, 6 Vanquishers, 6 Ionia. Oh boy. Okay. Can I stream snipe E to go 8th? No. But I feel like it sucks, man. This guy has double Noxus. I wish, man. He's 50. He's literally going fast 9. Dude, there's no way that I lose to him here, man. Wow, I lost. Wow. I lost and he's going fast 9. It's so doomed, man. It's just like I'm never hitting Swain 3 with these players. Oh. The meta feels like such trash. I mean, does it? I'm trying to disassociate myself from the meta feels bad to I don't like the mid set. Because I think it's what the fuck is this? Oh my fucking god, man. Okay, his front line's kind of bad. Yeah, the multicaster board is the one that I played before. Dude, this is not looking good. Like, this looks like a fucking bot 4, actually. I'm rolling it all. You like this patch? I don't think I like the mid set. I don't think it's. I mean, the patches obviously could be better, but I just don't think I like the mid set. I think that's fair. Like I play a lot during the normal set, like more than the average player, right? And I think when that's the case, you tend to be in situations where, I'm wondering if it's just like this unit is going to the wrong target or something. But Edge of Night, because I want him to die. Then the Nefari living is counterproductive to my plans. Nefari dying is not giving it to the right unit though. This looks like a fit. Crazy fit, actually.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
Blood for Noxus!
Every soul shall serve.
What if it's like... What if it's like this? Oh, it's actually a ghost board. Oh, I won't. I'm pretty sure the ghost board doesn't give Noxus that. So when I play the mirror match, it's like actually... That's the loss. Oh my god. But please tell me someone does 10 to this guy. Oh, I'm fit. Are you too old to play this? Are you too young to type in my chat?
From 1,000 bites.
The void has breached this place.
All according to plan.
I mean, actually, it's pretty good now, I feel. Okay, like I hit pretty well. Okay, I like Swain 3 is awesome. More 2 is awesome. RFC is great. Not healing against mages sucks ass though. LDP. Was the 5th. I think the far got fed this mirror. Yeah, it's like really hard. Yeah, if I had Gunblade, I'd probably win top 4. That if I probably top 4 that too. If I could find a position to actually kill Nefari, it would have been good. Sorry, I'm gonna play some ads. Gunblade over Redemption. I remember. Oh, maybe. Not much you could do if they center for a line. It's like so hard to force Nefari to like go to your units. Like if only there was a way to sacrifice a unit. Somehow. Like if I were to sacrifice a unit and then maybe give all of my units of the same trait, uh, an item from the unit. That seems fair. Elderly got Gregory, welcome back for 9 months. Thanks for your subbing. This is my probably my last game, and then wait, is that 10? It's at 10. It's in 1 hour. I did really enjoy Dark Flight, but it was so stupid, man. It was so fucking stupid. I'm gonna ruin the game. I'm gonna go to Maris Omegnum. Who named this? Is this like Latin or something? Like, what does this fucking mean? Utterly Gregory sounds too young to play this game. True. You have Fleshing Arena? What's good on Fleshing Arena? You pretty much play whatever. Invokers are slightly better here. Dorks are really good on Fleshing Arena. Probably not rogues. Oh, Mord's kind of hot on this arena. All right, you know what? Ooh, it's attack speed.
I carry my family with me.
Maris Omegnum means the Great Sea? Really? That sounds like you're lying. That sounds like you made that shit up. Refresh with keyboard. Oh, I refresh with keyboard. I refresh and level with keyboard. No, I misclicked. It's fine. Wow, this actually kind of looks like a rogue game. But I don't really want to play rogues. Dude, but I do kind of want to play Bilge. I've been bilging. I wanted to play Bilge for a long time. Let me actually put in another Bilge, Bastion, and let me put in... Fine. Extol Invoker. Okay, this is perfect. Perfect. Like, crack it 2-1, baby. Prismatic? Fuck. Challenger. Oh my god, wait. Silver, this is so, all of these are so good. This is amazing. Amazing. I got like so many good. I actually feel wrong taking this, but this is for maximum fun. Fuck me, man. No, fuck this.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
It's okay. Is it really Bilge time? Is that buff? Yes, they did.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
Okay, let me go look at Juggernaut real quick. Okay, is an Ionian? It's just Vanquishers, bro. That's so boring. 1, 2, 3. It that's actually just vanquishers, bro. I don't want to play this. Okay, how about I just get another reforger?
Where there is evil, I shall go.
Can Pandora TFT roll? Why do you need? Yeah, I mean, but why do you need Pandoras for that? Is what I want to ask. The TF items don't look that specific. It feels like I'd rather just be something else. Yeah, items. Yeah, but isn't that
All according to plan.
Bow to the void or be consumed by it.
I don't think that's good then. If it helps solidify it, yeah.
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
I could have definitely made 20 here. I mean, isn't it really easy? I mean, it's so easy. Actually, I can just play. I can try to play. It's just vanquishers, but I don't really want to play vanquishers, man. 4 jug, 4 vanquisher with 3 Ionia is super easy from this position. Really fucking OP. But like, I don't really want to play that.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
Noxus jug moored. Don't think that's a thing. I mean, I could do jug moored, sure, but then I feel like you don't have enough. Like, I guess you need to go Noxus to not lack damage, but then you would need like you would still only be able to do 3 Noxus. I'd rather just do jugs with Mord, and the Mordekaiser's not a jug. Unless I hit like 4 or 6 in. Aatrox Slayer, yeah, I mean, but I would just not jug him. Raid the Quinn, yeah, probably should. First. I mean, my backline should definitely have been Zorks this game, but I'm trying to position the pivot early. This guy is already Cho 3. Oh my fucking god, bro! It's not even stage 3 yet. This guy's got Zork heart. Cool. He wins the lobby or what? Level 5, 30 gold. Uh-oh. for Targon 4 in my game. Does the 4 Targon actually do anything though? We're gonna be real.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I just play fucking 4 Juggernauts and or 6 Juggernauts. I'll just see what happens. I'll see where life takes me. And hopefully it's not into Vanquishers, because I would not like that life. That is a Juggernaut. I'm pretty sure I want this to end at Mordekaiser. Force Slayer Mordekaiser, but I don't know if it's going to. It's very likely that's to end on something complete bullshit. Oh, bro, I have a Silco in my shop, and I have oh, Shiv JG. Oh, God, oh, I'm down to Warwick reroll actually, super down. If you guys see a Warwick, what you call it, the Warwick augment here, I'm fucking taking it. That at the very least I could say I was different than all the other players. I can hold on to that difference statement all the way to 8th place. He offered, yeah, he offered 3-2. Pretty sure, unless they removed it to set. Really bad, really bad. Step up is really not. Oh, back to this bullshit.
If I don't kill you, Saw will. The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
Sure, man. I think I'm playing Quinn. But the thing is, if I play Quinn, oh, it could be so bad, man. I'm down to play Quinn reroll here. Want to tell us no. Okay, I'm pretty sure this is just ending at 2 Jug, and I'm just playing Quinn Mordekaiser, and that seems okay. I should probably play forward here and toss this fucking unit, because I think it's awful, but it's fine. Don't worry, I got it. Okay. Okay, let me go see. I have to figure out something. I just want to know. Wow, no one plays Demacia, Quinn, and Jarvan. That seems.
Shurima is not of this time.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
Every soul shall serve. Shurima is not of this time.
Water to me.
Demacia is counting on us.
Now.
Who's from Nico now?
Fear the ocean's weight.
Okay. I know what you're thinking. Why didn't you RFC this unit? And I'm gonna try RFC-less Mordekaiser. I think. Yeah. Wait, Nationals +1. I don't even think you rage played him. Oh my god. Yeah, he kind of quick here. Okay. Okay. Maybe I will just rate this RFC. Oh.
That's where you belong, in the dirt.
Wow, these items are kind of
Demacia is counting on us.
Like, what the fuck do I do with these items? Okay, I was gonna try no RFC, but now it's like kind of iffy. I like have to slam it, it's fine.
Let the monster out.
How I get a Phelios? It's random, it's not a tailored. I mean, I was gonna shim it. I was gonna shim the fucking tail, man. It's fine. I will figure this out. I will figure this. Oh, interesting. I almost feel like I'm supposed to take Curse Crown here. Oh. Wait. I don't know if I want to share with this. Let's go, Mordecai. Oh, hell yeah. Slayer? Yeah, but you're not playing 6 Slayer here. You can't give up the front line to play 6. Not without, like, giga griefing your game.
Now! We are to fight now? Let's
go! I mean, I'm playing 3 Noxus, but I don't want to, but somehow I am. And it's it's kind of okay. Like, maybe I just end with 3 Noxus. Maybe this is just the board. I don't think I'm playing 5 Demacias. And luckily, like, Juggernaut works really well from this position as well. No, I mean, Swain's fine. I just need to get Jarvan right. I mean, I'm just waiting for these to roll into the appropriate Quinn, and then I'm good to go. The Quinn damage goes crazy. Like, goes up by a lot. Even though it says like 10-50%, but like the actual base is so much. Oh, okay, so I need a way to eat these really badly. I think the way is this unit. Never mind. Oh no, I'm going Val for Jarvan. Hell no.
Demacia, now and forever.
Yo, give me that item back, please. I mean, how does this even look? It looks fine, right? I replaced these 2 with Aatrox and this Aatrox and this with Scion, I guess. Just fine. Play 2 boards? Yeah, I think so.
Survive. Fight.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. This Mord? Slaps. You know, I used to think these augments were really bad. Mainly because I always am just like, well, in a perfect world, I would just have the items already. And so, but like, it's literally like, it gives you fucking 5 items. And like, which, it's like perfect BIS, you know? The world isn't perfect. Yeah, it's like life is unfair, bro. Also, let me move these 2 away because I don't care about the Demacia thing. Well, we're definitely flipping this, probably. Yeah, and in a perfect situation, what's gonna happen here is I am going to get RFC Rageblade.
Witness true strength.
Oh wait, it's kind of close.
Bilgewater, your king
Bro.
has returned.
Noxus will rise. Finality.
How do I hit this?
Become what they feel.
RCR. Oh, I want to keep this.
Shurima is where all paths converge.
Okay.
Strength of Noxus.
Can over Quinn still worth it? I think so. The RC jug. I'm good. You know what is gonna be a big fucking problem? When I hit 3-star Mordekaiser and the items just randomize.
You should have left home years ago.
You betcha $1. What? Okay, that's not how life works, bro. Like I really wanted that.
If I sound rude, it's because I've got a world to save.
Every soul shall serve.
The Mordekaiser? I wonder why. Yeah, I'm gonna just wait for it to re-roll into it. Hope.
Shurima is never lost. Every soul shall serve.
I don't even need to roll this anymore. That is a waste. Waste. I'm dead. GG. Wait. Wait. Wait, I beat that guy's board? That is so illegal, man.
I am Darkin. Your gods fear me.
Probably still this quit now. Oh.
My Runeterra will be beautiful.
This went right. Why did this seem kind of weird? Why did this round seem very weird? One Sayu.
Bilgewater, your king has returned.
That's not good. Should I get the beat us? Hell no, Cho does not win this. What?
The void has breached this place.
If I sound rude, it's because
I
I've
could
got
hit
a
it.
world to save.
Is GP over this? Yeah, I mean, it's more like it's complicated.
Is not of this time.
I don't really know where this goes on. I think this goes on Quinn, right? What else am I gonna fucking do? Please tell me he killed that guy. No, he didn't die? Oh no. Okay, then hopefully there's no Zaya here. Alright, there's no Zaya here. Okay, that's a dub. There's a Juggernaut spat. Don't think I can use another one. I'll have to go 9 for it.
Now I am the world ender.
Okay. No, no, no. Okay, hold on. Let me think if I can make this. Of course, I hit him. Oh, he lost. Wow, that's unfortunate, bro. Oh, that's a little unfortunate for him.
Shurima is not of this time.
Where there is evil, I shall go.
No, he literally just positioned himself to kill himself. I don't know why he did that. That was like if he had his eye on the other side, he wins that. Actually, I'm pretty sure. But he tried to contest the same side as Thing. It's actually so smart to have the graves on the same side. I don't know if he means to do that, but if he does, it's really smart. Because attack speed reduction is like the only way you could possibly win. Nice. This is. When's the last time I got first? How many years has it been, guys? How many years? Oh god. Zodiac Sheep, welcome back for 91 months. Thanks for subbing. Perfect no RFC more game true. Zion 3/3. Yep. I'm gonna go play some bats. I think I'll pee. I'll be back. Pee, get some water. I can't start a new game, so I guess we'll just talk for a little bit. I don't know. Just chill. Actually, I will be right back. I need to set some stuff up as well. So backspace. This is stuff. What miss me? All right, guys. Don't worry. Mm. There's no way, bro. All right, let's see if this works. It's been a while. Hey guys, wait, hold on. Maybe I make myself bigger. I'm a little small. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah, I'm like heckin' small, man. I thought I did the sizing correct, but I'm a little small. I'm a little small. Is it the onesie I had that gets me mad bitches? Hell yeah. Okay, welcome back, guys. Some Prime Asian, welcome back for 77 months. You know, I heard that unlike last arc, the great rewards from Prime Gaming don't require countless hours and clicks. While you can get a free subscription and much more from Prime Gaming without multiple accounts. Thanks, Prime Gaming. Thank you so much, Prime Gaming. And thank you so much, Some Asian Dude, for the resub. Anyways, this is my very first VTuber model. People have not seen it. It's been a while. Usually I use my VTuber models to collab with other people. And that's pretty much exclusively when I use it. So I have a VTuber collab technically today, although I guess Kson is like half a VTuber now, almost now. But Sayu is definitely a full one. So the collab I have in about 12 minutes is we're gonna play Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It's a game that I recommended, but I actually didn't know it was gonna be 3 people. So I don't know. This is gonna be weird. You know, if the game goes bad, literally just blame me. Could play Apex. I think Kson's one of the rare VTubers who doesn't play Apex. Can you tell her how much we love her? You could tell her that yourself. Oh, you guys cannot hear the audio. Thank God I had some time to do this beforehand. Okay. Audio source. Add an audio source. The audio source I will add is called Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Perfect, perfect. You guys have seen, if you've never seen someone play this, it's actually pretty interesting. I think as 3, we will choose to play as the killers. And I think it's more fun to play as the killers. It's a Dead by Daylight clone, like in terms of like generically, but I mean, just off the bat, it's a 4v3. It's a very different type of game. I would say it has a lot of potential. I don't know if it's actually reached the point where like it's definitely like way better, but it's definitely an interesting new one. Okay, can you guys hear the stupid? Why does it sound a little loud? Hear the minis? Oh, the minis are a little loud. Okay, I mean, we got 8 minutes to burn. I'm chilling. Do we need to know tutorials? Not really. All you guys need to know is that the 4v3, the 3 people, are supposed to kill the other guys. Lost our character creation for 8 minutes. All right, bro. Huh? Do you have Baldur's Gate speedrun that's only 3 minutes? Which speedrun is that? Is it the one where you just blow yourself up? I actually don't know the world record run. I don't remember I don't know what you're supposed to do with it. It's, oh, the Lazel Sexy. The Gale world record sex percentage. Wow, you guys really, I'm glad that you guys are on the cutting edge of news, of gaming news. If ever I need to know the real important stuff, the hard hitting stuff, I will turn to you guys. They patched the original straight out. That's really funny. Larian nerfed the sex threshold. Wait, can I turn off the? Oh, it's music volume. That's why. So is it this? Bro, it's gonna be really embarrassing when I got the wrong date or like it got canceled or something like that, and I'm just here trying to hype this up to you guys like, yo, you're not gonna believe who we're gonna be playing with, chat. Oh. But look, if that happens, you guys have to just pretend, okay? You help, give me a lifeline. I pivoted to Lost Ark. I might have to, bro. What's going on with Lost Ark? I'm probably playing again because I have Rennie and Abe asking. What is that sound? That is actually just the sound of the game? The static? Oh my god. I'm actually fucking hearing things, bro. What happened to Ball Gate 3 run? I canceled it because I didn't want to deal with scheduling issues. And it was looking kind of bad. What are my points? Oh no, don't worry, I'm still gonna play a campaign. Just we'll wait for Baldur's Gate 4. Guys, I'm the only one in the channel that says guys. Yeah, we still got 3 minutes. We still got 3 minutes. No big deal. No big deal. I hate that it does this buzzing sound. Favorite brand of peanut? Sorry, do you guys see my model leaning over? My model frozen. Hello? 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 What happened? Wait, it stopped breathing. Oh my god, I have to resuscitate my model. Hold up. What the heck? All right, let me know if it goes crazy anymore. Anyways, I have my camera kind of blocking you guys, so it's really fucking funny. I like have to lean over to read some of your comments. Like if someone puts a fucking wide vibe in chat, I can't read like the end of it. Hey guys, guys, it's too many wides. Okay, which channel am I supposed to go into? You never answered about peanut butter? Oh, was it my favorite peanut butter? I don't really have any favorite. I do like creamy peanut butter is nice. I don't have a brand favorite. That's the point of view. Is Sayu live? Yeah, yeah, for sure. She's in day 13 for subathon. Okay, maybe I should. Okay, hold on. I will put in their titles. There we go. Honestly, half of me is thinking that for some reason that we're not going to play this game. And so I'm thinking of backup games in case something goes wrong. I went upstairs and John was like, yo, in case something goes wrong in your collab tonight, you got to play this game where you're like a hand and you slap volleyballs. I was like, got it. So I had that game. A lot of people have been asking me to play Party Animals. Got that game. Worst case scenario, I can't imagine either of them playing Apex. There's no way we'll play Apex. What games has she been collabing with? I'm so interested. What has she been playing? Party Animals, Stardew, Ultimate Chicken Horse. What the fuck is that? And Raft. Ultimate Chicken Horse. Ultimate Chicken Horse. Wait, this one looks lit. Wait, wait, this game looks lit. Hamilton is just, it just keeps going. Yeah. I'm not a big Hamilton guy, but the songs I have heard from Hamilton have been really good. It's weird that like, I don't know why. I feel like I wouldn't like, I wish, okay, I went to a live performance, okay? And I was not, I don't know. A live performance of, what's it called? Mean Girls, the musical, and it was my first musical ever, and I kind of wish it was better. Like I feel like I wasted I lost my musical virginity to Mean Girls, and I wish it was Hamilton, you know, because like or like Beetlejuice or like a really fucking like Book of Mormon or something, because like Mean Girls was just not. You know, I heard the Book of Mormon was really good. Yeah. Hamilton was the first year to never go anywhere else. Oh, but like now I don't want to watch another musical. You know? Does my house have ghosts? Did you guys hear that? Where? I swear to God, my door just closed randomly. Okay, but real talk, I'm so happy that I don't. Hello?
Hey.
Hey.
Sorry, I'm Ray. I do like manager stuff for Sayu.
I am currently streaming right now.
Oh shit.
I am.
Oh my
just.
bad.
Do you want me to mute?
Can you like just real quick?
Yeah,
like
give me a second.
Sorry, I didn't know.
Guys, what? You guys hear me? What is wrong with my VTuber model? It's like, you see what's going on? It just stuck, man. Hello? I got some bad news. That's some bad news. I think there's no Kson today. I am pretty sure that something went wrong communication wise, unfortunately. It's not a Lost Ark pivot, but I will probably be playing with Sayu and someone else. Yeah, I'm sad too because Kson's great. But let me try to fix my VTuber thing real quick. I don't understand. I really don't. This is so weird. Open wide. What the fuck? Dude, not my fault, bro. I was here early. I was on time. I confirmed. Hold up, breezy. No, I don't think so. I think there's just a communication mishap, which really, there we go, really sucks. Like, Beauty and the Beast. Wait, it's, I think it's a game pivot. Oh my fucking god. Oh, oh no. I'm okay, hold on. It's this button. Ah, perfect. Nah, it's definitely not anyone's fault. It's just unfortunate. All right, I need to pivot games. We're pivoting games. I've never opened this game. Did my model break again? No way. Hello? I don't understand why it broke, man. I don't get it. It's definitely plugged in the whole time, but the connection just breaks randomly. And it shouldn't break because it's USB. Like, I'm so confused, man. No, maybe the USB port is bad. I don't know. I don't even think I have another open USB port. That is the problem. I'm using. Oh wait. Hold up.
Hello, sir.
Hello. Oh my.
Been too long. How you been?
Oh my god. Hold on. I have not adjusted your volume real quick. Okay. I'm lowering you a little bit. Perfect.
Oh, perfect. Oh, okay.
Okay, wait, hold up. A little bit lower.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
What is that PNG? It's so cute.
Oh yeah, Lily made me a bit of me as a chef. Ah!
Chef Scarra, here's a spatula.
Oh god.
Damn, that's so cute. Okay, let's see. Do we need to turn him up a little bit?
Maybe this will work, guys.
Okay, so I may have done a bad thing, and there's a gacha in this game. Okay.
Yeah.
And there was a really cute dog with some cool-looking outfit that I really wanted.
Okay.
Yep. And it was a 1.5% chance to pull him.
Wonderful. Now,
1.5.
try to walk around a bit. Move on to the next room when you're ready.
Oh.
Mm.
You got DNC music, really?
I got. Yeah.
See that
Did you get it?
Just popped out.
How many times did it
stamina
take?
bar. You need stamina to run,
I think I stopped
attack,
counting after
jump
60.
over the gap. A little run up
How
lets you
much
jump
is
further.
full?
You'll see.
What do you mean you'll see? I'm not paying for anything.
You can grab everything in the
yeah,
game.
right.
Wait, I'm like
yes,
literally
just
like a
that.
perennial
Now,
free-to-play
put the
player.
cube thing onto the
Oh,
metal
that's good.
pressure
Yeah,
sensor
you should
to
do
unlock
that.
the door.
Yeah.
Chop, chop. You can throw things
Okay,
far
also
away as well.
I have to do the tutorial,
Try
so give me a
throwing the
sec.
cube
Yeah,
across
yeah,
the
yeah. You
gap.
do that. You do that. It's good. Why is my chat saying you're a normal person?
I mean, anyone watching you is probably not allowed to talk.
I think you're more normal than me.
Ooh, a VTuber watcher?
Ah! Put it like that.
How do I throw this cube, man?
I mean, to you too. Yeah. Did you it?
Okay, hold on.
Everyone's
Oh
fighting back. They're like,
my.
playing League is abnormal. Playing TFT is abnormal too. La 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 la.
Wait. Oh no, the tutorial monsters got me.
Oh yeah. Are you passing? Are we failing?
You know, I think I got it.
See that
I'm
punching
trying.
bag? Time to learn a couple
Where's
of
my
moves.
my user?
Throw a
ID?
couple of
Like-
jabs for
Okay,
quite
people can
a
add me
sizable
out.
head you've got there. Try some headbutts, why don't you?
I have been invited to
Oops,
so
sorry.
many party
Forgot to mention,
animals
you can get
things.
knocked out by your own attacks
and
from
I have
time to
never
time.
played it.
I won't
But
forget
I
again.
have people
I
who tell
promise.
me this game is like pretty
Now,
fun.
try a heavy punch.
I'm shocked you haven't played it. Cause yeah, it's pretty fun. Like actually, it's like if Gang Beasts had done more with their game.
Yeah, I heard it
Jumping
was like
kick.
Game Beats with cute.
Drop kick.
Yeah, it's cute Gang Beasts, but actually has like a lot of modes and a lot of yeah. There's actually more
Is it
purposes
just
to the
me,
game than
or
just
is there
beating
a
each other
knife?
up.
To pick up weapons, you'll need to align your hands with the handle. Pick up the lollipop. Hit the punching bag with the lollipop.
Okay, cool. So I put my friend code in the text chat
Truly
for the voice channel,
spectacular.
so you can add me
Now,
whenever you're at
drop the lollipop and let's move on.
Okay.
Okay, the
You can
tutorial
climb
took me a
walls,
fat
too.
minute to actually.
Climb over this net
I'm
to get
still
to the next
2
door.
right now. Okay, hold on. Hold space. Oh, I see.
Uh-huh.
People will try to hit you left and right. Luckily, dodge roll can help you avoid
Honestly,
them.
like the game is so
Try to
cute. All
roll
the
across this
skins are
bridge.
really good, and the animals look really good. The graphics look really good. So yeah, it's.
Look how far you've come.
I can see why people are
I'm
obsessed.
proud. I truly am. Now, I want you to go down there and beat the crocodile.
Hold on, I gotta
Get him
beat
off
the shit out of
stage
this
and we will
crocodile.
call it a day.
Oh my god.
Oh man. That's just you and me, Croc. Oh man. What if you can't beat the
KO.
crocodile?
Now,
I
throw
mean,
him off.
I don't know. I guess we'll find out when Scarra can't
That
beat
was
the
not too
crocodile.
bad at all,
Oh,
was
okay,
it?
I'm getting good.
You can go to the next room whenever you're ready.
Surely he'll beat it, right,
Oh,
guys?
and what should we call
He's a
you, by the
gamer.
way?
Oh, I can select an avatar. Ooh, cute. Wait, there's so many.
Right?
Is it like a, what is this one?
Fantastic.
Okay, okay. Where did you add your thing?
Oh, if you go to your bottom right, you'll have like a little button where you can add friends.
Okay.
Yeah. And then once you add me, I will invite you.
Oh, does it matter if it's secret?
No, I don't care.
Okay.
Cool. Gotcha.
Oh, this
Friends.
this game's hella cute.
Right? Okay. Custom game.
Oh shit.
Here.
Oh, Max is cool.
think.
Wait, you could be like a bat and stuff? How do I unlock these? Oh, you have to unlock
you unlock
it.
them as you level up, but then you also unlock them if you go to the store. You can take a look. Scarra, look at the store. You should look. You should just look. Yeah, just look. Yeah, there's the store, and then above the store, there's the surprise eggs, which is the gacha.
Oh. I don't have enough Nemo bucks.
Yeah, but you'll get them, you know. Yeah. The low price of your wallet. Or just, you know, playing the game.
Yeah, playing the game. Okay, I'm here.
Yeah. Cool. Okay. Let me see here. I think I press this button. And then I press this button to invite you. Perfect. I've done it. Hooray! Okay, so we start match.
Okay.
I have the controller buff. I have controller buff.
Is it like we play against other people?
Yes.
Or is it like we play against ourselves?
We play against other people, and then we vote for which one we want to do. Okay, let's see here. Oh my god, that one's a horrible, apparently horrible stage. I haven't played a lot of these. There's there's a lot of stages.
Okay, so like we're on a team.
Yes, we're on a team for a lot of these. But like, it's us two versus other people who are on teams of two.
I see.
Yes.
Okay, real quick, guys. I'm adding. Huh? Where is she? Hello? Wait.
Oh, right, your sound is on by default. I forgot about that.
What? How do I turn it off? Oh, there we go. The otter's kind of cute.
I forgot about that. Mine was on too. I was like, oh shit. Okay, I don't know how to fix this thing. Okay, so I don't know how this one works. Okay, I've never done this one.
Oh yeah.
I guess I don't know. Grab a bomb or something. Oh, we stick him in the thing and then we shoot him over. Okay, that's cool.
Okay.
Hold the lever, Kronk.
Kronk. Oh my god, I'm dying.
Oh my god, pull the lever.
Oh my god, I fall off. Oh my god, I'm an otter. I can swim. Wait,
okay, I did it.
Wait.
I fucking pulled the lever. Okay. Oh my lord, where'd this guy come from? Fucking beat him up. Holy shit.
Wait, where am I? Oh,
I don't know,
here.
man. Come back to life. Where are you? Okay. Beat him up, Scar. Beat him up. Beat him up. Beat him up.
Okay. Wait, I'm knocked out.
Scar got hit in the head. Okay. Good job, Scar. Okay, yeah, go beat him up. I'm gonna grab one.
Oh my god, I'm in the water again. Oh
my god, Scar.
Oh my god.
No.
Swim.
Acha! Oh fuck.
We're owning, right?
Yeah. We're blue. We're winning. Scar, beat this guy. Beat him up. Oh fuck.
Oh no. I got this thing.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm gonna,
okay.
like, kick the shit out of this guy. Yeah.
Come on.
Okay. Oh, wrong guy. He picked me up. Okay, wait.
Come on.
Pull the other way, Scar. Other way.
Oh.
Other way.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Good job. He's
Okay,
a gamer. He's a gamer. Oh shit.
I got this. Don't worry, guys.
Mosh pit.
Did we win? Did I win?
Yeah. That's good. Good job. Push him up. Oh fuck. Damn.
Wait.
You gonna let him do that to you, Scarra? You gonna let him do that to you? That's crazy.
I mean, yeah, I'm an otter, man. I can't defend myself.
I don't know, man. I think otters are pretty violent when they want to be. Oh shit, this guy's fucking spawn camping me too. What the fuck? Okay, wait.
Beat him up.
Yeah.
Please no. Okay. Put it in. Pull the lever.
Oh fuck. Yeah, fucking get in the water. Yeah, get in that water. You fucking get in there. Yeah, ha! I got him. I fucking got him. I threw him overboard.
I think we owe.
I think we do too. I think they're dying. I don't even know what we're hitting, but I think they're dying. Okay, I'm ready to pull the lever.
Alright, okay. Oh god. Okay.
Good job.
We need another one. Okay, just lock me in.
Okay. All right. What happened?
Oh, one of them threw him off, but this one doesn't look like it's gonna throw it off.
Oh shit! Wait, where did these fucking come from?
Oh, fuck. One more.
Oh fuck! That fucking okay.
I'm gonna hold on to this one.
Yeah.
You guys can't throw it off.
Oh, we won! Let's go!
Oh.
Good shit! Good job! So proud of Scarra! You did good! Okay, now get in the middle for the picture. Up
Wait.
here.
Oh, okay.
Up here.
The picture?
Yeah. Right here. Yeah. Oh shit.
I got beat. Wait, I'm literally on the ground. Someone beat me up.
I mean, Scarra, you just had to stand in the middle and beat the guy out of the spot. You know, I don't know. I don't know what happened there.
That's what I'm saying. What happened?
What happened? That's kind of unfortunate, you know.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, this one's a thing.
Can I?
Don't freeze. Don't fall in the water. Yeah.
I will not. Just let me see if this works real quick. Okay. What if I do this?
Oh, he's the cutest little otter. Scarra otter.
Wait, what else? What else do I got? Ooh. I kind of like the dog.
Hey, Scarra, look at this one.
What is that one?
It's the Barbie gorilla.
Oh.
And look at this, RGB bunny.
That one looks expensive.
Yeah, a little bit. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's in the shop, but it's for normal currency, like the free one. So.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do we do? Oh, why is there okay, don't worry. Oh, someone got thrown off. Don't worry.
Yeah, okay. Good
job.
job.
My god. Okay.
Okay. You can, you can just, you'll climb up the edge and stuff, yeah.
Wait, is that you? Oh, that is you.
Yeah, hi.
Oh!
You're good. Yeah, climb up the edge. Oh fuck!
Oh! Oh! This ape! Oh, now he's down here with me. Well, little does he know.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna get up first.
I fucking...
Oh, okay, no, watch this.
Okay.
Straight off.
Oh, he did it! Oh, fuck! I fucking landed myself in the water like an idiot.
Oh, don't worry. He landed himself in the water, too.
Yeah, for real. Fucking frozen!
Oh,
fucking frozen.
Right.
Oh, shit! Oh, I'm fucking dead.
Oh,
I'm fucking dead. You got this, man. You got this. Nice.
Yeah. Please.
He's fucking dead. He's dead. Oh, man. It's okay. No problem. You can
But
you
we
can
have
bomb
like,
people.
we have like 3 lives, right?
Yes.
What is a bomb?
Shit. So you get coins as you keep waiting while you're dead, and you get to shoot things at people to fuck them up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Everyone just died.
Okay, blue wins. Blue wins. That's okay. That's okay. It's fine. It's fine.
Is that us?
No, we're red.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Ow. It's okay.
Oh my. Oh. How can you do me like that?
Where'd you go? Oh, you're okay. You're okay. You're okay. You're fine. Oh shit. Oh fuck. How do people do that? Fuck you. Fuck you. This Ori is very angry. Oh, that bunny is
Oh my
menace.
god, the hat of my people.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. I think that bunny's dead. Let's go. I fucking climbed up his ass and yeah, okay. Also, weapons are good. Yeah, weapons are good. Oh, fuck.
Oh, wear his hat.
That
Please.
fucking dude, he fucking killed me. That fucking oh my lord. The shovel. Oh, the shovel's so powerful. The shovel's too powerful.
Don't worry, Oh! No!
Okay.
Wait, to get fucked, bitch? Wait, but I killed him.
Okay. Okay, good job, Scarra. Good job. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you.
Are you alive?
No.
How'd that feel, dog? How'd that feel, bitch? Yeah,
The fucking shovel hit bombed me. The shovel's like the strongest thing.
How'd that feel?
The shovel's the strongest weapon because that thing fucking will murder people. You can, yeah, that it fucking flung him into next week.
No way. There's
Yeah,
someone
I
in
knocked him into the
fucking
water with
game
you.
chat for party animals. You should kill yourself.
Somebody did good.
Oh my god.
Let's
Motherfucker, Shug, you sound like you work at
go.
GameStop, bitch.
Oh my god, it's so good. So the little
Holy
can
shit.
item gives you like a buff,
I am so
like a physical buff, and then the other weapons are just they're good. They're just
Oh,
they just
okay, yeah.
Oh, someone's dead already. What the fuck?
That's me. Wait, not yet.
Okay, no. Okay. Watch out for the racket. Fucking.
Oh, the fuck now.
Oh.
Oh. No.
Oh shit. No. Okay, I got you.
Oh my god.
I'm telling you, the racket's a fucking menace. Holy shit. Are you good, Scarra?
I
come
don't
back,
know
come
if
back.
I'm good.
Swim back. Yeah,
Oh,
you
I'm
do
good.
that?
I'm good.
Okay. Oh shit.
I would like if. Oh my.
Okay. No. No. Watch the hammer. Oh, the hammer. Oh, not the hammer. Oh shit. I'm fucking. Okay.
I taped him.
Nice.
He's down for the count.
Oh my god.
Get off me.
Let's go. Yeah, fucking kill this guy. I don't know how to throw people. Ah, fuck.
Don't worry, I can use my head.
Oh. Yeah, use your head. Headbutts are good. Yeah. Oh shit. Okay, we're good. We're both still alive. This is good.
Oh.
No, you're good. No. Oh, fuck. No. Okay.
Oh. We got Sokka. No, it's fine.
No. Yeah, get off my teammate. Fucking teammate. Yeah, get teased, bitch. Yeah, get teased with us. Oh, shit.
Oh, I got tased. Oh, I got tased again. Oh, he tased me again. Wait, I can't stop getting.
Okay.
This is animal cruelty.
Yeah. shit, the fucking taser, dude. Dude, someone stop it! I'm fucking tased for life. Holy shit. Okay. Nice, stop him, dude. I'm just.
Oh, he's dead. He's dead.
We can win this. Hell yeah.
Oh,
my god,
I'm dead.
Scarra sacrificed himself so we can win.
We won?
We won.
Let's go.
We won. Let's go. Scarra's a hero.
Okay.
Oh shit. He fucking punched me. What the fuck?
Oh my god, he took his spinach.
He drank the fucking drugs, dude. Oh fuck. Everyone wants a weapon, dude. It's nuts. Everyone fucking wants a weapon.
I'm out. Oh, wait.
It hurts. It's pain.
Oh, no. Okay. Well, okay. I'm up.
Fuck. They're crazy. No. You can't have that. That's fine. You can't have that. It's mine.
Please. I need to be up. Freedom.
Oh,
we're good.
Okay.
Oh, I'm not good.
Okay. No, you can't have that. No, fuck. No, not the fucking vent.
Oh god. Oh.
These guys are dumbest.
Okay, it's fine. Don't knock me off. Oh, okay, good job.
Okay, I'm trying to stop this guy. This guy's a fucking idiot, yeah. Fuck, not the taser, dude.
Oh, I got tased. You tased me?
I fucking got tased everyone. Oh my lord, dude. Oh yeah. Oh wait, no.
Get off me.
Oh yeah. I'll take him down with me. I'll take him down with me. Fuck it. Fuck. Yeah, I'll take him with me. Oh fuck. Okay. Everything's fine.
Dumbass.
Oh my god, he fucking froze me instantly. Okay, I'm dead.
Yeah, that's right. Thought you could, huh? But you can't. Wait.
Okay. Wait, grab the weapon. Oh shit. I believe. I fucking missed. I'm fucking horrible.
No.
Oh, nice try. That was so good. You did so good. Nice try. You fought well, man.
Okay.
Yeah, we just need to stop Blue from winning, and they get one more, and then they win. No, we gotta kill Blue.
Ow! What the?
They're all against Blue now. They're all angry at Blue. Fucking fuck them up.
Wait, this guy literally shooting me plungers.
Oh my god, dude. This guy's fucking murdering me.
I can't get up. My left hand is plunged.
I'm fucking stuck too. I'm fucking stuck. This is, oh my god, he murdered me.
I'm good.
He killed me so fast. I'm dead. I'm actually dead. I'm sorry. You know how it is sometimes. It just,
He punched me again.
Where's the blue guy, dude? Where is he? I'm such a bad aim with these things. I'm the worst aim with these things. Okay, I believe Scarra. You're the hero. You're a hero.
Yeah. But where's
Yeah.
See, I see one blue.
How does Blue have both their people still alive? What in the hell? Oh, there's a bat. The bat's good shit.
Oh yeah. Just real
the
quick.
Blue guy has a bat. Wait, never mind.
Oh, please get up. Please get up.
I believe. It's okay. You know, getting up is half the game.
Okay.
I'm such a horrible aim with these things. Holy hell.
Oh god.
Okay. Okay, okay. Green got another one. That's fine. That's fine.
Okay. Okay.
Yep, yep, yep. Oi, oi, oi.
Ow.
This is not good. This is not great. It's not great. It's not great. It's not great. It's not great. Oi. Oh yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
he
yeah.
really just laid me out there.
Okay, 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 okay. You got this. You got this. You got this. You got. Yep,
Mom.
yep, yep. Good job. Good job.
Oh my god, that guy's got the spinach.
Oh
The
yeah.
sauce. Oh, and I'm out. Pull yourself up, doggo.
Oh shit. Oh. Yeah, okay, okay. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. Ow.
Stop knocking me out.
Dude, that dog is knocking me the fuck out. Oh my lord, that's nuts.
Don't worry, I got
Okay,
him.
thank God.
I can beat up my twin. Let's go, bitch. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, yeah, beat him up, beat him up.
Oh wait, how am I on the floor now?
Please stop, please stop, please stop, please stop, please stop. These people are trying to... Okay, okay, okay. I've had so many chances to pick up these things, I can't fucking pick them up. It's so stupid. Oh! Oh! Oh, dude! Okay, he killed like 5 of us. He like 3 of us. Oh my lord! Oh my lord! It's fucking doomed.
Wait, which one's the right one for me to go?
Which was the what?
Oh,
Oh,
oh.
And yeah, don't worry, don't worry. It's fine, it's fine. As long as fucking actually yellow needs to win.
Right.
Yeah. Yellow needs to win. Yeah, right. Scarra's letting yellow win. He's so nice.
Who's yellow? Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Isn't the yellow on the wrong side, so he can't?
Yeah,
win?
kind of. Yeah. I'm chucking mooncakes at this guy. Oh shit, he needs to get up on the other thing, dude. Oh, he's doomed. Nah, he's fucking dead. Holy shit. Oh!
Wait, he won.
No, this blue guy. This blue guy needs to not win. Yeah, he won. He won. Green one. Green one. Oh man.
Oh
Damn.
no.
Must suck.
The struggle. So how do you like the game so far?
Hold on, let me get the end game shot. Hold up.
Yep.
Ah! Where am I?
I'm just chilling. We're chilling. I didn't see Scarra in the picture at all. Unfortunate. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Okay, we want to go fucking like wind tunnel or broken arrow or something. Yeah.
Broken arrow? Okay.
Oh, this one fucking sucks. This one fucking sucks.
I'm starting to see. I'm starting to understand.
Yes. Yes. I'm glad. Uh-huh.
Mhm.
Oh my god, I hope they put like... Yeah, oh, did you see the fucking... Wait a minute. Look at this!
You have an owl? You have Harry Potter. Oh my god. Mm,
Yeah, he's only an epic pull too, so he's not that hard to get, but... So
Potter.
it's like, yay! So cute! And the moose. Robin Hood dog. Okay.
You know, Otter did so well before. I'm back.
Uh-huh. I believe. Surely. All these people have basic skins. Okay, basic. Okay.
Oh, okay, hold on.
So this place is a really fucking tiny ass field. That's the one thing about this one. It's really fucking small. can. Not the can. Not the can. Not, no.
Oh.
Oh, he fucking fell off. I kind of want that. I kind of want it. I kind of want it. Gimme. Yes, sir. I got it. Ha ha ha. Oh, he's got the fucking. He has the fucking shovel. Fucking kill him.
Is this a gun?
Yeah. Okay, now I'm the one with the shovel.
Oh, you killed me.
Shit, Scar. Why were you standing there, man? Why were you standing there, huh?
What?
Why were you standing there? That's unfortunate. You see how this guy's running from me, motherfucker? That's what you should be doing, Scar. That's what you should be doing.
I'm your teammate. Wait, that guy just didn't get up. Oh, we won.
Hell yeah! I won for us, Scar. I won. Your sacrifice is not in vain.
Okay, you're gonna literally die. Don't worry. Oh, start worrying.
Oh shit. Oh. Oh. Okay.
No! I couldn't run past him fast. Oh.
Oh, I
You're
almost
still alive,
died.
right? Yeah. Just don't get hit with the
almost.
racket.
Yeah. That's my racket now.
Don't
Sure.
worry, I'm gonna land a cheese thing on him. Oh, okay. That almost hit you. Don't worry, I'm gonna land another one.
Oh fuck. Okay.
Oh, I hit him. Oh, I hit him.
Oh, nice. You're a gamer. Okay, all right. Okay.
All right, now.
Okay.
Oh, he's ready to the hammer. He's ready to the hammer.
Nah.
Oh my
let's
god.
go.
Wait,
Oh,
he
shit.
punched you.
Yeah, he actually punched me. Fuck. Okay, it's fine. I got the bet. Yeah, you better run. Oh fuck. He's so smart. Oh, what the fuck?
Did we lose?
Yeah, he's fucked.
Oh my god.
man,
Okay, no,
dude,
don't
what
worry.
the
We got
fuck?
it now.
We got it. The bat's the fucking best shit ever. That thing is so easy to control. Like, that thing is so good. Oh, Scarra's got the pan. Let's go. This pan's good.
Yeah,
It's
the
good.
pan's so good.
Let's go.
Bow. Ow. Dead.
Oh, fuck. I got nunchucked. I got fucking chucked in the nuns. No. You can't have that. That's mine. Oh, shit. No. Oh.
Oh, he nunchucked me, man. Ow.
Okay. Yeah. Send him over there. Get frozen. Oh.
What?
Oh shit. The fucking pig took me off with him, dude.
Who killed me with the pan?
I don't know. How did you die to the bed? No one had it. That's crazy. Here's a fucking... Oh, nice taser thing. This guy's fucking AFK. Shoot the other guy. Kill the other guy. You need, we need blue not to win. Blue's fucking winning.
Oh my...
This guy's doing so bad with the pan, I can't even.
Oh, beat him up. Okay.
Okay.
Throw him over. Okay.
I don't fucking know how. I can't find the button.
Oh my god, there's a grenade.
Nope.
I'm throwing the thing at him. Oh,
Okay.
did I hit you?
Okay. Okay.
Oh.
Good job.
Oh, well, that's fine. You're good. You're good. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait.
Okay.
Oh my god, you're a beast.
Yeah. I found the throw button. Let's go!
For
Ooh,
bread.
lollipop, ooh, lollipop, ooh, lollipop, oh, lollipop. Oh, fuck. It fell off. It rolled off. Oh, fuck. I was coming for this guy's head. Oh, no. Give me that. Yeah! Oh, this guy just yeeted himself off the edge. I need to do shit. Behold the shovel!
Don't worry, I have a deadly gun. I can use it. Oh
that's
my
actually
god.
Good. Wait, that's actually a great gun. That fucking ice gun, that's just busted. Oh my lord, they're fucking dead.
Don't worry. Just
Oh shit! Oh, Scarra! Oh god! You know what? That's fair. Okay, Scarra, I believe you got this. Perfect. Good job. Let's go!
Remember 75 bucks actually subbing.
That was, yeah. Let's
okay.
go. Let's go. Yeah. You punched me. You punched me. Good
Let's
photo. Good
go.
photo. See, Scarra's hugging me in the corner. It's cute.
Should we look for another group? Or these guys are AFK? You killed 3 people that are out. You have.
Oh yeah, we find random groups. Like we join new groups each time.
Oh, what do we want to play?
Well, the football one's fun as hell.
Okay.
Yeah. We're actually like, we're trying to score points, man, in the goal.
Okay, is this like American football or like European football?
I don't know. It's football.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we scream touchdown when we get it in? Do we have like a little?
So.
Okay.
I haven't played this one yet.
Am I the quarterback? Are you the tight end? How do you feel about Travis Kelce?
Who?
Yeah. Exactly. Who?
Yeah. Who?
Yeah. Don't worry. You don't need to know about him.
Is that like
just
that,
someone you know Make a Wish. It's someone Taylor Swift helped out recently.
Oh, it's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that like Shaquille O'Neal? I know him.
Kind of like that, but less successful.
Okay. Oh, more successful. Wow.
Get back here. Oh.
No, stop him. Oh, I fucking kicked the wrong guy. Oh, no, I got him. Yeah, take it that way. No, wrong. Oh, fuck. All right.
Okay, I'm starting to think our teammates suck. This is okay.
Yeah, we gotta get him rugby style. Rugby style. Like really kick him in the ass.
Okay, rugby style. Okay.
Woo! Oh fuck! Yeah! I'm going. Go. Ah! Oh! I got kicked across the fucking field, dude.
Perfect.
Yeah! Go! I'm just getting stopped here by this duck.
Yes!
Yay! Good shit! I fucking punched.
Look at me. Oh, they're all on me, but don't worry.
Hey yo!
Taylor, this is for you.
Hey! You're into Taylor Swift? Okay, me too. Yeah, that's cool.
Oh yeah, name 10 of her best songs.
Like literally all the lyrics I know in any kind of American song.
You're a fucking fake fan, man.
Hey! I know the 21 one, the red one. I know the one that had the goat in it.
No.
Yeah, I know a lot of her songs actually, despite I don't listen to much American music. Yeah.
Yeah, how do you like her song Palette?
I haven't heard that one yet. That one's new, huh?
Yeah.
See? I didn't hear them until like, a couple months later, several months later, the new ones, I don't know.
Yeah.
Unless they play on the radio, in which case.
Oh, let's go.
Oh, go. Yeah, run it down.
Yeah.
Let's go. Mosh pit.
I knew you were trouble when you walked in. Something. I don't know the rest of the song, guys.
Punched him into the ground. Hacha! Fucking headbutt
Oh,
him.
what the heck? No way.
No, fucking headbutt him. No. Oh my fucking lord! I kicked him ass. You know, I kicked his ass after he got it in.
Yeah.
Dude.
I'm not really good at dogpiling for dudes, so like
No.
it's not like my you know preferred
yeah?
thing. Yeah.
Oh yeah. But
Well,
I mean, what if
I'm
it's
making
too
it
late,
work.
Scarra?
I'm
What if
gonna
it's
do
too
it.
late?
I'm gonna
Yeah,
do
go,
it.
go, go,
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
Oh my god, they have a goalie.
Ah!
Oh my god, they have a goalie.
Oh my god, he picked me up. Get your hands off me. I like you that way. Oh god, he threw it down. Yeah, get away from me. Get off her. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, we lost.
Wait, no. Go, Scar, go. Roll for your life, roll for your fucking life. Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
Okay, nice throw. That Ori is fucking violent as fuck. Ugh. No, fuck you.
No, stop him.
Yeah. That way, go. Oh, fuck. That duck.
Oh my god, I got ducked. Bro,
Yeah,
Otter, that's me. Don't be me.
Okay. I'll fucking get him.
You punched me. That's the wrong Otter.
They all look the same, you know? They all look the same.
No.
No. Fucking stop him.
Oh yeah.
Nice
Oh
throw.
yeah.
Nice throw. Oh, fuck, that cat. Yeah, go. Let's go. Oh, you almost got it. Let's fucking got it.
No.
No. I'm fucking go. Go. Okay.
No, I punch it back. Punch him back.
No, fuck you.
Our teammate's AFK.
Oh,
no.
fuck this guy. Oh, goddamn. Our fucking teammate died, dude. Holy moly. Dude, the fucking struggle. This fucking...
The duck, man.
The duck is... I hate this duck. I knocked the duck out. Screw him.
Oh yeah, be my Otter fit. Bitch. Oh.
Oh my god. Yeah, down it goes. No. No! What the hell?
Oh no.
Oh, we have a problem. They're one away.
What do you mean they're one away? We lost.
I think it's 6.
Oh, it's 6?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god, I got fucking knocked the fuck out. Stop him, Scar. You got
I rolled. Oh,
that's okay. It was your first time, Scar. That didn't count. You know, that's okay.
Don't look. Look, he dodged me. Oh my god. I'm fighting my own demons up there.
Scar rolled the fuck away. It's okay, guys. It's okay. You know, Scar, you know,
God, I want the picture.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm lying dead.
I'm somewhere.
I'm there.
I'm gone. I'm dead. It's okay, guys. I'm proud of Scarra for avoiding more pain to himself. You know, I care about the guy. He's a great dude. You know, I really want to, you know, protect himself some more. You know, like even if it's at the cost of all of our happiness, you know, it doesn't matter. That makes me happy and proud of him. Oh my god, the train one's so fun. Why does nobody want to do the train? What is this?
I got
was hella fucking fun.
What is this?
Oh, this one's a classic battle.
Oh.
But avoiding the poison
cloud.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your poison's bad.
Okay, I'm starting to think it's not the otter. But what if
Yeah? Oh, that's
it's... Chat, what do you like? The croc. Hold up arrow. What does that do? Croc? I like the croc. Wait, there's another croc.
Oh, you're not alone, man. You're not alone.
Kill him. Stop punching me. I'm the wrong croc.
I didn't know who you were, man. You know, you changed your skin. I'm like, who the hell is this guy?
It says my name.
Oh, right. Yeah, right.
Don't confuse me
names
with,
are really important, you know?
with Flex God, okay?
Right, yeah.
Don't worry, me and this guy are having one-on-one. No one interrupt us.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Oh, shit. The dude with the fucking shovel, dude. I want that shovel.
Oh. I'm fucking Peter. Oh.
Okay.
I knocked out.
Okay. This is fine. Everything's fine. It's fine. Shovel. It's mine. It's mine. Okay.
Oh
my god. Oh, we're fucking dead. I'm fucking dead. You can still live, Scar, I believe.
I'm living.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Oh my god.
I saw that shit.
Wait, he haymaker to me. Oh my god.
That's unfortunate, man. You know, I don't know what to tell you there. I fucking missed.
Don't worry. I got it.
I'm fucking
right here. Oh, and I missed.
Goddamn.
Oh my god, he threw him down there.
Oh my god.
They're matching skins. They're both the...
What the fuck, dude?
Wait, okay, we gotta kill those guys.
They think they're so cool because they match Scarra. They're like twinsies or something, you know? Okay. Hiya.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No problem. No problem.
Okay, I have the lollipop. I have the power. Throw them off, Scarra. Throw them off. Yeah, throw them all off. Yeah. Oh shit. No. Scarra, what happened? Scarra?
Oh, we where you at?
Oh shit, there's a bomb there. No, thank you. I'm good.
Oh my god.
Not like this.
You said there? I wasn't sure where there was.
Yeah, there is a figure of speech, you know, there.
Oh. Okay, you're still alive. You're still alive.
Okay.
Whatever happens, don't let the cats win.
Yeah.
Don't worry. I'm gonna make sure they don't win, okay?
All right.
Oh, right here. I'm gonna throw a bomb right there.
Okay.
Just don't get hit by it.
Okay.
Okay, just don't get thrown off whatever you do.
Wait. No, okay. Okay.
Climb up. Oh, you're good.
Okay. Oh shit! I picked up the fucking bat. I grabbed the fucking bat.
Oh,
okay,
you're
wait,
good.
I'm good. Holy shit.
Okay,
I'm good.
Wait, okay.
Okay. Fucking pick that shit up. Okay. No. Fuck you.
Oh my god, he's
You
rolling.
better fucking run.
He's rolling.
What the fuck was that? What hit me? Okay. Everything's fine. Yeah.
Throwing a bomb? Because whenever you do, don't get killed by the two bombs.
Okay. That's good. Okay. That's good. Oh shit, don't go over there. Oh shit. Why me? Fucking choose him. Okay. We're good. No.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I like what I'm seeing.
Oh shit, what the fuck?
I don't like what I'm seeing.
I don't like what I'm seeing either. I don't like what I'm seeing. I don't like it.
Oh, okay. He got knocked out.
Oh shit, how did we all die, dude? And he won? Okay, fine.
Wait, I mean, otters can't really be poisoned, so... It's like a racial buff.
Is it?
No, you believe me? Ah, crocodiles can't be poisoned either.
Scarra's a liar. He's a liar. He's a compulsive liar. He lied just as he breathed. Oh my lord. No, no, no! I want that. Ah! Dude, he killed me with the shovel. You can kill people with it. Like actually, he just murdered me. It's so sad. Okay, Scarra, I believe you got this.
Yeah, keep watching me. Keep watching me. Keep watching me. Hold on, hold on. You see this otter? Oh.
Yeah, I threw a bomb right there. Okay,
Ow.
okay. Okay. It's fine. The otter's stuck on the rock. Yeah, maybe just stay in the corner, you know. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, we like the corner. Ooh, the shovel. Ooh. Nice.
Okay, baby. Okay.
Yeah, let's go. Wait, don't go over there. Don't go over there. The poison gas is there. Don't go there. Go left. Go left. Yeah. You have to see on that side of the field. The poison gas is coming. Okay, I'm gonna bomb him there. Go left. Go left.
Oh, I got knocked out.
Yeah.
Wait.
Okay. All right. It's just the duck, dude. It's just the duck. Okay.
Surely I'm not in poison right now, right?
No. Surely. Oh my lord. Oh my lord.
No
shot.
Yeah.
They gave us a fucking bomb for that. Oh my lord, it's crazy.
Here, take it.
Kill blue. Oh, somebody.
Oh my god, my clone. Only one still stands.
Yes.
Ah!
This guy has a fucking plunger on his head, and it is working out for him. Oh.
I'm sorry if I shoot you.
Oh shit! Why would you kill me? Okay.
Back the fuck off, Croc.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
He's dead.
Ow, okay. Oh shit! I'm okay. Somehow I'm alive. Oh
Okay.
shit! Oh, I think you did it! Wait. The guy's over there. Yeah. You should kill this guy. Oh
what?
shit!
What? Who's this guy? Who do you want to kill?
That's unfortunate.
What do you mean?
That's unfortunate. Yeah. You stay over there. Yeah! I won for us, Scarra. I did it.
Would it be cool if I was alive for that process?
It would have been, yeah. It's unfortunate. Yeah, it happens. Sometimes people die.
Oh my god, man.
Oh shit.
Get off of me, man.
I think he likes you.
Oh my god.
Let's see. How does this thing work? Oh, it fucking knocked me. Wait, what the fuck was the point of the boomerang? It knocked me in the head.
Ow! Who has the boomerang? Who's hitting me, man?
Did you know I had homing missiles? You know, they like you. You're so awesome, Scarra. Just, homed in on you,
Wait, don't let him throw me off.
Oh, shit. Okay. Wait, shit. Okay, you got this. Oh, shit.
Why is there a plunger on me?
Oh, no. I can't get up.
Yeah, because there's a plunger on my toe. Oh my god.
What?
Oh my god. We let these guys win?
I couldn't get up because I had the crossbow, and I couldn't get up because I had it in my hand, and I couldn't let go.
You, because you shot me before I can't climb.
I'm dying. Oh my god! You know it's
Oh.
You're awesome, Scarra.
Oh my god. Okay, it's I can swim. This one seems easy.
Yeah. This one's kind of bad. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, easy.
McRock. We live for water. Actually, does an alligator go inside the water? They both go inside the water.
Yeah.
Maybe we need team synergy skins. Maybe we need people who don't shoot each other, huh?
Surely. You're gonna swim us to victory.
Yeah. And you're gonna, we're not gonna shoot each other, right?
Yeah. Okay, you got this. You got this. I have the good stuff. Oh shit!
Oh my god. Who's
that wasn't me.
was
Oh yeah,
that?
by the way, stay away from the missiles. The missiles are kind of bad, you know. Missiles are kind of bad. Yeah, yeah. Oh. Oh shit.
How do I get up? How do I get up?
Keep climbing, keep climbing.
How?
Climb harder.
I'm trying.
Okay. Oh, the guy just fucking jumped his ass off.
I grabbed the wall. Yeah, I did. It didn't work.
Shit. Okay.
Oh god. Now you can swim? Oh wait, someone went under. Is someone on top?
How do we let go of items, I wonder? Oh, shit.
You're alive, right?
Okay. Yeah. I'm good. Everything's fine. I just need to... I need to climb for my fucking life. Holy shit. There's a dude up there that's trying to stop people, you know? Okay. Ow! Oh, fuck! You know, I was fine up until you knocked me the fuck out.
Oh.
Okay, I'm still alive. Everything's fine. It's fine. Believe. Okay. Okay.
I threw a grenade and killed the dog.
Okay.
Wait, don't they both win?
Oh shit! I'm out of stamina. Yeah, they both win. Fuck!
We lost to Glizzy Globlin.
Yes, Scarra. Yes, we did. Oh, what the fuck? Dude, that dog is so mad at me. I didn't do anything to him.
Oh, you threw me off already.
Yeah,
Don't
no,
worry,
that's
crocodiles
where I'm at,
can
man.
swim. Yes. Yep. Nope. Yep. I'm going up. I'm living. Don't shoot me.
Okay, right, you're right, that's you. That took me a sec. Yeah, everything's fine. Oh shit, fucking missile. Okay. Where'd you go? Where's that
climbing
cat
up. I'm climbing up.
Yeah, tease them.
Okay. I'm at the very top. I'm at the very top. I'm a croc in the pit.
Yeah. Make sure you kick them off, all right?
Call it a croc pit.
Make sure you keep kicking the people off, okay? I'm tasing them to death. Actually, they can't get up. It's pretty great.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I stuck a taser right where they're climbing. That's great.
There's too many people climbing up. Too many people climbing up.
Okay, we'll stop some of them.
Please. Please, there's so many.
Uh-huh. Oh shit. Oh, the game's not letting me grab the thing. Okay, we're fine. Okay.
Please, the croc. Don't do it to me, man.
Somehow I'm still alive.
Oh,
I'm dead.
No.
I'm dead. I ran out of stamina. Oh my god. Okay, you got this.
No,
You got this. You got this.
I can breathe underwater. I am the croc. Oh, I'm alive. No, he's strangling me.
No. I believe. You said to be the last one alive.
Easy.
Yeah, just don't use all your stamina. You're fine.
Oh.
Yeah. Ah, shit. Okay, everything's fine. It's actually fine. No one saw anything.
You're alive, right?
Yeah. No, I'm alive. Good fucking start. Oh, they dropped a shovel.
Oh my god.
Oh shit, run away. Okay, you're good. Good job.
Don't worry, I'm on fire.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my god.
I'm killing people with the fucking shovel. Oh shit, I don't know how to get rid of this thing. Okay. Game?
What?
Oh my god,
we're
dude.
We're good.
I'm like doomed when I get an item. How do you let go? Because I can't let go of the weapon. I can't. I don't know how to let go. Send help. How do I let go? Oh man, I'm fucking doomed. Okay, Scarra, you got this. Oh, somebody.
Who hit me with that?
Some dead person fucking hit you with the thing. You got this, right? You got it.
Do I?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, crocodile is in its habitat when he. Oh.
Oh my god, this Ori guy is dodging like everything. Why is he so good? Why is he so good?
Okay, I'm not gonna say anything, but we are currently not on the leaderboard.
No, we're not. No, we're not. We have a problem. We have a bit of a problem.
Yeah. Don't worry, they're about to have a bit of.
Oh,
You
fuck.
froze me? I'm getting missile launched. Oh, I'm good. Oh my god.
Oh shit, Scarra.
What?
Scarra, what happened? You went into the missile.
You're still alive though, right?
Yeah, I'm still alive.
Oh yeah, my
Scarra,
boss.
what happened? You went to the missile.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, just win this one for us.
Right, yeah. Okay, surely.
Okay, be careful. I'm gonna throw a grenade. Oh, that went nowhere.
Okay.
Okay, you're good.
Okay, I'm gonna fucking live in here.
Oh, someone knocked you out.
Okay. It's fine. No. You can't do this.
I'm gonna knock him. Oh.
Oh my god. Fucking knocking me out.
Oh, he knocked him out. Oh, you guys are all knocked out.
Yeah. Bro.
What's going on?
It's just
He's
a
just
knockout.
headbutting you.
Yeah, he's killing me. Oh my god, he killed me. I'm dead. He fucking headbutted me till I died. Okay. I didn't know you could do that. I didn't actually know you could headbutt someone until they're dead. Wait, that's such a good bomb. What the fuck?
Oh my god.
That's a good bomb. Holy. Whoever threw that, wow. What a monster. I'm sorry, Scarra. You know how it is sometimes, right? You know.
Oh, my teammate. Where's my teammate?
Right here. You have a teammate. Yeah, she's just doing things. Doing her best. Yeah.
I kicked one down.
Oh my god. I seriously didn't know you could headbutt someone to death. I thought you could just shovel them to death. But goddamn. Oh fuck. All right, yeah, you two can kill each other. I'm gonna go away. I'm gonna fucking hide over here, man. The play is to not play.
Yeah, killing these gorillas one at a time.
Yeah. Oh shit. Okay.
Oh my god.
Sinking. Go. I'm up here, Scarra. I'm up here. I'm
climbing.
stop their asses.
I'm climbing. Okay, I'm going to the other cockpit.
Okay.
Wait, we won. Oh, never mind.
I'm trying to headbutt this guy down to his death. I
Same.
dodged the fucking thing.
Ow!
Yeah, you didn't dodge the thing. It's okay. Okay. They hit me. It's
Yeah,
fine.
I see you did a great job dodging that, huh?
Yeah, I didn't dodge that one. It's fine. It's okay. I'm not meant to dodge all of them. Dodging things is
Wait,
hard.
someone threw one at the blue guy.
But that's great.
Wait. Oh, he killed me. Oh. Never mind.
Wait, the blue guy's here? I got him. I headbutted him, Scarra. I headbutted him.
I'm going up. Truly, I'm transcending.
Okay. Scarra, I think I sacrificed myself to kill the blue guy. I think for real. I think we're both dead.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, we're both dead.
I still have a little bit of stamina.
Okay.
Is there still anyone alive?
No. I think I took him down with me.
Hey,
Let's go!
that's a dub.
I did it. I made up for my sins, Scarra. I died for it. Yeah. It was good. Oh, he fucking angry, dude. He punched me out first thing. Holy, he threw me the fuck up.
Don't worry, man.
So bad.
I am angry.
It's fine. We got this. Okay. I'm fine. Everything's fine.
I'm angry.
Oh,
well,
you have
you.
fury. Okay, nice. You are fury. Yes.
That's
I'm
you.
proud of you.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna take
Other
this.
gorilla?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he could have handled me.
Okay. Where'd the other guy go? He's back there. I swear. Oh shit. Wait. Scarra move. Move. I'm gonna. I can't aim. Oh, I got him.
They knocked them both down?
Oh
Okay.
shit, go.
Okay.
I'm fucking trying to shoot this guy down to his death. Got him! I got him! I hit him! I fucking got him! Let's go!
There's one more gorilla on this side.
Okay, there we go. I'm trying to figure out how to get rid of this stupid thing. Oh my lord. Oh shit, they hit me with the fucking... Okay, no, we're fine, we're fine. Everything's fine. I'm okay. Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
Okay. We're all okay. The Glizzy Goblin's coming up.
Okay.
Oh my god.
I'm ready to try to headbutt his ass. Okay. I fucking missed.
I definitely...
He's coming. Get him.
I'm knocked out.
Okay.
You knocked him out. Okay, now and then... Oh, he's like kind of pumping.
Yeah, he's kind of, okay.
Oh, I'm knocked out again?
Okay. Okay, oh shit. I can't make it. The tide's too strong. Shit, I'm dead. There's no way. The tide's too strong, man.
Oh my...
Oh, man. Okay, you got it. He's clutching.
Oh, I think I got it. A croc in water? Whew. Never lost this in my life.
Oh, okay. I can't even see you guys. Where are you?
Oh.
What?
Oh, you know, the gorilla in water. That's a new one.
That's a new one. Yeah. I never seen that before.
That's
kind of crazy.
New one.
Oh shit.
Oh, that's you.
Oh, I'm fucking running. Yeah. Alright, I knocked him out with the fucking bat. Oh, you knocked me out. Holy shit.
Wait, I have no stamina. Oh, I'm dead.
Wait, what? What happened? Where are you?
I got plungered.
You got plungered?
Got plungered.
Okay. Oh shit. Okay.
Fuck. Okay. Oh, you're still alive. I see you.
I'm alive. Yeah, I'm alive.
Okay. Don't worry.
Okay, yeah, of course.
You're. Oh, okay. He missed.
Okay. Hey. This is mine. No. Hey. Can't have this. It's mine.
Okay. Oh, I hit him in the head.
Okay, good. Yeah. I'm trying to duck. Oh my god, he killed me with his headbutts.
No, don't worry.
I'm salty as hell.
I don't know. Are you dead?
Yeah, they killed me with the headbutts, man. I can't even. Oh, as long as blue doesn't win, if red win, you know, if not red, if the fucking...
Guys.
Wait, no, green can't win. It's green.
Oh, green and blue? Oh, no.
Oh, shit. Oh, green wins, I think. Depending on who started cuddling first.
I hate these cameras. I wish I could just control the camera.
Aw, damn. Never mind. Wasn't had the points. Oh, fuck. Damn it. You know, I'm so salty that they can kill me with headbutts. I'm so sad.
I mean, he literally smashed his skull into your skull.
Yeah, I know. I'm so sad. I thought my skull was worth more. I thought it was stronger.
Ooh, I got moon carrot.
Ooh. It's a non-RGB rabbit.
Oh.
Oh my god, we gotta do soccer.
Didn't we? Oh, we did football.
Oh yes, soccer.
Mm.
This one and the ice puck one are really fun.
Oh my god. Okay, you gotta beat it up.
I love how it says beat the soccer into opponent's gate. Yeah.
Can you do hockey too? I guess.
Dude, Scarra, I brought back so many mooncakes from.
I haven't had mooncake today. It's mooncake day, right?
I think so.
No mooncakes for me.
Aww. I wish you were closer. I could bring you mooncakes. I fucking brought back so many boxes of mooncakes, and then like she brought back more boxes of mooncakes, and I was like, oh my god, yes.
Mooncakes. Oh, I heard you guys went to the what should we call it? Katsudan place.
Yes, you did. He went there. I didn't get to go. It was so sad.
Okay. I think it's a unicorn play. I'm feeling lucky.
Okay.
You know they say that all of my power is inside of my one horn.
You have a horn?
And I'm gonna impale people with it right here.
You have a
Boom!
horn? Okay.
Oh, where did I
Scar, wrong way, Scar.
Oh
Scar.
shit.
No. Okay, thank God.
Okay. All right,
Okay,
pass. Yo, I'm open. They call me the Messi of party animals. Okay.
I'm passing. Go. Yeah, go. Okay.
Oh my god.
No.
Ref, that's a red card.
Yeah. Oh, I kicked it that way. Let's go. I'm carrying, Scar. I'm carrying. See, I got this. I'll make up for it. I'll make up for it. Yeah. Okay. Wait, no. I missed like a fucking. Okay. Nice. Scar with a nice pass.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, it's fine.
Oh.
Stupid red guy.
Yeah, I'm gonna recharge my energy.
Okay. Yeah.
Perfect.
Nice.
Perfect.
No. Oh my god, stop him.
Okay.
Nice. Okay. Oh.
Okay, I punched it.
Nice. Okay. We're good. Okay.
Okay.
No. Okay.
It's not clear.
He kicked me in the head. Oh my god, he kicked me in the head. Oh my god. Nope. Yeah, I punched him. Okay. I'm trying to beat up all the other guys. Where are our teammates, dude? Okay.
Oh my god.
Oh, I'm so close. Scarra, help! Save us!
Oh
my god.
Oh, I got it.
Oh, nice!
Wait. Yes.
Yeah! Our hero! He's our hero! Let's go!
Oh.
Yeah.
Telling me.
What a shot! Let's go! Scarra!
Yeah, I'm winning the Ballon d'Or this year.
Yeah. He's a true gamer, guys. He's an esports gamer. Party Animals esports coming soon, for real, actually.
Can't wait to play. Oh wait, hold up. Okay. Don't worry. Okay. Wait. Here we go. They can't clear this. Not with you in there.
I'm contesting that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm passing. I'm passing
Okay.
you.
Oh.
Do a score. Yeah!
Let's
go.
Yeah.
What a pro. What a fucking pro.
Oh. That's some teamwork right there.
That's some great teamwork. I'm like, set this man up for victory. He got it every time. Yeah.
Oh, they don't know. They think they know. But do they not know?
They don't know. No, they don't know. Okay. I trust.
Oh, look, I clear left. Our teammate's there, right? Their teammate is not there.
No. I'm there. Fuck.
Oh,
This guy.
okay.
Fucking gorilla. Okay. No. I'm beating him up.
Oh,
Nice.
okay. Oh,
Okay.
Ref, that guy little fly tackled me.
Okay. Oh shit. Oh no. Okay, I believe.
Oh,
Okay.
you think you got it? Oh, ho, ho.
Okay.
Cross it.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
that
bouncing
is-
off the thing.
oh.
No, the crocodile, dude.
Don't worry. Ref didn't see that.
Nah,
Ref's not gonna see this one either.
Okay. Wait. There ain't no refs in this game. Yeah.
Let's cross. Yeah, I would meet. Okay, here we go.
Okay. Yeah, punt it. I swear. Get
Oh,
him.
don't worry. I got it. He's gonna
Hell
feel
yeah.
that one later.
Hell yeah. Oh fuck. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Clean hit down the middle. Okay, it's fine. it's fine,
Oh,
it's
we're
fine. It's fine,
okay. Don't worry about it.
Yep.
Okay,
Eventually,
yeah.
keep punching. It's gonna go the right way. Okay. Keep
Yeah,
punching.
keep punching,
Yeah.
keep punching.
That's good. No. Oh fuck. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
It's going. Pass the order.
I see it. I'm looking at it.
Okay. Oh.
Okay.
Okay. Scar, you know what you
Hat
must do.
trick. Oh no.
Oh,
Oh,
shit.
even
Okay,
Messi had
wait,
bad shots.
don't
Even
touch
Messi had bad
Don't
shots.
do it. It's fine. Oh shit, Scar, no, Scar. Okay. Oh.
No.
Wrong way.
No.
Wrong way. No.
Oh my god.
No one saw that, guys. No one saw that. Scar did not kick it the wrong way.
Sorry, I
It's
chilled. I
fine. No one saw
forgot.
that. No one saw that.
Should channel my inner Mbappe
Yeah.
or my inner Harlon.
You're what?
You don't know about Harlon?
No, I don't think so. That way. Yeah, go. Okay. Block.
Oh.
I don't know what a Harlon is. Anyone in chat? What the fuck?
Yo, guys. I'm just an offensive man. I'm number 11. Is it 13? I'm number 13.
What? What, football player? Oh, okay, got you. Is that who Scarra wants to be when he grows up?
Ow. Ref, get the guy yellow. Come on, bro. Oh, ref.
Oh, Scarra, you know what you must do. Scarra, you know what you must do. Scarra, flip shot.
Oh, he's passing to himself. He goes down the field.
Okay.
He crosses it.
Yeah, okay.
Wait, where's my teammate?
He crossed it. Yeah, he
Where's my
crossed it.
teammate?
You crossed it. Yeah, good job.
Oh, okay.
You definitely crossed the Scarra. Yeah, good job.
Okay.
I'm passing it. The other side. Other way. No. Fuck. Wrong way. That dog needs to kick it the right way. Holy shit.
Don't
What
worry.
is that dog doing?
I'm stopping them.
Okay. Fuck. I'll do it.
Oh my god.
Fuck, he
I
punched
can't
him in
believe
the
that
shin.
unicorn punched it the wrong way.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Yeah, actually, punched the wrong teammate. Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh.
Yeah. Good shit.
Pass it to me.
Okay.
Oh no.
Fucking, there's so many of them. No. That dog needs to start doing some dogging.
Dog, let's go.
Punch it, you little bitch. He's scared to like punch the ball or some shit, man.
No. Wait, 10 seconds.
Go. Hit it. Yeah.
On the breakaway. He has a cross. He's a chance.
Yeah. Okay.
We drew.
The struggle. Holy moly. We all look so sad now. All our animals look so sad.
Let me get in there. Where the hell are you guys?
Oh, sad. I'm there, you know. Yeah, I'm there. Yeah. That's crazy, man. Oh, man. Well, the pain.
Okay.
Okay. Wait, what the hell is this? Black hole lab. I've never seen that. That one in the wind tunnel are pretty great.
Okay. Oh, not again,
Why?
man.
Why do we get these games? I hate this stage. Oh my lord. What a bitch stage.
Ba-ba.
Dude, my fucking actual, what do you call it? My diet for the next week and 2 weeks is gonna be mooncakes. What the fuck?
Oh. Hmm.
Okay, what's your favorite mooncake?
Are there different? There's like the egg one in the middle, right?
Oh yeah, the
And then
salted
there,
egg.
yeah, and then there's the standard red bean.
Yeah.
I like that one.
Oh yeah, me too.
What is the there's another one made with something else?
There's a lot of them. I got a mooncake with yuzu, like a yuzu
Oh,
mix
that
inside.
sounds so good.
Yeah. I like on the airport back home, I was like looking around for more mooncakes to bring with me.
It's
Because I was
honor
past
time,
security.
baby.
And I
Bonus
was like,
paste?
oh yeah, this one has yuzu in it. I'm like, oh fuck yeah,
might-
take my card.
Oh, I actually like
It was so good,
lotus
so good.
paste. Oh.
And then there's one that she brought back that has mung bean in it, and I like the mung bean ones because they're pretty simple, but they're really good.
I think I'm like a yuzu lover.
No, yeah, same. I'm like a yuzu junkie. I drink if I see yuzu on something on the menu, I'm just like, yeah.
Ow! Get off me!
No!
Get off me! Oh.
I'm living. I'm living.
Oh my god, the nunchucks.
Oh, nice.
Oh god, oh, look at these
yeah,
guys.
Oh yeah,
Ow.
yeah. He just can't control his own power, guys. It's crazy.
Oh my god. Who is this guy? Guy with the plunger? Get off me!
I fucking want the nunchucks. I want the nunchucks. Oh, okay, never mind.
The plunger's on me!
Ow! Oh, I think I doomed that other guy. Yeah, I think I doomed him. Oh, I got him! I killed him because I tased him! Stay tased. Oh, fuck!
Oh, I'm in the bad spot. Oh,
Wait, I think I killed him.
Oh,
I think I killed him.
Otters go home. Otters can't go home. Otters can't go home.
Otters can't go home? What the fuck does that mean? Oh, I didn't kill him. He saved himself. Holy shit.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh.
Do you believe in me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Do not be alarmed when I throw this.
Okay. Okay.
I missed.
Oh shit.
Hello? Where'd you go?
You threw me off real quick. It's okay. It's okay. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
Dude, you let Garfield do that to you?
Yes.
Oh yeah, beat him up. Okay. Just headbutt that guy to death.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Don't worry, I'll kill Garfield.
Oh.
Wait. Garfield's dead. Garfield's literally swimming. He can't live.
Okay. Okay. I'm literally on the fucking Ori. He can't get up.
Oh, someone knocked the Ori. Someone knocked the Ori.
Wait.
Okay. Wait,
Okay.
it's looking good.
I think I'm okay. I think I'm okay.
That's a dub.
Yeah. We did it. Let's go. Woo. Dude, I love the fucking taser. Someone find me another taser. I swear to the Lord, I'm gonna run back here. Oh no, he's got the taser. He's got the taser. This dude has the fucking taser. Oh shit. Oh shit. That's not. Oh.
I stood next to him. We tased each other. I'm still tasing him.
Yeah. That's good. That's good. That's good.
Oh,
We
yeah.
like that. Uh huh. Okay, I'm gonna stand all the way fucking over here. Okay. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna come over here and help you.
How do I drop the item?
Fuck, you threw me off.
Oh god.
Never mind. Oh shit! Start going.
I'm going up. I'm going up. Hey,
Yep,
that's me there.
I'm a fucking.
Knocked one off.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I'm headbutting this guy to death. I got hit by a mooncake.
Don't worry. This gorilla doesn't make it up here alive.
Help, 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 help. Yeah. Oh, shit. Oh. Okay, they threw me off, but it's okay. I'm up.
Oh, don't worry. Garfield's down.
Oh, they hit me with the mooncake. They hit me off with the mooncake. Oh, man. Dude, a dead person yeeted me with the mooncake. I'm dead. Damn.
Don't worry. Ah!
Okay. I'm not worrying.
Don't worry. Otters are swimmers. Otters never give up.
Okay.
Never
Okay.
back down, never what?
What? Okay.
Never back down, never what?
Never what? Never what?
Never give up, never give up.
Okay.
Oh god. This otter is not powerful enough.
Okay, it's okay. You're my favorite otter. You're my favorite otter, Scar. You got this.
There's only one otter here.
You're my favorite otter. You're still my favorite otter. You know, you could still be my not favorite otter. Oh shit.
Don't worry. Ha! The otter's got a gun now, baby. Who is shooting me punchers?
I don't know, dude. It ain't me. I'm on the other end crying at this Ori. He's so fucking violent. Oh my lord. Goodbye.
I taste them.
Oh shit. Okay. We're fine. Okay, we're fine. I'm gonna let myself go down a little bit more. Okay. Hello.
Wait, like the goose, bitch.
Scar, climb!
I can't. Someone plunged me, man.
Well, I don't know what to tell you.
Don't worry, I'm here.
You climbed up me.
Yeah.
You knocked me out? You knocked me out?
No. Don't worry. I got Garfield on the ropes here. Garfield, get the fuck out. Ori. Oh, you knocked me out.
Oh, shit. Oh, I got the other guy. We're fine.
Oh. He's knocked out. They're both knocked out.
Okay.
You live.
Oh my god, they knocked me out. Nah, I got fucking mooncakes, dude. Oh man, those mooncakes. Someone's really good with those mooncakes.
This guy's literally smothering me to death.
I mean, smother him.
Did we win? Yeah, we won.
Let's go. He's too good.
Is this server lagging or is it me?
There's a shovel. I don't know, man. But I got a shovel.
Oh.
I got a shovel. I'm away. Yeah. Okay.
Don't
Everything's
worry,
fine.
I'm Popeye.
Yeah, fuck that Ori. Die, bitch. I'm knocking people off the edge, man. No, not the ball. No. Okay, I'm okay. Everything's okay. Yeah! Dude, I'm killing people with a shovel like you don't even know. I'm ledge guarding so hard.
Oh, don't worry. I I got him off. Oh, I got this guy off.
Sir. Okay. Okay.
Oh my.
Oh, sorry, but you know, I had to kill him. You know. Wait. I'm gonna go on that side. You climb.
I'm climbing. You know they say about otters? The fastest climbers in the animal kingdom.
Oh yeah.
Until a mooncake hits them. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I believe. Oh my god, I got moonkicked. Okay, wait. We're okay.
Oh.
We're okay. I'm okay.
Okay, I'm going up. I'm going down.
Yep.
Just to go back up again.
I'm going up. Okay. Oh wait, shit. Everything's fine. Yep. Okay.
I got knocked out. I have mooncake. Okay, it's us two versus these two. But really, we know 2 is greater than 1 + 1.
Yes. Wait, what? Yeah. Oh shit. Okay, we're okay. Okay. Oh shit. Oh, I didn't grab the thing. You got this, Scarra. You got this. I didn't grab the thing. You got this, though. Why is chat just like, man, what a waste of mooncakes? Oh shit.
Let's go.
Yeah. What?
We drew?
What? Wait, what the fuck? How the fuck?
Oh,
So,
no,
I
we
mean,
won.
We won.
Look at that. Otter
Okay,
power.
we drew the
power.
last one, which means we won, right?
I'm
right,
literally in the front. Wait.
Yeah.
Stop.
I'm
Let
in
me
the
have,
front too. Yeah.
let me have
me
the
too.
spotlight.
I'm in the front. I'm like right there.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No.
Scarra, where are you in the picture? Where are you? Where are you?
No.
Where are you?
Okay. Okay. Can I call
I want you to put
LG?
the ice one. What was it?
Can I call LG?
Yes.
Oh, black hole. Oh.
Yes.
Oh.
Dude, I want you to play the ice one real quick though. I want you to do the ice one.
Oh.
Okay, ice one's LG. Ice one's LG.
Well, if it's after this, I'm down.
Yeah. Just after this, I'll go fucking find it.
What is this? This suck.
Oh.
Stay away from the suck. Oh.
Yeah. Don't get suck.
Oh no.
You're good at that, right? Right, Scarra?
Oh,
You're
no.
good at staying away from the suck.
Oh god. It'll be a little
Yeah?
too good. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, you're one of the best guys I know. That's really good at keeping away from suck, man.
Let me
Yeah.
go. Let me take the best anti-sucker.
Okay.
I
all
think
right.
it's
Yeah. Maybe not that crocodile thing with that face.
it's
Right.
it's a dog.
Yeah. Why that dog? Okay.
Look
okay,
how serious he is.
Oh fuck! I got punched already. Okay, what the fuck is this? No! Oh my god, he threw me in! He threw me in! I just died!
Sayu, get up. Sayu, get up.
I
Sayu,
can't.
get up.
I'm insta dead, dude. They instantly killed me. What the fuck? I'm like, Scarra, I died faster than like the suck couldn't even get me.
Wait. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Fuck, I can't do it.
I believe.
Okay, don't worry. I've
waiting for the ball.
learned
I'm waiting.
the can of spinach is the most OP. Ah! Get that off.
Oh, that was fucking brutal. Oh shit, there are chains to hold on to. Okay. Oh shit, there goes the suck.
How do
Scarra.
how to hold on to something?
Oh, Scarra.
No.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh shit.
Oh no.
Okay, now we know what the suck does. Damn, he just yeets him off like that, man. That's crazy. Oh my lord. Okay, alright. You can't hold on to the rails. It has to be the objects or the chain. What the fuck?
What the heck?
Okay, how come I couldn't throw him over? Okay.
He's holding out to me. Yo, buddy.
Okay.
Yo, hands off, hands off.
Okay. Okay.
Yo, big booty, get off.
I know this dude's just dead. Yeah. Who was the dude that won earlier? Was it the fucking red team? It was green.
I can't press tab.
It was green. Ugh. Oh, you fucking shoveled me. Wait, the green guy's got a shovel. Oh shit. Oh shit. Grab a thing, grab a thing. Nice save, Scarra.
Oh
nice
my
save.
god, I
Scarra,
killed myself.
You grabbed onto the Scarra.
The
Scarra?
buddy and me, I killed the buddy. It was worth it, it was worth it. You're alive, right?
Yeah. Everyone's fighting the green guy though. Okay. Kill the green guy. Kill the green guy.
To the homie mooncake. To the homie mooncake number 2. Oh, I missed.
Oh shit. The thing's coming. It's
Take
coming.
the chain, or take the heavy thing.
Nah, you can't have it.
Oh my god, you took it from him.
Right. Yeah, I got him! Let's go! I fucking juked him.
Oh, 1-on-1.
shit.
Mono.
shit.
Get up!
Oh shit.
Get up!
I can't. Okay, I'm up.
Just knock him out,
I
bro,
can't.
man. Just end this already, Sayu. This is
Yeah,
going
I can't.
easy.
I can't. Oh shit. No. Oh shit. Oh no. No. Yeah.
Oh, you can grab onto something.
Okay. Oh shit. Okay. Oh, he's gonna live. He's gonna fucking live though. Whoop.
Oh. It
Okay.
looks like
Okay.
2 people
Okay.
are not gonna live.
Oh crap.
I think. Are you higher?
I don't know. Oh shit. Woo. Oh.
Who won? We lost.
Fucking way.
No way.
I swear I grabbed the chain too. I'm so salty. I'm so fucking salty.
I'm frozen. I'm frozen.
Oh fuck.
Who's got the freeze gun?
My bad. That's me. I hit the wrong guy. I hit a yeah. I'm so sad. I swear I grabbed the chain there. Oh man, I'm so mad. Oh my god. Oh, I didn't grab a thing. I grabbed him. I grabbed the other guy.
If you press
grabbed the
middle
other guy on
mouse,
the
I think
chain.
you kill him and you.
Okay. I'm stuck.
Oh, big booty. Don't not like this. Oh, he died. Oh no.
What happened?
We went for 1.
Why's Scarra down there?
Yeah, I couldn't resist big booty. Just
Right.
grab something.
Oh my god. He punched me. He fucking punched me. Oh wait. Oh, that's so bad.
Oh,
okay.
all
Okay,
4 of you
okay,
guys got
okay,
sucked.
Okay.
Wait,
okay,
just be the last one.
wait.
Oh, 1 person lived. No way.
Oh, we're having a problem. Okay, Scarra, you need to, you know what you need to do. The red guy. You do a red guy.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Grab a thing. Oh, those 2 are so dead.
Oh, the red guy didn't grab a thing.
Okay.
Ooh, wait, he didn't get sucked in.
Yeah, it's not that strong right now. Okay.
Yo, yeah.
I'll
Throw
save
him in,
you,
throw
I'll
him
save
in.
you.
Oh.
No. I got a red guy. You know, red guy. Oh shit, he's holding on to me. Oh fuck, he kicked me in. The red guy kicked me in. I'm so mad. He actually, I flew fucking over the ledge. Okay, I'm about to... Wait, both red guys are alive, dude. This is nuts. Oh my god, the red guy threw someone else in. Okay. Yeah! Okay, I blew the red guy up. I blew him up. I blew him up with the fucking thing.
No, the red guy stuck me. Oh, we're good.
You're good. Oh, nice save. Okay, good. Yeah. That was good shit. Oh my god, I blew the red guy up. I'm so happy. Okay. Oh, that guy, red guy's fucking... What a menace. Shit, I missed.
Oh no! No way. Oh no!
Scarra.
Wait, that guy's actually insane.
He is, dude. I can't. I thought I found the throw button, but then sometimes I swear I press it and nothing happens. Right? It's toss. Oh, never mind. Oh. A's climb, X is toss. What the fuck? Oh my god.
Oh. Wait.
We have such a problem.
They're kind of crazy.
You know, that's okay. We're playing against pros, man. You know what happens sometimes.
I know. I can't believe we're playing against rank 1 players.
Yeah, it's
Ow,
crazy.
why did the bunny beat me up? Yo, big booty.
The bunny's kind of violent, man.
Don't worry, I'm here. I'm in the pig.
Are you? Where are you?
There, you see the wolf dog?
Oh yeah, the wolf guy. Yeah. Good job.
All right, if I don't see an ice thing, I'm out.
Okay. Here, let me see if I can custom do the ice thing. Oh, we got coins.
What's egg coins? Oh, I got one. Is it gotcha? I got a dark alligator. Okay. A common skin. This game sucks. I got a common skin.
Okay, I don't know if I can custom do. I can't do custom do the ice thing. Fuck.
Oh,
okay.
Okay, which one do you want?
I've never done the safety one. I've never seen that. And the
Okay.
buzzball. I don't know. All right, we'll LG this one. Then next time I swear you'll see the ice one.
So,
The balloon.
Oh.
Interesting. Okay. Okay, surely we got this.
Okay, wait. I gotta rep the new skin.
Okay.
Where? Wait, I can't change my outfit. Someone already has this. Oh, he's sleepwear croc. Wait, that's cute. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I'm gonna be Otter Man.
Dude, all the skins are so cute.
Wait, they did a great job at capitalizing on cute stuff. Like I always feel like this game should be cute.
Yeah, like look at all these. Look at that Doge one, the Doge, and look at the Sparta pig.
How many skins do you have?
I may have rolled a lot of gacha.
Oh, how do you have every skin?
Almost every skin. Oh, I'm the walrus this time, lol.
Okay.
Hey yo.
So we gotta get the safe, and then
I'm the thug walrus. Let's go. I got punched.
How do we get the safe?
I don't know. Where is it?
It's in the middle. Do I
It's over
jump to
there.
it?
What the fuck? How do you get over here? How do we even get over there?
Jump in.
Okay.
They got
jump
one.
Kick our asses. Yeah. Oh shit.
Oh my god.
Oh, they knocked me over to the other side. Okay. Oh shit. Okay. Where they keep grabbing the thing.
No!
Dude, they keep grabbing it. What the fuck? Where is it? It's on the middle,
it's
right?
the middle, yeah.
Okay. Oh, there it is. Oh, shit.
Oh, you think I'm done? You ain't seen the last of me yet, bub.
Damn, that bunny is so violent.
It's 1v3, 1v3. I got him. I got him on the ropes.
Oh, fuck, oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Grab it, grab it, go, go, go.
I grabbed it. I'm grabbing it.
Okay, okay. I'm dealing with the bunny.
Where am I? Oh, I'm here.
Yeah, I got the bunny. I punched him,
Okay,
Don't grab
okay.
it.
Grab it? Grab it? Oh.
Fuck.
Wow.
That shit was so fast. What the hell?
We got rolled.
Scarra, we can't end on a defeat, right? You one more, surely, right? We can't end on a defeat, right?
I gotta go.
Oh.
I gotta go.
Oh.
I gotta go. This otter skin is not happy with that.
Yeah. You know, understandable. Yeah. You should. Okay. Before you go, you got to go to the shop. Okay, Scarra. You got to go to the shop.
And
you got to go to the shop and click on the surprise eggs.
I already rolled one.
Oh yeah. Oh.
That's all I had.
Oh.
I got
What'd you get?
Dark Croc.
Okay.
Which is a common skin, which is why I'm never gonna play this game again.
Okay. It's okay. Next time you'll surely have better luck.
Yeah. I'm uninstalling right now.
Oh my god. No, he's not. He's gonna play this again later. We're gonna see him playing it this week, guys. We'll see him playing it later this week.
Oh, what's up, Blur?
Yeah.
All right. Goodbye. Thanks for the invite.
Thanks for playing, though. I'm sorry for all the scheduling confusion, man.
It's no
Seriously.
problem.
Thank you so much.
Goodbye. GG's. Guys, I hope you guys enjoy. I don't know why Fugi didn't work today. It literally just bugged out. I don't know why. It's very bleh. Anyways, I have two options right now. I can play Lost Ark, or I could go to sleep. Main character yet? No, I don't know what I'm gonna play. I have a feeling I want to play Destroyer. Like, I'm just saying, Sid was like, guys, what do you feel about going on a hike tomorrow? And I'm just like, no, maybe. Fuck it, let's go on a hike. So I got a hike tomorrow. All right, guys, I'm turning off my VTuber. Goodbye, sir. And welcome back to my base. Hello. I see you throughout the dark. Like I'm saying here, so down bad. We had to get rid of that, bro. I was not that down bad when I played Lost Ark. I think I was just coping though. The entire time I was like, no, the game's actually really good. But I feel like I coped harder with Herbs. I think Herbs was like the #1 cope. Like in the super cope. The giga cope. I never think I coped so hard as when I played that game. The fact that Toast had to tell me that game was a failure, it will never be successful, I was like, oh. Your skin better? No, it's gotta be up down there. So no, Lost Ark today, dude. Blur, you don't even know that was the tweet I made last time I quit. I played 700 hours of Lost Ark, and I thought the game was terrible because of all the grind. But now I'm back. Baby, I'm back.
Better playing Lost Ark.
I think I have to go to this one, right? Oh, this is so loud. Oh my god, please. Can I get the settings somewhere? Please. Oh my god. Like, please, man. Okay. Okay. This is my current thing I think is most likely to be played. But I almost feel like I'd rather play Soulfist. But I like playing new things every time I come back to stuff. Destroyer's basic? Really? I feel like Soulfist is really basic. The rotation wasn't really, unless you're doing the non-Spirit Bomb one. Artist, I'm good. Or Slayer, I'm good. She is probably one of the most attractive base models though. Is Summoner bad? I think I wouldn't like Summoner. Arcanist though. Hardest fucking spec to play. Martial artist. Okay, realistically, War Dancer was really fun. Soulfist was really fun. I thought Scrapper looked really interesting. I heard Striker is just War Dancer, but more fun. Just give it title? Okay. Deadeye Pistoler. I'm not gonna lie, Arterialist was really fun. Like I thought I would hate like a slow cooldown based class, but it was so fun. Like unironically, this class is hella fun. Reaper's the other class, right? Did it PvP? Oh yeah. Most gatekept class? What does this class even do? Reaper looks cool, but always on the floor? Yeah, that's not me. Aeromancer, I mean, Rennie already has an Aeromancer. I didn't want to play any of the specialists. This is the weeb lolly class, pretty much. I do think Aeromancers are a really sick concept, though. The idea of, like, this class looks fucking cool. The idea of using a Weathermancer is awesome. Fuck, what do I play? Player's so hot, yeah. Why did they make her that hot? Who is that, Vivi? What are you doing here? I have this thing where I'm getting asked to play this game again. And disgusting. This game I played 700 hours of. I quit and I was like, wow, this game fucking sucks. But now I'm back because it is like this thing where you don't have to actually grind to get the boss. The boss fights are 100% of the fun, and you did them like 5% of the time. And now I'm being told you can only do the boss fights. So I'm back. Is she the only one with an intro pose? Wow, she is the only one with a like an intro pose on the throne. Going back to that abusive girlfriend, she's not that abusive. It was just miscommunication, and I can fix her. Yeah, I kind of want to play Soul Fist. But I remember this class being such dog shit if you missed your shit. That was really good. Oh, I know. Like okay, let's look at my actual characters. My characters are like oh my god, they're all in Visca. I fucking my main character is Twitch.tv/Peter Park. I named it I Will Have Fun. This wasn't even true. I didn't have fun. Holy shit. Okay, but really, like, this skin is kind of awesome. Oh my god. They're so good at this, like, Well, I'm kind of curious to see what my mail looks like. This looks so awkward, man. Okay, guys, I've been baking my stones for months, guys, for years, and now I'm back. I'm about to be a multi-millionaire.
You're back. I was waiting for you. There are matters that need your approval.
Oh my god.
You can go check them in the office.
Oh my god. Oh my god. What is this? These mail things? Oh. Oh. Yeah, it's jar bags. I held on to them for so long. I'm leaving. Okay, let me just quit and go. Oh, I have to restart it. Okay. I'm just gonna commit. I think I want to play a new class. Fuck. So we turn into Lightning Fury War Dancer. Fuck, I had such a good idea. Like, I was so cost effective with my build, but then I never scaled it. I just quit the game. I was the most cost effective person ever. Literally the most cost effective player. I built my entire character the cheapest way you could. So I play 2K hours, don't relapse. I'm here for Belshazzar and I'm out afterwards. That's my plan. In and out. And I also want to try Volton and that one succubus bitch and that one clown guy. Scarra was right in the end since Theamine works with Ether Predator. Yes, I'm actually fucking genius. I think you have a ton of fun with Deadeye or Slayer. Is Slayer really that fun? I thought Slayer was just Warrior. Tried Love Slayer? Yeah, I saw, but like I don't know. Slayer is Warrior. It's just swiftness, press button. What happened when you play last week? It's not what it looks like, okay? I have people who ask me to play and they literally are dying. This is their Make-A-Wish ask, and I can't say no. Just like you can't say no to dying kids, I can't say no to Lost Ark players who are dying. Pistolier Deadeye is super unique. Oh, yeah, I think I would like it, but Abe is dying. Yeah, Abe is fucking dead, bro.
Photosensitive seizure warning. If you or anyone in your family have an epileptic condition, consult your physician prior to playing Lost Ark.
A person who narrates this is the only fucking game. Wait, Maya. But what do you think about this intro? Okay, hold up. This is a new female warrior. I want her to be me too. Oh my god. Okay, I understand. You may continue. I see why you're playing now. Do it again? They knew what they were doing with this. They probably like literally reinvigorated the entire player base with the release of this class. I'm not saying start playing, don't do it. This is definitely like, I gotta get in, I'm gonna play and get the hell out. I think, is it Soulfist? I think it's gotta be Soulfist. Is it Soulfist? But like the thing is, I enjoyed Arterialist more than Soulfist. But that's because I didn't have the gear yet, right? But with the gear, is she bomb? You can make 2 characters? Wait, really? Okay, I'm just looking for fun, like pure fun. But it's weird. My fun is weird. Like I really liked Arterialist when I played her, but I couldn't figure out if I liked the other stuff. I was thinking about playing Destroyer, but it looks a little slow. I'm not gonna lie. But these like advanced class previews are terrible. Aeromancer is the most fun class. Really? Like Blood Matchy, I like the cool cooldown like combinations. I'll tell you what, I'm gonna 14, 15. Oh, the Destroyer. Destroyer's like 10 to 20% slower. That's fine. I mean, I think I want to try something new. It's back to Lost Ark time. Oh, everyone says that. I'm okay. I have no problems. Okay, I have no problem. Why is everyone coming in and saying that? The only reason I don't want to go Glavier is because that motherfucker's going Glavier. And last time, that motherfucker played the same class as me too. I don't want to play the same class as him again. You want fast pistol or arrow slayer emperor arcana? You create FF14 for this? What can you do with FF14? All my FF14 friends are done with the game. Except for Rennie, who somehow can play 3 MMOs at once, but she's like not fucking human. FF14 made you Scarra. I can't believe you're going back to Lost Ark. Okay, bro. Okay, but like, look at this class. Isn't it fucking hilarious? I could literally be Iron Man. It's a little Deadeye. Dude, I played Deadeye. I played Deadeye before. I have a character, but like it did. I don't know if I liked it. It kind of felt like you didn't have enough buttons to press. Did they rework Pistolier? Is it more fun? Are you going back? Yeah, I'm playing and doing the raid and leaving. You spin and dash everywhere? Really? Okay, but like okay, how about I boost a fast class and a slow class? Okay, so let me just decide. What do I think I'm gonna do Destroyer for slow. And I don't know, Arcana or Pistolier. Pistolier is more meta. Don't say less. We're making it destroy. Say less. Just we don't do meta here. We don't do meta here. Okay, I don't. Okay, I'm just a random it. I'm just a random it. Okay? Okay? Wait, I don't want him with this much armor. Can he be naked? Like there's too much armor. I guess this is all you can see? Yo, stop looking at me. Can I go back? Well, I can't go back. Fuck. That reminds me of Kratos. It's so funny that you really only need to customize the face. Or you only, because everything else is like, it makes it easy. This really feels clunky. I feel like Artillerist felt a little clunky, so I don't mind. As long as like, I can do ridiculous damage in certain windows, I think I'm fine with it. I'm just looking for something. I want something. Oh no. I think I'll know once I see it. I don't know what I'm looking for. You know how you open the fridge, you're like, this is it. But I'm not getting that. Oh. Okay. Little orc with side of orc with my Lost Ark gameplay. Okay. I like how you get the green cuts off here. Why is my skin still white? Why is he like, what? What? Is ruins the immersion? Oh yes, sorry. When I'm beating people with my fucking hammer that's the size of 2 skyscrapers, I'm gonna care about the fact that my skin tone is a little green. Actually, you're right. I actually keep. Oh, not immersion breaking. I kind of like it. It's very red. It kind of screams me. It's like Santa, but like you disappointed him. So like his white beard turned to red because he beat the shit out of you. I'm a messenger to the face of Western Lost Ark Stoops. He recommends you start playing on Inner East. I know, but the problem is I have people, I'm literally pointing to Abe, who have accounts on only West. And they're playing with Shroud, who's on West. I'm only playing for like a week, so I'm out. Trust me, I play on East normally, but it's fine. You have to play a female Lost Ark? No, the problem is I can't. I'm down. I'm good. I like it. The name of the character is very important. Okay. You know the name I've always liked? I thought I always thought Meteor Topper was one of the best things. I fucking love. Can I do the same thing? Is it a different server? Someone took Meteor Topper? Bro. Meteor Bopper. Okay. I don't really like that. That doesn't give me it. You can do Makoko Express on Fresh Start server. Do what? Okay. Am I supposed to be playing on the server? Okay, hold up a sec. I'm supposed to be playing the Fresh Start server, right? Yeah, cool. Okay. Actually, did anyone take her name? Maybe Scarra's open. Yeah, man. I couldn't get Scarra when I first played Lost Ark. Okay. Bussy destroy her. That is terrible. That's probably the worst name I've ever heard. Let me see if it's taken. That is so bad. This is the worst name. I kind of like it. Now. Okay. What do? I press this, right? Launch. Passes it by mail. Okay, cool. No, we're on the same page. Oh, they have trades with Trixion stuff? Not really, okay. I don't know the story. Oh my god. Wait, how do I move? Oh, it's right click, right.
The forces of chaos are on the move.
We get it.
The Arcs once saved the world from the demons.
Wait, cause I'm on NA West, do I have my Mokoko buffs or whatever? Something?
It will show you the path of your destiny.
It's a different server. You have no collectibles. Okay. So you don't save collectibles even on the same server? Okay, destroyer. Actually, let me test the class. Okay. So we summon a monster. Okay, what we summon the boss? Oh my god. NA West is busted. Don't listen to these haters. That's what I'm saying. Wow, this guy's slow as fuck, by the way. So I mostly hit the head. I'm a frontal only. Is that what it means? That's cool. I was used to playing characters that were back only. Oh yeah, that's fine. I'm down. We're ending the test. I'm down to try this as my first class. Okay. Okay. Infuse me with the power. Literal Thor cosplay. Okay. Abe told me that when I first played the game,
the path you've chosen.
that
You will now take your first step.
he said that I had to claim a lot of things and it would take the full day. And I was like, what does that mean? And he's like, just don't hear about it.
Bring your things.
An hour of claiming stuff. Okay. Okay. Wait, do I have to get to town first? Or wait, I can't just skip all this? Okay, mail. What? I don't have any mail. The store mail. What the fuck does that mean? This one? Fuck. Oh my god, wait, I still have from 2022. Oh my god. Wait, I logged on my word answer? No, wait. So do I? They're about to visit. Okay, so do I claim everything? Just this? Now go to character select. Okay, yeah, this is NA West, Jake. Are you sure about Destroyer? Well, I'm gonna try him out. Power pass. Use. Is it this? Okay. Okay, cool. No big deal, guys. We got it. I'm now a destroyer. Now what the fuck? I can't skip. I give it 2 hours before username. Wait, can you get banned for usernames? Wait, my chat picked this name for me. Do I skip? Cool. Okay, about acquiring additional skill books, additional runes. You have the field boss. You have the adventure tome. I played right before Vaulting came out, and then I quit the game. And now I know what you're thinking. You played 700 hours before Guardian Raids. Yep, and I didn't fucking play him. Then back to character select. Why am I here? You have to relog. Oh, so do I heard fish actually became expensive. I cannot believe fish got expensive. I can't believe it. The amount of times people memed in my chat about fish prices going up, it was literally for like 200 hours. Yeah, I went bought Guardians and I know those went nowhere. Bots are gone? Oh, that's good. Open the event chest. An event quest? This? What is this? Next to minimap. This? Wait, I have to pick entropy. Okay. If you're a new player, how are you supposed to know which of these to take? Read a guide. Oh, you can switch. Okay, great. So open. Cool. I am now fully decked out. Okay. And then next to my, which one? Is it this one? No, it's this one. Event quest. Am I fucking stupid? Oh, it's here. Wait, but it didn't shine at all. What? Wait, but it didn't, like, there's no red dot. Okay, now what am I supposed to do? So like this? Okay. After setting a style, you can use express. How do I set a style? Style settings. What the fuck is style settings? Save screen. Okay. I'm assuming it's gravity training is the fun one, right? Rage Hammer is a one big bonk. Wait, which? Oh, Rage Hammer is the fun one. Okay, okay. So do I pick auto apply? Cool. I got 100 quality rings. Holy fuck. They gave me this much power? Dude, they don't even fucking know, man. Claim the reward. Wait, this? What is the reward? This? Okay. Okay, now what do I do? Now I can hold. Okay, how do I know where to hold? What city am I in? Oh, it's this. Wait, is this the normal city? I think the holder's bottom right, right? Why did that? Wait, how do I use my mount? Where do I put? Welcome back to Lost Ark. Oh god, my mount. Alt Z. Alt V. Where are my mounts? What? Oh, they're not on this account. Cool. Oh. Okay, my bad. Alt V. Okay, the owner is gotta be here, right?
New adventurers. Talk to me.
Okay, I remember this. Okay, so do I hone these? Certain. You have founders you can claim it to get on jumpstart. Wait, really? I do have founders. Oh. That caught? Yeah. Yo.
Oh, can you open your inventory?
Yeah.
So there's the little baggies that you got that you
Yeah.
click claim reward for. You open all of those, and that should give you honing materials. Also, drink all those potions.
Okay. That.
There's a button that says max, so you don't have to click the arrow as well. It's right next to those
Okay.
arrows you clicked.
Uh-huh. Yeah. No. Yeah. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna
Okay,
click some of these.
now you can hone. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Do I hone this gear?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay. It's like 100%, right?
No, it's like 40%. There's no way it goes wrong.
What?
Yeah, it's like 40%. There's no way it goes wrong. I'm sure you'll one tap everything.
Wait.
What's up? Like 40%. That's pretty
Okay.
good, right?
Wait. Okay. So do I go to 15?
Just do one of each for now. Like just even like level them evenly.
Okay. I saw what you're doing here. It's not what it looks like. Oh wait. How do I?
Gear honing.
do I just click this? It's 40%.
Yeah.
But it's like
yeah.
it's like plus. Is
yeah,
it like
40%? Like either you hit it or you don't, you know?
Oh my god. Oh god. Okay. So do I tap each one once?
Yeah, just tap each one and hope that you get it.
Okay, I got 2.
Okay, it's easy,
Okay, I got 3.
Okay, that's easy as well. Wait, this game's so easy.
Well, I'm actually a pro. Okay, wait, it's 4.
Wait, that's easy. Just keep going.
Oh, I failed. But it's okay, because the next one's 41%.
Yeah, that's easy.
Yeah, okay. And then I go this one.
Oh. Sure hope you pass your weapon. Oh.
My weapon?
Do I have any destructions? I don't know if I have any of those.
You're telling me I came back and the first thing that happened was I failed my honing.
You used all of your... What's your name again? Can you tell me what your name is again?
Oh, you want me to say my name? I'm Bussy Destroy Her.
Bussy... Can you spell that? Sorry, I can't...
Yeah, capital B.
Uh-huh. Okay, I think I got that. Alright, here you go. I sent you some destruction zones.
No, I
Good
think
luck.
I have them somewhere, right? Like what about these jumpstart packets? What is this gratitude gift?
Yeah, you can open those.
Okay, but like...
I mean, you're never gonna play again, right? So it doesn't matter if you claim it on there?
Yeah.
Yeah, then just claim all of it. Oh, and then you can use your crystalline aura. You have crystalline aura. That's nice.
What does that do?
You don't... It lets you use your pet from wherever... And it gives you 2 more Bifrost, which is the instant TP thingy maboobers. Yes, claim all. I also sent you some... Yeah, you can't open those Invisca things, unfortunately.
Okay. Then what else can I open all of these?
Wow, your inventory is beautiful. You might as well just open everything.
What the fuck? Okay, pink goggles for sure. Yep, the swim cap, love that. Oh, I get my Twisted Cute pets. Oh, this is important. Okay, well,
yeah,
what
this is really important.
What about the blue Santa Claus pet? That one looks bomb. Yep.
It is. Oh. It is Christmas already. Yep.
Okay, I don't open these because that actually looks kind of important. I want the... Oh, this one. That one looks cute. Okay. What is this? Oh, it's a Mokoko thing. These are awesome.
Yeah. Oh, so the Destroyer outfit. I don't know if you've seen Destroyer memes, but they always just wear the
green
Mokoko.
one, right?
Yeah, the green Mokoko. Yeah, you could be...
I have seen those.
You could be one of those.
Yeah, wait. Fucking stop trading me, bro. I'm trying to open.
He's trying to be a Mokoko.
Okay, is it the pleasant one or the brawny one?
I think it's the pleasant. Oh yeah, it's the pleasant. Brawny is... That one looks dumb. It's pleasant. So you can
okay,
be
oh, I
a
can
real...
be a bunny skin. Okay. Which one do I want?
They both look pretty good. I think I took the cheesy bunny.
And I want the pleasant.
You can save some of these for your other characters.
Wait, why did you tell me? Why'd you tell me to open all this? What?
Well, you asked if you could. I said you could. I didn't say you had to. Also, you failed the test. I thought you were gonna say, I'm only gonna make one character and I'm only gonna play for 1 week.
I am.
So I think you failed the test because it sounds like you're thinking about another character.
No. I just wanted to know because I was curious. Do I open these?
Yeah, sure. Wait, what are you? Silver? Yep, silver is good. There's a max button that you can press. That's a good button.
What's reskin? Oh, I shouldn't use that one.
Oh no, that's fine. You can just use it and it just stays there.
What are character bound experience? Should I just use these?
Yeah, drink them all. It's good for you.
Cool. Okay. A pets. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, that pet's cool. Yep.
Crystalline aura. The founders pack.
Crystalline aura is good. Oh yeah, you get a platinum pack, right?
Yeah, which was okay.
You get the mount. The
which I could sell again if I remember correctly.
No, they're bound this time. They learned.
Oh shit. Okay, hold up. I'm still okay. I got pay-ons. Can I just right-click these?
You can. I think it's Alt right-click, and then there's a Use All button or something.
Cool. Okay. Sage powder. Do I just open this?
I mean, you're not gonna make another character, right? So you might as well.
Yeah, but like maybe I just store this away.
Oh, because you might make another character.
No, just because I don't know what to do with it right now.
Oh, I mean, I can tell you what to do with it. So,
yeah, what
like,
are you supposed to do with it?
It's for. Do you know what did tripods exist before you quit?
Yeah, they do.
Oh yeah, it's for tripods.
Oh wait, I remember.
Yeah,
okay,
but like if you're not gonna make another character, I mean, there's no reason to not open it.
Right, but like my inventory is kind of looking big, so like where can I put all this stuff?
Well, if you use your crystalline aura, you can press, I think it's Alt P, and that'll open up your pet.
Yeah.
And then there's a one of the buttons on the bottom where it says pet function. It's the second button that says remote storage. Yeah.
How do I automatically right click? Is it right?
If you want to put it in your roster storage, would be kind of weird because you're not gonna have second characters. You can, I think it's Alt right click.
No, you're right. I'm not gonna have second characters.
Yeah. So. But if you just want it in your personal storage, you just right click it. But you would not put anything in your roster storage, right?
Nope, they're all going in my personal storage. Right.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay,
I can think about this later. Excellent.
You're putting everything in there?
Well, yeah. I mean, do I need any of this?
Well, I guess you put all your gems in there too, because they put gems on you already. Yeah, you need those destruction stones. So the top row, you got your destructions, your guardians, your leap stones, your awakening stone is kind of important. Yeah, you can take that potion.
Oh, I need my Mokoko hammer. Okay, wait, that's literally top tier.
New adventurers, talk to me.
Oh, that's like a toy.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not your actual hammer. If you want the meme destroyer hammer, I don't think you can get it right now because it's like a summer skin or something.
Okay, wait, how do I... Okay, so can I hone?
Well, I think you left your stuff in your storage. You gotta get your stuff from your storage too. Oh, I also mailed you. So if you go back to pet function, there's a little remote mail. I sent you some mail. It's on the second row.
Oh, okay, yeah. Is it this one? You choked rooster?
Yo, I am definitely not choked rooster. That guy likes you.
Oh my god, there's so much random shit here.
Okay, these guys like you.
Okay, wait, hold on. Okay, I'm just gonna... You didn't even give me enough. Fuck, I have to... Yo, fuck it. I'm here...
From choked rooster, man. What the
Bro, he gave me too much. Okay, well, thank you.
My god, this guy's like, you gave me free stuff, but not enough. Okay,
I'm
my
only gonna
bad,
play for a
man.
week. You're right.
My
I'm
bad.
just gonna accept everything. I'm just gonna play for a week. Fuck it. I'm not even gonna be here tomorrow. Who knows? All right, how much am I supposed to hone?
Yep, just keep honing.
Yep, no. Failed again.
I'll keep honing. If you want to do the high APM honing. You want high APM honing?
Oh, I failed again?
Oh, that's getting kind of awkward. Wow. God, man, if only people would just keep sending Lucy Destroyer more stuff.
So I'm done, right?
Well, no, actually. Just keep going.
What do you mean? I don't have any more mats.
Okay, well, you can go back to event quest and maybe you hit maybe you hit the next step.
Oh, and then I claim this.
Yeah.
Okay, then what is okay? And then I click.
And then you open all the stuff that it gave you, and you just keep going, and you just don't stop.
So what happens if I miss there?
Well,
'Cause I did.
that's kind of unfortunate.
It's just unlucky. They don't guarantee it.
It's 40%. Does that sound like 100%?
No, it's not close.
Exactly. It doesn't. It doesn't sound like 100 at all. Man, you're a genius.
So do I just keep going?
Yeah, just keep honing.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna fucking do this special thing. I can't believe you still can't skip, man.
It's the high APM thing. You remember. It's coming back to you. You're about to be a pro again.
I failed that one. And now I can't hold anymore because I'm out of honor shards.
Oh, okay. So you there's this really fun thing called Chaos Line. It's real fun and real quirky.
Wait, I fucked up. How did I fuck up? You weren't supposed to do weapon?
Well, you remember I told you to level everything equally and you just kept pressing your weapon? Well, that's kind of awkward.
Okay, that's...
Oh, apparently people are mailing you things. Yes, keep mailing Boosie, destroy her. I repeat, Boosie, destroy her.
Oh my god. Okay,
Just
okay.
keep
okay.
mailing.
Wait, this guy sent me 999. What the hell?
Yep, just keep mailing. Boosie,
Wait, I don't
destroy
have the honor.
No, I think they sent you honor shard bags.
Are there? Oh my god, there are. Okay, so I'm supposed to do one at a time, but it's more fun just to do the weapon. So why don't I just do this?
Okay, I mean, if you want.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Failed again. Okay.
Yeah, it's looking good.
Oh.
Anyway, I would highly recommend kind of spreading it out, going a little even Steven, you know what I'm saying?
Right, yeah. Oh.
But I mean,
oh, I'm out.
You already start. Oh, I was gonna say you already start on your weapon. You might as well get that plus 14. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying. Okay, wait, hold on. Oh, there's 5 bags here. Okay, perfect. Okay. Yeah, okay, we use those. I failed. I succeeded. I don't have any more shots.
Okay. Wait, open your inventory again. Is there's stuff in your inventory?
That's what I'm saying. Okay, so
Do you have anything else?
Is it a bed shop?
Well, you can't do the event shop. You don't have.
Oh, I put it in my storage. Oh, okay. That's my bad.
Oh, did you? Okay, I did tell you that your storage had too much stuff in it.
Okay, which of these is the wrong one to put in?
Second row, the box was 6, purple box. Was
Okay,
6,
yeah.
Take out those orejas too. Is right. The yellow 27 thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you're opening and closing too quick. I can't see.
I got it.
I've got stream delay. Okay.
Okay, and then we max open. Okay, perfect. Okay, and I just hit this.
Yeah.
Wait, I thought it was so easy to hone, but you're telling me I can fail my honing to 1490. Is what you're saying? It's
I mean, you failed your honing to 1430, didn't you? Yeah, you failed your
but I thought I couldn't. I thought the point of a jump start was that I could not do it.
Wow. Who told you that?
There's no fucking way. Okay, cool. This game doesn't have problems. Oh, okay. I'm starting to think by clicking away, it's less chance of me holding. Okay, no, I just have less. At least you're higher level. I level before I quit. Yeah. These rates are insanely high. Bro, you're saying that, but that just means they gaslit you.
Okay, I think hit 1445 so you can grab stuff from the event quest again.
Okay, yeah, but why would I do that before I upgrade my weapon here or my helm here?
True. You're gonna hit. Oh, I got a platinum field ticket.
I'm gonna hit here, right?
Yeah.
Oh my. Okay. Now I go to my event quest. I claim this. I go back to my thing. I open this. I get hope amulets. I got more holy materials, more leaf stones. I have
Event, EX potions, and I think that's it.
Cool. Okay, and now
You home again.
Okay. Holy fuck. Oh, can we play? Bro, we're playing right now. Bro, you're literally seeing the gameplay. What else do you want?
Are you having fun?
I want to quit.
I stopped playing for a while, and then Saint Tone, he called me and had me cut one of his rocks on his stream, and I wanted to cry all over again. And I was like, I'm not even playing this game, it's not even installed. He made me cut a rock and I want to uninstall again somehow.
Oh. You know, I made a tweet before I quit the game last time, and my chat just copy-pasted it to make fun of me.
I played this game for 700 hours. What did it say? I know it said 700 hours.
It did say 700 hours. I played this game for 700 hours. And my chat's trying to gaslight me into thinking 40% Honey odds are good.
It is good.
No, shut up. It's only good in the context of this game. 40%?
Yeah, I saw a clip today of a girl crying because her homes went so poorly when she was trying to get her level 25 weapon, but I think at that point you just expect to like pity it anyway. Because it starts at like 0.5%.
Look at how Lost Ark has turned you. He's turned you into a person with no empathy. You said she deserved to cry. That she has no rights.
Wait,
that's
I didn't
fucked
say
up.
that.
I'm not saying I agree with you, but that's fucked up.
I didn't say that. I just said that you would expect to feel that shit.
You would expectations on women? That's fucked.
Water. Listen, I'm not the one with the name Boosie Destroyer. You can't talk
What's wrong
about
with that?
women. You
What's
can't
wrong?
talk
What's
about
wrong with
women's
that?
rights. You want to destroy her.
Oh?
It's literally your name.
Okay, wait, I have to do the event. Oh, more stuff. So wait, I max this, and then I max this. So
Wait,
all of this could just be
what level
fucked
are
if you're
you?
unlucky.
Are you 1460?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, hold on. Pause the honing. We gotta get you some cash, Monet.
At 1460, yes.
Alright, are you ready?
No.
Are you fucking ready?
I have no skills.
No, they gave you your skills. It's on your bar.
Oh, I mean, but like, they're not leveled and stuff. What am I doing?
No, they did. They leveled it up for you. Well, some of it, but it'll be fine. You're gonna be fine. You don't... Listen, you already know how to do Argos. You're the one who
We're
taught...
not doing... I'm literally leaving and quitting the game if you're asking me to do Argos right now.
Bro, you need that 1,000 gold. I swear on your mom, you need it.
1,000 gold?
You need... Look at how much gold
you think
have.
I'm that
Look,
poor?
you have zero gold. You're a broke bitch.
I'd rather...
You're literally broke. You're so fucking broke right now.
Someone... I'll play again tomorrow.
This is the only raid you know how to do. Okay, come in here. Come on.
Is your name Balloon?
Yeah, Balloon. Alright, people, get in here. Lobby name is Argos.
Wait, why do I
hate
need to stop
Scarra.
honing?
It's because you don't get money anymore if you're 1475 from here. Oh no, you have to do the quest. What the fuck is the quest? Okay, pause. Press
New adventurers.
J.
Talk to me if
and
you
then
have any
click
questions.
guide.
Matt,
And there should be some quest.
I'll tell you all about it.
On the top is
expert.
guide.
I see. I have to go to the El Glacia.
No.
What?
No. Press J, and then on the top there's this tab
Okay.
that's called guide, and it's one of those there.
What?
Abyss raid? Abyss raid unlocked, except that one.
Wait, they said Argos, or whatchamacallit?
No, it
Argos
does not.
eats-
It does not eat the weekly raid earning. It does not.
Okay, what's a weekly rate earning?
You can only earn gold from 3 Legion commanders
Interesting.
in a week. Which, because you're the best gamer in the
choose
world.
machines over
Oh no, not
magic
that one.
any
You're not at the right quest. You're at your number 1 quest. You have to go to number 3.
Where's my number 3 quest?
Up. It's north. It's
Oh, I
north.
see.
But yeah, because you're a Giga Great Gamer, this week you're gonna get Belshazzar, Clown, and Vicus, right?
And then I'm gonna
And
quit the game. Yeah.
No, you wanted to do Valton for fun too, right?
Yeah, but I feel like I'm too high eye level, which sucks. I heard it's like the best one. Like maybe can I buy like 14, 15 years?
Oh, you know what you could do? You know how you have a second power pass? You could just power pass a second character at 14, 15.
Oh, okay, I'm done.
Alright, sounds good.
Wait, what do I have 12 buttons, 12 buttons, I don't know what to do.
Perfect. This is gonna be really fun. You remember how to do everything, right? I don't have to tell you anything.
Sun,
He's
moon.
gonna die instantly anyway,
Okay, yeah,
right?
Q. Okay, hold on. W. Oh, that's a cool ability. Okay, what's this ability? Okay, 30-second cooldown. That one's kind of important. Okay, then A. I'm eating
So
the earth.
those are holding buttons. Yeah,
Okay,
your A,
I'm-
D, and S are holding. Yeah.
Okay, and then D is. I'm perfectly swinging.
Yep, you're a perfect swinger.
Okay.
Great job.
Blue skills and then purple spills.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
blue skills and then purple skills. Blue skills and then purple skills.
They even color coded it for you. You got it. It's gonna
Perfect
be easy.
squeeze by big damage.
So, you know combo points?
Yeah.
You're basically combo pointsing.
Okay, how do I see my
you-
points?
The middle hammer on the bottom. You see how there's 3 balls, 3
Yeah.
circles? Yeah, when those are lit up.
Surely there's a bigger indicator in the middle of my screen, right?
You think we have weak auras? No, all of your things are tiny little icons on the bottom of your screen. Enjoy.
Oh.
Yeah, so first you need to handle your skills until you have 3 blue balls. And then
Okay.
do purple.
I purple? I got knocked up.
Surely you remember this.
Oh yeah, I'm going. Okay, I got one.
This guy's insane. He's a real gamer.
Okay. Hitting them? Okay. Purple skill charging, earth eater, eating the earth. Okay, I did 5 billion.
Remember, you're supposed to bonk his head, remember?
Yeah, but this guy's fucking literally, he only gives me his ass.
You just get his ass?
Oh, we did it.
Wow. Damn, you're such a good gamer.
Wow, I really popped the meters for this one.
Yeah, you're actually meter talking. Don't buy it. Don't buy the box. Holy shit, is that? Oh no, that's not. That's the other one.
That could have been me.
It's not you. That's insane.
Wait, he looks just like me though. He could be my brother.
He's actually your brother.
Brother. Ooh. I'm a Okay, so R taunts. Okay, I got it. I got it. Oh, I saved my little circles.
Your little circle?
I saved my circles in
from
between the
moving?
fights. Cool.
Oh yeah, yeah. You have three. You have 3 blue balls. Perfect.
This guy said MVP this one.
Okay, your brother believes in you.
Don't worry, I got supercharged. Perfect swing. I think I did something. I hit him so hard he's gonna teleport me. Am I beating group 1 or 2?
1.
Oh, that's easy. Okay, thank God. What's my counter? Ah, fuck it. They have to counter. Fuck that.
You think I know your counter? It's okay. We don't even need to counter him.
Perfect swing. Oh my God, this guy's dead. He might actually be dead on my screen already.
Oh my God, he's already dead. I just looked at your screen.
Okay, he's living a little bit too long. Okay, now he's dead. Okay, I did 9 million damage, an unfathomable number. Also,
Wait, we have 3 Makokus in this team. Look, it's just there's 3 of you. It's
okay.
so cute.
Ooh, okay. Then Q, and then R to taunt, and then supercharge. Okay, he turned away from me, and he jumped, and he dodged my thing.
That's because he's going to the other phase. Because your damage is so immense, he's phasing.
Right. Of course. Yeah. Oh my God, I hate with the frontal. It's okay. He's doing crisscross applesauce. I got crisscross. Okay, I'm starting. Okay, I'm dead. Oh, I got stunned. No, I'm good. Alright, potting, full swing. Ow.
Ooh, did you just Makoko your Makoko?
Wait, can you guys do it faster, man? We hit the cap. We can't do damage. Oh, I'm gonna one shot up here. He's dead. He's dead. On my screen, he's already dead.
Holy shit, you're right.
I didn't crit.
Oh, is that what happens? Oh, awkward.
Alright, phase 3.
Okay,
wait, someone healed me. Yeah, for sure. You're gonna see a Makoko right here.
Okay.
Wait.
Whoa, there's a Makoko!
Oh,
Not you
wait.
though. That's kinda awkward.
Yeah, I'm starting to believe.
Yeah, it's easy.
This is such an easy class act.
It is, and then.
Ow. Why
we
did
can
you
do Valton. It'll be so much fun. Actually, Valton's only I think it's 1445, so you're not that.
Oh my God, it's 60 million. This guy's actually already. Eating Earth? Who's V? What's V do? Yo, what does my V do? Don't worry, I'm using it. Big Bang! Big Bang! Did I hit him? Hello?
Supposed to stand here.
Yeah, but like, I think this, I'm melee deal.
That's true. You might as well just kill him. My bad, man. My bad. Miscount. Look, see, you killed him. Let's
I did so
go.
much damage that the numbers floated too high, so I couldn't see them.
Oh, okay. So there's one thing is Valton's 1445. You're not that much higher than it. So you could do Valton.
Okay.
Yeah, don't buy the box. That box is bad.
What do you mean by? Oh, right.
Yeah, because you could buy a box. Oh yeah, we can just leave. All of this stuff is bad.
How do I leave?
Oh, what's the default song button? F something? One of the function buttons. F2?
F2? Oh, Solid Escape. Oh, I remember.
Yeah.
I can't quick slot there. Okay.
Oh, it's because you have to leave first. You're in. They won't let you do it because you're in the.
Right,
place.
right. You guys thought I died to Argos? Bro, this guy? You serious?
So, like I said, you're not that much higher level than Belton.
So I'm just in the crowd.
Oh, you don't want to fight it when you're relatively low level?
I thought I would like to fight it with people, like with friends, relatively low. Probably on my next character.
Oh, you're gonna make another character?
Well, I'll reverse it just for vaulted. I heard it's like worth doing, right? I feel.
I don't know if other people are gonna have a second character.
Okay, well then I'm gonna ask them to literally just buy 1440 gear.
I don't think you can.
What?
Because your gear is what you're honing.
Fine, we can do hell vault.
I'm going to join
Okay, sure.
a messenger hunt?
We could do Vaulton, and you could tell us what to do as well. You could raid lead us, and we won't do anything unless you tell us to do it.
Right.
That's always fun.
Literally, you're just gonna hear me be in the middle of fight. Big bonk.
Okay, well, Scar, I have an assignment for you because I think we're supposed to do Clown tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay, so first you gotta hit 1475.
Okay.
Second, you're gonna press F2 and you're gonna play a song to Trixian.
Okay.
And then you're gonna talk to Beatrice.
Why?
And then you're gonna click special training.
She doesn't love me. Okay. I don't know. Okay.
Well. So.
Okay.
I
think... you want me to do Tackle Sadon's rehearsal?
I think you just do normal. I actually never done this before. You click normal? Oh yeah, you click normal. Okay. Your chat really wants you to do Mario 3.
What the fuck is that? Okay.
Mario?
I can't even enter it until 1475.
Oh, okay, awkward. Okay, so you gotta get to 1475 first, and then you can go do that.
Are these my raid abilities?
I think so.
I feel like I have too many purple skills. But maybe not.
I think it's because your purple skills have pretty long cooldowns, so you
so you alternate between them.
Yeah, but you should probably figure out which one is your like best one, which I think is the big bonk.
It's my big bonk. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so do I just hold now?
Do you want to do Valton and Vicus at a lower level, or do you just want to hone?
Fuck. I wasn't planning on doing them tonight. Like, I was just gonna hone to get ready for tomorrow. Because, and also, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, you can still die to Valton and Vicus regardless of what level you are. So, I guess you should just hone anyway.
Oh, say less, say less.
And everyone else is home. Oh.
Oh god. I don't miss this.
It's okay, it gets worse.
What?
It's okay, it gets really bad, don't worry. I would recommend probably doing your Guardian and 2 Chaoses because they give you...
Whoa. Abe told me I didn't have to grind anything.
Well, you don't, but the thing is they give you event coins, and the event coins give you a ton of honing materials. So, I mean, you don't have to. I mean, surely everyone will just open their mail, type in Boosie, destroy her, and then just give you all their stuff.
Wait, he literally lied to me, just to my face. He came into my room and he said, yeah, just don't, you don't have to do anything.
I mean, you don't have to do anything. Just tell people to give you stuff. It's fine.
I'm not that type of guy. You think I want handouts to my chat?
I just watched you take a bunch of handouts
if they sent it to me, and if I send it back, then I look weak.
Oh, so if people just keep sending you stuff...
Yeah, but they shouldn't. Because I'm literally going to quit the game in a week.
So if they keep sending you stuff,
But
you have to accept
shouldn't.
it?
Yeah, they shouldn't, because I'm literally quitting.
Oh, okay. Listen, guys, nobody mail Boosie destroy her a bunch of stuff, or else he'll look weak.
Exactly.
Can't send it back.
I can only hold this 3 times, or else I need to get more bad. Okay, 1. Okay, no. 2 more.
Oh, you had a leap stone?
Okay, don't worry. I'm gonna open up my mail. What's in here, man? What is advanced metal gear? What is
those are books to give you a higher chance of honing.
Oh.
That person, what did that say? What did that mail say? Did that say for Mommy Rennie?
Definitely didn't read that fast enough.
Is that what that said?
Did not read that fast enough. Could have said anything. Can I throw away these necklaces?
The old ones? Oh, you can dismantle them. Click it's on the bottom of your inventory. It's a little hammer.
Yeah, do I click legendary?
Yeah,
all of this?
all of that. Yeah.
What if they're like OP?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Okay.
Don't even look at them. Just pee poof them.
Well, they could have been OP.
No, actually they couldn't have. Oh yeah, you need more leap stones? Is that what you need?
No. Because someone just sent me 20, so I just
Oh
need
no,
to...
there's a guy that you can transfer your Argos blood that you just got for more leap stones. It's not charity. You did all this hard work. No. You gotta run to the right. And one of the little shops, it's Abyss Trade. Wait, you can trade it and burn, can't you?
Where?
Oh, I think it's like right where you are. Right, yeah, right there. You just walked right past them.
And I just do this? Wait.
Scroll down. Yeah, so get the Great
I got
Honor.
15. Yeah, I got 15.
I think. Wait, hold on. Did you have a box to open from Argos, maybe? That gives you more blood, or no?
There's a box from Argos? Oh yeah.
Oh, the little gift box thing, right? Yeah. So go back and trade again.
You're RG looking bro. What do you want from me, man? I remember when I did this normally every week. Oh my god.
Hey, look, you have 1,000 gold. Damn, you're rich.
Do you get more mats in your store, really?
Oh, mats from the Makoko challenge? Oh, that's true.
What Makoko challenge?
It's left of your mini map again.
I ran out of fucking holy shard. Wait, did I leave stuff in my storage?
I don't think so. Wait, did you get more shards? Oh, yeah, you have bags in your inventory. Top row, there's 5 purple bags.
Oh, okay. Where did those come from?
I think someone probably mailed you those.
Yeah, probably. Thank you so much. Okay, I have 4 more chances.
Ooh,
Did I pity that? Wow, that seems really cool. Okay, so now I claim these, right?
yeah. You got more stuff.
Okay.
Oh, you hit 1475. Oh, nice. It's clown time. Wait, you can
Okay.
actually clown.
Okay. Okay. Do I stay at this for Cloud tomorrow?
Well, I'll tell you that Abe is 1510.
What?
Yeah, and I think I'm like 1506 or something.
I'm still. You guys suck. Oh wait, I need to check the thing. Did I get it? I didn't even.
Oh, there was a book, like some guy
This
gave
one, right?
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, weapon books. You can use those. Yeah, clown is it's still gonna be hard because mechanics will kill you even if you don't take any damage.
I've never died to a mechanic.
Oh, okay.
Am I supposed to fail as much?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Okay, wait, so how much of a gamer are you?
Super gamer.
So you're taking Mario 3.
I don't know what that means, but yeah, I got it.
Okay, sounds good.
I'm pretty lucky. Check the glow on your weapon.
So if you want to do, so you can do that Trixion thing now.
Can't even tell. My what?
Remember you went to Trixion and talked to Beatrice and tried to do the Mario, but you needed 1475?
Okay, do I need to do damage for that? Because I don't know how to do my rotation. Okay,
no, you don't need any damage.
Let me finish coding and I will go over there.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, you don't need any damage. You just need to be good at playing Mario.
How am I already out? I thought you get the 1490 for free. I've been getting non-stop. Oh my god. The Makoko challenge. Do I just claim everything?
Yeah. I think the Moko's yeah. Claim. Start claiming. You need to unlock the gear upgrade tab.
Oh my! Can I claim everything?
No. This is what Abe meant when he told you you have to claim everything, and it'll take you a whole day. This is exactly what Abe was talking about.
What? Oh my fucking god.
You just need to get the gear upgrade. I don't know what unlocks it.
Oh, I'm literally raking in the gold. Don't worry, man.
That's silver.
Raking in the silver. That's what I said.
Oh, okay. You unlock gear upgrade. That's the important thing. Okay, so you don't want to claim everything there because most of that is like old ass materials, but there's gonna be. Okay,
Okay, which one do I do?
Okay, go start from the start. I'll just tell you which ones I did. I did number 3, 5, 6, 7, 9, 12, 11, or sorry, 9, 12, 16, 17, and then 21 and plus, everything that you can do.
Oh, I got a fake guy 150 of these. Oh my fucking.
Oh, okay, grab as much as you can.
Okay. Now I'm rich. Right?
Yeah. Oh wait, you actually got so many honor shards. That's pretty good. Those are really those green ones are the old shit. Yeah. You can throw them out or sell them for silver. I would just probably chuck them out. Sage powder is good.
Where am I supposed to pick? Where's the other one that I wanted for the other thing? Fuck it, I'm just gonna open these card packs too.
Yeah. Why don't you put a bunch of stuff in your storage? There's too much. Oh, you got a legendary. There's too much stuff in your inventory again.
Nineveh. Okay, was that a good one? I forgot.
It's a good one. Wait, don't actually open all your cards, because I don't remember if you remember the cringe thing in this game, but your card roster has a limit, and to open the limit you have to pay blue crystals.
I remember.
So don't actually eat all of your cards.
You are right. I completely forgot. Okay, now I'm back to Hody, right?
Let's put some of that garbage into your bank, because it's like kind of getting annoying to figure out your loot.
No, let's hold first.
Okay, honing for.
Wait, so what can you hold to right now? Like, let's say I'm on the cutting edge. I'm fighting whoever that person is in
Well,
Korea.
you would probably, you can only get 2 Brel pieces this week. So 1490 first, and then you have to do Brel, and you'll get 2 pieces from Brel. And then you can hone those 2 pieces to the fucking moon, I guess. If you really want to, and you're really lucky and hit everything, basically.
Okay. So I'm hitting the moon today. Got it.
Well, you're not doing Brel today, so you're not...
Right, this week. No, I got it. Yo, I'm good.
Oh,
okay.
yeah. Okay.
Okay. So now, what do I do? What are these hope amulets?
Those are actually really important for your tripods. You can actually select your tripods. Unfortunately, I don't know your tripods, so you're gonna have to pull up a guide to check those. Okay, but you're probably just gonna do tripods for your big bonky skills.
Yep. Putting these things away.
You can put those level 6 gems on your first row away, and the report chest as well.
Cool. Okay, got it.
You should keep your battle item chest on the first row. There's an orange one that has a 12 on it as well.
Maybe like these?
Yeah, just keep all of your battle item chests, because I mean, you're not gonna have another character, so you might as well just have them on you.
Got it. Okay, cool.
Oh, and then I see there's more cards, more legendary cards that you can open.
We really want to open all of these?
Yeah, fuck it. I mean, just to see if you're gonna get a legendary. There's some Fions. Yeah. The one with the 10 on
not the
it.
legendary card selection. That was
Yeah, not the selection, just the Gamba, just to see
so
if you'll
what are
get...
the chances of this? It's like 10%, right?
100%. I'm sure you're gonna get 10.
Yeah. Yep. 4 and 6. That's pretty good.
Wait. That's really good.
Pretty good.
Yo, people are gonna get so mad at you. Okay, now open those legendary card packs so you can see what you get from those.
Oh, what are Abyss legendary?
Oh, you're DPS, right? So Abyss.
Okay. Okay. I got Lutera. Wait, these are terrible.
Oh no, you just got what? You got 1 bad card, I guess, right?
Oh.
Wait, isn't a con in the other thing in the Legion one as well? I don't really play this game anymore, so...
Are you playing every day?
Well, I mean, I just don't play this game anymore. I'm uninstalled already.
Same.
Oh, right. Can you click on the bottom? Can you click, where the fuck is it? Oh, there should be one button that is like your universal storage. I don't know if you can find it. It's one of the buttons on the bottom. I don't see it, so maybe you have to have...
Universal storage? What?
Oh, guide on the bottom? Universal storage? You're gonna have a lot of garbage in there too. Oh, hey, look, there's so much stuff. Cool. Cool. Select all. Yeah. Just take everything. So you want to eat a bunch of the purple cards under the starlight ones or something?
The purple cards?
Yeah, just eat them. Cause I don't. Yeah, it's like all of the under the starlight ones.
Oh, because I'm assuming it's a card set that you give.
Yeah, it's just a free card set. And you might as well open those RNG legendary ones too. Yeah.
I think isn't Guardian Lewin terrible?
Oh, ew. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. Okay, so now on the bottom, click roster and card catalog and equip the Star of Destiny.
Roster. Click the Star of Destiny.
Yeah, you should have a 5-set called Star of Destiny. Okay, nice. All right.
That's it?
Save. Yeah, make sure you click save.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yep. Cool. All right, that's great. Okay, you're basically set. Okay, can you keep honing? Any more honing? Or are you done?
I have not. What do you mean? Any more honing?
Any more honing to do?
You want, what are these login events? Do I just claim them?
Yeah, just claim everything.
Okay. What are these playtime things?
Oh, it's if you are logged in for an hour and 30 minutes, you get more stuff.
What?
Yeah, it's a bunch of free stuff. It's really OP.
So can I just claim this?
Yeah, just claim all of it.
Oh, and I logged in for 2 more.
Two more minutes? Yeah, then you get 2 more legendary cards. That's 2 more legendary cards right there.
Okay, I need more shards, right?
Okay, one of those boxes had leap stones or shards, so you can pick shards.
Do I need leap stones or shards?
Probably
I need
shards. I think you're gonna be really limited on shards, especially if you're not doing your chaos dungeon. And leap stones are cheaper for people to definitely not send to Boosie destroy her.
I didn't even get enough shards to do one thing. Okay, no problem.
Awkward? So there's...
Oh my god, someone sent me leap stones. Okay, so when I go to the event shop, so you're telling me if I do...
Your chaos dungeons and guardians, correct, you get that stuff.
What do I get?
You get...
Like the coins?
Yeah, so you first will buy from the Jumpstart Makoko shop because it's cheaper than the October one, but it's the same currency.
What's fever time? Did I click this?
Oh, yeah, click that. Just it's more free shit. Oh, you get the beer hat.
Okay. Oh, but the Arc Pass. Do I just click all these?
Yeah, click Arc Pass, and then oh yeah, there's leap stones. So at level 1, select the Harmony Leapstone selection. It's like glowing. Just take the materials, the honing stuff.
Okay. And I click the... What the fuck are Marvelous Leapstones? Radiant?
Oh, those are higher. You're using Great Honor right now.
Oh, so I don't
Marvelous. Marvelous is after 1490.
Right. Okay. So now
you can use them if you need them, but yeah, if you don't need them right now.
Why do I have new mail? There's some. Oh my god! Someone sent me.
Anyone's. What are you telling me? More? Oh, 20? Sent you 20? Hold the fuck on. How much are those? He sent you 20 large bags.
Wait, what do you mean? I thought that's what you wanted.
Hold the fuck on. Hold on, I gotta look this up. Honor.
Wait, how much is 20? Is 20 a lot?
Dude, one bag is 345 gold.
Oh, is that a lot?
That guy just sent you like 7k gold.
Thank you so much. Your donations shall be used accordingly.
Dang, these people really love Boosie Destroy Her. That's crazy.
So what happens when you're done with the server? Do people transfer their characters out of the server?
Your character gets transferred in about 3 months.
Oh. To any server?
No, it just gets so. This server will get merged with West.
I pitied that again.
Oh my god, can somebody send him some books? Books are pretty cheap, aren't they? Owning books?
I don't need a book. I can just get it. I just get it. Got it. Got it. Oh god. Okay. Now I'm 1490 and then I click the claim, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But
and then
don't hone anymore.
Okay. And then I click this. Wait, what do I get all of them? Yeah, I get all of them.
Yep.
Okay. Then what do I get? What else did I get?
Whatever. I don't even know what boxes are in. What's the blue box?
What are obliterate? I guess I just open all of these, right?
Oh
And these
yeah,
are
you can.
the
Oh
next
yeah, you
stones,
can
right?
also alt right click the plumes and eat all the plumes too.
Cool. Okay, and then now what do I do?
New adventurers, talk to me.
You can do your guardians and your chaos dungeon.
I'll tell you all about it.
There's no way you said that to me. There's no way.
Dude,
that you said-
I have a really good idea. I have a really good idea. This is gonna be a lot of fun. This is
Oh,
okay.
I'm doing Mario 3. I'm out of here.
Wait, no, wait. Don't go yet. No. This is gonna be a lot of fun. This is gonna be a lot of fun. Don't go to Trixion. Hold on. I'm in a loading screen. This is gonna be so much fun. I need one professional support from your chat really quick.
What the fuck is the blooming Makoko?
Oh, that's where you can get a bazillion gold. This is gonna be so fun.
A literal Brazilian?
What is this? Bust destroy her? Can't believe you're making me type in your name every time.
What are we doing? What is Caliglios? Is this the Guardian? Did you bait me to go to a Guardian?
This is gonna be really
wait,
fun.
Wait. How do I get tripods on my stuff?
Oh, I don't know your tripods. You press K for your skills.
Yeah.
And well, okay, so at the top left, click sort by equipped skill as priority. So you can find which ones you're equipping really easily if you can do that.
And what runes do I use? Okay, I have them. Wait, are all of them 0 skill?
Wait, no, you scroll all the way up because you're scrolled all the way down.
Okay,
right
yeah,
now.
okay.
And then I don't know what your runes and stuff are. Did they give you tripods set up?
What's a no? What the? I have no runes. Am I supposed to get runes?
You have green runes? They gave you green runes for free.
They gave me green.
Yeah, I heard you really like horizontal content.
There's no way they didn't give us better. Okay, hold on.
I heard you really like horizontal content.
Talk to me.
Okay, hold on. I'm looking reading the community guide on Destroyer. Hold on. Let me go see where my skills are real quick. Okay, I have perfect swing. 12. Oh well, it says 12, but sure. That's the
You
camera.
can only get them to 11 right now because you're not level 60. So you just probably upsuit your purple skills, right? Basically.
Yeah.
I mean, your blue skills are kind of low level. You can probably get a couple of them up, right?
Yeah. Wait, so it's a dreadnought. Wait, I get. How come there's extra skills? Like there's more. There's like dreadnought level, but I can't even use that many skills in my bar.
Oh, apparently. Oh, it's like preference skills. You pick what you like better.
Oh, it says pick 2 blues. Oh my god. Okay, let me look.
New adventurers, talk to me if you have any questions. Maps, battles, auctions. I'll tell you all about
So
it.
I have to
I'm
take
the expert.
heavy, endure, parade, heavy crush. So these two are required, and then these two are kind of whatever. I use gravity impact, dreadnought, power strike. Do I do raid build? Look, it's raid build.
I don't think I used Power Shoulder before.
Wait, it says scroll out to the raid. Where's the raid section of the thing? Blah 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 blah. Oh, I see. Crit, but there's like 3 different specs.
Crit spec section.
Overwhelmed yet? No. What?
Talk to me
Crit
if you
spec.
have any
Okay, I see.
Max.
Perfect swing, Earth Eater. It's endure,
Tell you all
heavy,
about it. I'm the expert.
power strike. Dreadnought. Tosses Alfred Dreadnought. Okay, I'm good. I think.
You have put some runes or something?
Oh.
Is it Gale Winds on perfect swing? Because you don't have.
I have your roots.
Oh, you have to equip your. Did you drag your skill onto your bar?
Oh, no. So
and
it
replace
is.
whatever.
Red dot is this. Okay.
Putting on your E. Okay.
I'll probably change that later. Okay. Hold on. Is it quick hits? And guarantee core.
New adventurers. Talk to me if
Gravity.
you have any questions.
Healthy vitality.
Battles. Auctions.
Cool.
I'll tell you all about
Then
it.
okay, I need to do
I'm the
all of this. Okay. Okay. Power strike. This and then this. Cool. Dreadnought. Cool. It is this and then this. I can't. If you're putting anything in chat, I cannot read it. Okay. I at the moment. So just. Can I have a full screen thing on the other one? So do not say anything bad, okay? What? What the fuck? Oh, that's scary. Okay, it's all done.
Okay. Did you put any runes on?
Fuck. But I have no runes.
Adventurers. Talk to me if you have
At
any
least put
questions.
it on like.
That's true. That's
Perfect
true.
swing or something.
Yellowwood.
I'll tell you all about it. I'm the expert.
There's. Do I have any other Galewind? No.
No,
Okay.
no.
Okay. Cool. Is there's like conviction? Quick. There's judge. Do I need judgment? No. I don't need overwhelm. Okay. Overwhelm. Be a full swing. And then is there focus? Yes, there is. And then there's quick recharge on heavy crush. Yep. And then there's rage, which of course I have a power strike. Yep. And then there's protection. There's bleed. There's purify. Oh, well, this sucks. I'm out of runes.
That's fine. As long as you have what you have, that's okay.
New adventurers.
You can just
Talk to
put.
me if you have any questions.
I guess you can just put purify on a button that you'll press a
Tell you all
lot.
about it.
Yep, that seems good.
Yeah, seems good. Do you have bleed? Just put bleed on another button. You'll press a lot. I guess this Earth Eater is seismic. Just put it on something. Yeah.
Cool. Got it.
Yep. Sure. Yep. Seems good. Okay. Okay. Now next step is you see your battle items boxes. You should open some potions. They are good for
Like
you.
the.
Is it? Oh yeah, that one. The one that has a 4 on it is potions only right now.
Yeah. So should I just get elemental or?
Blue ones are fine.
Yeah. We just. We don't want to big.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. You have it on your 1 button. You can rebind if you need.
Nah, that's fine. I like that.
Okay.
What's it used by amulets? What's that?
Yes. So remember those hope amulets that you were asking about?
Yeah.
You want to use your hope amulet.
That I put in my
New adventurers.
weird inventory.
Talk to me if
That
you
put
have
in
any
your
questions.
weird inventory, yes.
Maps,
So
battles,
what do I do with it?
auctions. I'll tell you all about it. I'm the expert.
Your most important skill is Rage Hammer, right?
I think it's perfect swing.
I mean, sorry, your Rage Hammer. Yeah, perfect swing. Okay,
Yeah.
Eldrin posted a thing. What is this? He posted tripod priorities. High priority tripods. We are everything on perfect swing, literally. Okay. I'm gonna recommend. How many hope amulets do you have? 5? Okay, so what's the most important thing on perfect swing? Which one's the most important one? Is it absolute strength? I don't know what these do. Haven't buy the level 5 ones? Can't afford it. Wait, where do you buy the level 5 ones? Oh, do you have relic amulets in your storage? Okay, yeah, I was gonna tell him to not do the very good one.
Where does relic what?
He can't buy from the event shop. That's why we're gonna do this guardian.
Huh?
Who said that you had a relic in your storage? Coco's in 2 minutes? Oh, fuck. Yo! Stop everything you're doing and teleport to Port Krona.
Someone said wishful
No. Stop everything you're doing and teleport to Port Krona right now. You're gonna have the time of your life fist fighting other people. Let's go.
New
Teleport.
adventurers.
Wait, how do I
Talk
teleport?
to me if you have any questions.
Click the triport. Press M. And then right click out. And then click into Port Krona. And then click the triport. Alt left click the triport. We gotta go quick. Speed
Where
run.
am I
Get on your
going?
mount.
Who's going where?
Where are you? Down here. Come on, let's go. Talk to this man. Follow me this way. Talk to this man. Go to Lutera quick. Board the boat to Lutera. Fast. And then once the timer counts down and it puts you in a cutscene, press escape to skip the cutscene. Oh my god, you got a ship boat. Mine's already there. Jeez.
Okay, so now what do I do?
Are you in what channel? When did it put you in channel 9? I don't see you.
I'm in channel 1.
Okay, press M and then you see where the triport is? Go over there. There's like an event thing there. You gotta run over there, and then when the event starts, you just pick up all the Makokos you see.
Okay, what does this do?
Money! You can get $10,000! Go, go, go! Run! Run!
Wait, I already see the Makoko.
No, you have to get to this. You have to go to the spot. You have to go to the spot. You can't pick them up until you go to the spot.
Now I have to find.
Okay, now you can pick up all the Makokos. It's time for you to 100,000. Let's go.
So is it like random?
Yep. Keep picking up Makokos.
That's 2 points.
Yeah. The points thing is just to make you sad, because the event ends when the points are over.
Okay.
You just keep picking up Makokos. Oh, you got 5 gold? You're already rich? It's crazy?
So like, can I get like a lot of gold?
Yeah, you can get... If you get a lucky Makoko, you get 10,000. If you get a Giga Lucky Makoko, it's 100,000.
It's 100,000 a lot.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I got 5.
Oh, okay, he's winning. He's winning. He's getting money.
I discovered a lucky Makoko.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Wait, actually?
Well,
Oh no, you didn't. I think it's other people discovering.
Oh.
Oh, you lied. Lying on the internet. That's kind of weird. That guy's name that just got a lucky Makoko, his name is Girth King. The guy's name is Glaive My Poom Poom. What are these names?
5 gold, 5 gold. Come on. Come on. Another 5 golder here. Another 5 golder there. I didn't get it.
Okay, how much gold did you get?
Like 20.
You have to. It's in your inventory.
Oh, I got
25. Let's fucking go, boys.
much
He's
did you
huge.
get?
Okay, well now you can. I couldn't do this event because I already did it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so now you can go to your event shop because you got some goodies, and then go to the jumpstart one and buy 1 special Oktoberfest token.
Why not 2?
Just buy 1 for now.
Okay.
And then go to there's a tab that says special shop.
Okay.
And then buy the wishful amulet. And then is there anywhere else to get those amulets? Is there? Oh, I'm sorry. You can. Oh no, never mind. It costs 2 on the other side. Oh, you have 2 in your storage apparently. So open up your storage.
I don't see.
Oh, maybe it's the second row, last chest on the right. Is that it? Red box?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so grab those. Okay, so does anyone know what the top 3 most important tripods are? Because I don't know these things. Just do all the perfect. Okay, so just right click the amulet.
Which one? The
relic one.
So okay, right click it.
Yeah, and then so go to perfect swing.
Yeah.
And then click weak point detection and just on the first row weak point detection.
Yeah.
And then upgrade.
Oh, I just get 5 for free.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
And then do it again with the red ones again.
A perfect swing.
Yeah, perfect swing, absolute strength on the second row.
Okay, and then I do it again.
Yeah, for intemperance on the third row.
Okay.
Yeah, and then now use your yellow ones.
Okay.
And go to seismic hammer. And take
okay.
Enhanced strike on the first row.
Got it.
And then absolute strength on the second row.
Got it.
And then starving strength on the third row.
Got it.
And then I guess you have 2 more, so go to Earth Eater.
Okay.
And then enhanced strike on the first row.
Okay.
And then Earthen Rage on the third row.
Okay.
Okay, now press K.
Okay.
And then go to those 3 skills and make sure you equip the tripod.
Well, I can equip level 1 versions of it.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So just make sure you wear
Oh,
the
that's interesting.
good versions. Yeah, it's because for every preset that you have, you can equip a total of 18 tripods.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because it used to be on armor.
Wait.
Okay.
I have bad news.
What?
I see you did not click save with your runes because none of your runes are equipped.
There's no fucking way.
I see a lot of empty rune circles.
Holy fuck. It's fine. It's fine. It's no big deal. Hold up. Give me 1 sec. Give me 1 sec. Endure pain as okay. Dreadnought has no fucking idea, man. Dreadnought has lead. Sure. And then I will do. It does not matter, right? For the rest of
You
them.
put purify on something and bleed on something, I think.
What? I click save.
Wait, what did that say? Wait, what did it say? It says you cannot equip. I couldn't read that.
I hit revert.
Oh wait, I clicked revert
No,
instead of save. I can't.
No fucking way, man.
You don't need runes, right? You want to just fight
No, fuck this. I'm putting them on.
Oh my God. Yeah, also don't put wealth runes because you don't have a bar, you just have balls.
Oh.
Yeah, your combo points only. Dude, that guy's name in your chat, that's literally you. Zug Zug Zoom Zoom.
This game is so fucking fun. Like, do I not just do, like, I don't know, bleed,
Purify and bleed.
purify, save? Okay, cool. Okay.
Okay, alright, next thing is, you can hover over your skills to learn what your skills are stagger and what your skills that are weak point.
Wait, everything staggers, I feel.
I think so, yeah. But what are your weak point abilities? That's important.
E and A and I guess S and I guess D and I guess F. So it says E in all my supers.
Okay, so this boss basically has the one big mechanic that this boss does is he has a stagger check into a counter into a weak point. So we need to stagger him. Once we stagger him, we have to counter him. Once we counter him, we have to destroy him with weak point damage.
Okay.
Are you a pro?
No. But yeah, let's get in there.
You got it, right? You ready?
Yeah, well, let's get in there.
Okay. Oh, I think Abe's on. You want Abe too?
Yeah, I'm only, this is the last thing I'm doing before I go, it's 2.
Okay. Hold on. Let's see if we can get Abe to join. be fine. Everything will be fine.
This is a sick ass the Earth Eater.
Okay, are you ready to fight this guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so you have your potions, you're good, right? Okay, you don't have to do the pheromones and stuff. It's fine. You just know
You
if you
say
know
that
your...
like I have like an idea of. All right.
Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. I'll use. Okay, we'll all use the flare except for you. It's fine. There's also one thing that he does where you're not supposed to attack him.
I'm sure it'll be very obvious.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious. There's no way you miss it. It's like he's like swirling electricity around him.
This guy is actually
you
already
know?
fun. Like, oh my.
Yeah, is he dead on your screen?
He will be.
Okay.
Perfect swing.
You're not hitting his head. What are you doing? You can't perfect swing his ass.
Okay, yeah, it was kind of bad. It was kind of bad. Yeah, I agree. Okay.
You swinging?
Oh, I'm swinging. Oh,
Okay.
I'm swinging.
Oh, he's swinging. He's fucking
Oh,
swinging.
I'm swinging. 56 mil?
Okay, this is gonna... So back out. This is where you would pheromone. So I'm gonna pheromone. So this is so you learn the pheromone. Okay, you can fight him again.
Who taunted him? Who taunted him?
No one taunted him. You're the only
ulti?
guy with the taunt.
Big bang? Big bang! Wait, did not that much more.
I think you can you charge that one up for a while?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, okay.
Hold on, perfect swing. I got interrupted. This game's done. Can we restart?
No. Okay, don't hit. This is the don't hit. This is the don't
Right,
hit. Oh,
right,
I see you. I see you
Oh,
bonking,
right. No,
boy.
I'm not hitting.
I see that.
I'm literally not hitting.
I see the bonking going on. Okay, now I seen it. That's a counter. Oh, yo, Boosie, destroy her.
Oh, you already know.
Okay, this is a stagger. This is a stagger. Okay, counter. Destroy. Weak point. Okay, now come get buff. Break those. You get giga buff.
Oh my, I'm perfect swinging these.
Yeah. Now, okay, he's gonna fly away and then he'll be back, but you have giga cooldown. You have giga cooldown now, so you just swing at him. You're gonna do so much insane damage.
Say less. I'm charging. Oh my god, 81 mil?
That's not big enough. More. Counter.
Oh, don't worry. I definitely didn't hit that.
Let's go, Paladin. He got it.
Look at me.
Oh, he doesn't like that. He doesn't like you. Okay, back out. He's leaving
Right, I'm
again.
backing. No, I'm backing.
Okay, so this is a pheromone. Okay, so he's gonna come back.
Perfect swing. Oh.
You hit him?
Oh yeah. You already know.
I already know. It's true. I do know.
Dodge. You land, I dodged.
Nice dodge. Oh, don't hit. Oh, I see. Oh,
I'm not hitting.
I see. I think I saw some bonkage. I don't know what else to say.
Oh, where's that? He's dead. Did I hit him?
Oh, stagger into counter. Remember, stagger, and then it'll be a counter next. Stagger boy, what are you doing? You're supposed to stagger.
I'm staggering.
Dude, that's your job, man. You're literally Stagger
Don't
Boy.
worry,
That's your
I'm eating
name.
his earth right now. Ow.
Counter. Nice. No, yo, you actually countered that. Did you do that on purpose?
I meant to do that.
Did
No,
you do that on purpose?
100%, yeah.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Would you lie on the internet?
Nope.
Okay. Checked out. You're supposed to break this orb. Orb. Break the orb. Break the orb. Okay, the orb's broken. We did it, gamers.
I'm stunned.
Stagger boy, go! Stagger boy, go! Counter!
Countered it? Oh,
Let's
you already know that was all me.
Oh, that's really awkward. We did not. Ooh, that's awkward. We did not, weak point him well enough. All right, party's over, guys. We should honestly just restart because we couldn't do that. Like, pretty bad.
Don't worry, I perfect swing. Oh, he swung. He swung.
Don't hit if I see you hit.
I'm literally not hitting him.
Was that you? Stagger into counter, counter. Oh, okay, you said, let's fucking go, you're insane.
Yeah, I think I'm the best, actually.
You got MVP, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was pretty good. You did great.
I know.
Yeah,
okay,
you did good. Look.
I'm on the board.
There's how many people are on the board?
That's crazy that we're all on the board. Do I have to loot him?
Yeah, there should be an orb somewhere.
I don't see it.
Oh, it's under his wing for you. It's like right here where I'm.
That's a really awkward place.
Nice, you did it.
I got radiant.
Oh wait, you got a Gale Win. You got a purple Gale Win. You need that.
Oh wait, I do need that. Oh my god.
You got a purple Gale Win.
Wait, what's a fate? Wait, is
I think Abe is about to beat you up because Abe, we farmed Descaluda. Me, Abe, and 2 other people farmed Descaluda like 15 times, and not one of us got a single Gale Win.
I mean, how many can you get?
6.
Oh.
Well, 6 total, but 5 possible from Descaluda, I think, or 4.
Oh my god, the jewelry's so crazy because it have like +5, +3 now.
Yeah. Oh, so one of the thing about your jewelry is that it's a fake 100%. Well, you're wearing an. Are you wearing an expertise ring? Did I just see you wear? Oh, that's. You are equipping an expertise ring.
Well, I equipped something.
Oh, awkward. Awkward.
Oh, okay. I have so now do I get more stuff from the Makoto or from the event store?
Yeah, you can. Well, you can't hone right now, so I probably would not buy things.
Wait, but I might bonk it for like 86 mil. That was kind of nice.
Yeah,
you're
you're bonking, dude. You bonking.
Okay, wait, hold on. I'm done. I'm leaving. Today's done.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay. Do I have another ring in my bank? Is that why I fucked up? Wait, are these rings? Are these supposed to be the ones I equipped?
Oh,
what are these? Like, what are these?
Wait, there's a 100 ring in there. I think that's your ring that you put the expert one on.
Wait, which?
There was like a 100 quality ring in there.
Yeah.
I think?
Okay, so I'm supposed to put that one on.
Yeah, because you want crit.
Okay.
Okay, so now probably disenchant those.
Okay, like all of them.
Yeah, I think they were all not good. Oh.
Wait, you don't think Lightning Fury and Disrespect is good?
That's just disrespectful.
Okay, so do I also... So can I even disenchant this stuff?
No, wait.
These are...
those? Yeah, you can just throw them out. Can you huck them out? Or do you have to vendor those?
I can't even destroy them.
Oh, okay. If you press M, there's a gear merchant. I think you
Fuck it,
sell
I'm
it.
just gonna put it in my bank. It's fine. Well, I'll deal. This is
No,
fine.
please.
No, it's fine. No, it's fine. No, it's fine. It's not even a big deal.
No. This is not fine.
No, it's fine. It's not a big deal.
So, you're so fucked up. You're really fucked up. Oh yeah, you can get a bunch of that stuff too. But you're done for today.
Yes, I'm done.
So press escape and click quit.
Yeah, right as soon as I'm done with all these red circles.
Those never listen, you can never get rid of all the red circles in this game.
No. As soon as I'm done with the red circles.
You have to leave, Scarra, or else you're gonna get convinced to do reset things.
What are reset things?
I mean, resets in 40 minutes. You know what you can do within that 40 minutes? You can do 2 chaos dungeons. You can do your 3 Unas.
Can I just do 1 chaos dungeon?
No, because you're gonna get half rested, so you have to do 2.
Can I just...
No,
Wait.
you have to do 0 or you have to do 2. There's no halvesies.
Oh, I'm just doing 0.
Yeah, exactly. There's no fucking halvesies here.
Oh, okay. What
But,
are
listen.
Brockian coins and Glenia coins now? I thought there was only 1 before.
No, it was like 4 before.
Oh, interesting.
But those you don't need to open because
Okay.
you know how you love horizontal content.
Yeah, that's gonna be put in my chest. Don't worry.
Yeah, you can use those to buy.
These are all.
Like yeah, you can eat the. Okay, yeah, you can put them in your chest.
These
Yeah,
are
that's fine.
all
Yeah, you can
going
put
in
them
here.
all in.
Yep.
Looks good.
Good. Fine.
But listen, what if you did your chaos dungeons and got a fate ember?
What is that?
You know when you used to play PoE
Yeah.
and you would drop an exalt?
Yeah.
Yeah. And it would make a really cool, extremely loud, flashy noise that makes you
Yeah.
go, oh my god, wow. Yeah.
What is this? What is my D?
That's your bonk.
Oh my god! I didn't know I had that.
I don't think you're supposed to use that. Are you supposed to use that on Rage Hammer?
Oh. Okay, so you're telling me I can do my chaos dungeon? Just how do I do my chaos dungeon? You know what? Don't even fucking tell me. I'm out. No, I'm out. No, I'm out. No, I'm out.
You
Don't even
press
fucking say
Alt
anything. Stop
Q
talking.
and it's
No,
like
I don't
in
know
the
why you're still
middle
talking.
of your.
No, I don't know why you're still talking. I'm out.
Well, you
Thank
didn't
you.
even practice your Mario though. It's kind of fucked up.
That is kind of fucked up. And you know what? I would probably if I didn't have a fucking hike to go on tomorrow.
That's true. Imagine fucking touching grass. All right, have fun.
All right. Thank you so much for the help, though.
Yeah. Good night.
Good night.
Bye.
All right, guys, we're logging back on Lost Ark. Now that we have the training weights off, I'm gonna clear all the content tonight and then uninstall. That's not fucking happening. I'm just kidding, guys. I am just playing. All right, guys, I'm out. Goodbye. Who am I rating tonight? You know, oh, UK started streaming. I'm down. She took a long ass break. Ice Beats, welcome back for 51 months. Thank you for being the last person to resub. Love you guys. Peace. Have a great night. I'm out. I'll give Yuka some love. She is one of the first VTubers and artists I end up interacting with. She's cracked as hell artist. I'm out, guys. Have a great night.